Brother Morgan's story of the dead hand, when this present 19th century was younger by a good many years than it is now, a certain friend of mine, named Arthur Holliday, happened to arrive in the town of Doncaster exactly in the middle of the race week, or, in other words, in the middle of the month of September. He was one of those reckless, rattle-pated, open-hearted, and open-mouthed young gentlemen who possess the gift of familiarity in its highest perfection, and who scramble carelessly along the journey of life, making friends, as the phrase is, wherever they go. His father was a rich manufacturer, and had bought landed property enough in one of the Midland counties to make all the born squires in his neighbourhood thoroughly envious of him. Arthur was his only son, possessor in prospect of the great estate and the great business after his father's death, well supplied with money and not too rigidly looked after during his father's lifetime. Report, or scandal, whichever you please, said that the old gentleman had been rather wild in his youthful days, and that, unlike most parents, he was not disposed to be violently indignant when he found that his son took after him. This may be true or not. I myself only knew the elder Mr. Holliday when he was getting on in years, and then he was as quiet and as respectable a gentleman as ever I met with. Well, one September, as I told you, young Arthur comes to Doncaster, having decided all of a sudden, in his harebrained way, that he would go to the races. He did not reach the town till toward the close of evening, and he went at once to see about his dinner and bed at the principal hotel. Dinner they were ready enough to give him, but as for a bed, they laughed when he mentioned it. In the race week at Doncaster, it is no uncommon thing for visitors who have not bespoken apartments to pass the night in their carriages at the inn doors. As for the lower sort of strangers, I myself have often seen them, at that full time, sleeping out on the doorsteps for want of a covered place to creep under. Rich as he was, Arthur's chance of getting a night's lodging, seeing that he had not written beforehand to secure one, was more than doubtful. He tried the second hotel, and the third hotel, and two of the inferior inns after that, and was met everywhere with the same form of answer. No accommodation for the night of any sort was left. All the bright golden sovereigns in his pocket would not buy him a bed at Doncaster in the race week. To a young fellow of Arthur's temperament, the novelty of being turned away into the street like a penniless vagabond, at every house where he asked for a lodging, presented itself in the light of a new and highly amusing piece of experience. He went on with his carpet-bag in his hand, applying for a bed at every place of entertainment for travellers that he could find in Doncaster, until he wandered into the outskirts of the town. By this time, the last glimmer of twilight had faded out, the moon was rising dimly in a mist, the wind was getting cold, the clouds were gathering heavily, and there was every prospect that it was soon going to rain. The look of the night had rather a lowering effect on young Holliday's spirits. He began to contemplate the houseless situation in which he was placed from the serious rather than the humorous point of view, and he looked about him for another public house to inquire at, with something very like downright anxiety in his mind on the subject of a lodging for the night. The suburban part of the town toward which he had now strayed was hardly lighted at all, and he could see nothing of the houses as he passed them, except that they got progressively smaller and dirtier the further he went. Down the winding road before him shone the dull gleam of an oil lamp, the one faint, lonely light that struggled ineffectually with the foggy darkness all round him. He resolved to go on as far as this lamp, and then, if it showed him nothing in the shape of an inn, to return to the central part of the town and to try if he could not at least secure a chair to sit down on through the night at one of the principal hotels. As he got near the lamp, he heard voices, and walking close under it, found that it lighted the entrance to a narrow court, on the wall of which was painted a long hand in faded flesh colour, pointing, with a lean forefinger, to this inscription: The 2 Robins. Arthur turned into the court without hesitation to see what the 2 Robins could do for him. 4 or 5 men were standing together round the door of the house, which was at the bottom of the court, facing the entrance from the street. The men were all listening to one other man, better dressed than the rest, who was telling his audience something in a low voice, in which they were apparently very much interested. On entering the passage, Arthur was passed by a stranger with a knapsack in his hand, who was evidently leaving the house. "No," said the traveller with the knapsack, turning round and addressing himself cheerfully to a fat, sly-looking, bald-headed man with a dirty white apron on, who had followed him down the passage. "No, Mr. Landlord, I am not easily scared by trifles, but I don't mind confessing that I can't quite stand that." It occurred to young Holiday, the moment he heard these words, that the stranger had been asked an exorbitant price for a bed at the 2 Robins, and that he was unable or unwilling to pay it. The moment his back was turned, Arthur, comfortably conscious of his own well-filled pockets, addressed himself in a great hurry, for fear any other benighted traveller should slip in and forestall him, to the sly-looking landlord with the dirty apron and the bald head. "If you have got a bed to let," he said, "and if that gentleman who has just gone out won't pay your price for it, I will." The sly landlord looked hard at Arthur. "Will you, sir?" he asked in a meditative, doubtful way. "Name your price," said young Holiday, thinking that the landlord's hesitation sprang from some boorish distrust of him. "Name your price, and I'll give you the money at once, if you like." "Are you game for 5 shillings?" inquired the landlord, rubbing his stubby double chin and looking up thoughtfully at the ceiling above him. Arthur nearly laughed in the man's face, but thinking it prudent to control himself, offered the 5 shillings as seriously as he could. The sly landlord held out his hand, then suddenly drew it back again. "You're acting all fair and above board by me," he said, "and before I take your money, I'll do the same by you. Look here, this is how it stands. You can have a bed all to yourself for 5 shillings, but you can't have more than a half share of the room it stands in. Do you see what I mean, young gentleman?" "Of course I do," returned Arthur, a little irritably. "You mean that it is a double-bedded room, and that one of the beds is occupied?" The landlord nodded his head and rubbed his double chin harder than ever. Arthur hesitated and mechanically moved back a step or 2 toward the door. The idea of sleeping in the same room with a total stranger did not present an attractive prospect to him. He felt more than half inclined to drop his 5 shillings into his pocket and to go out into the street once more. "Is it yes or no?" asked the landlord. "Settle it as quick as you can, because there's lots of people wanting a bed at Doncaster tonight besides you." Arthur looked toward the court and heard the rain falling heavily in the street outside. He thought he would ask a question or 2 before he rashly decided on leaving the shelter of the 2 Robins. "What sort of man is it who has got the other bed?" he inquired. "Is he a gentleman? I mean, is he a quiet, well-behaved person?" "The quietest man I ever came across," said the landlord, rubbing his fat hands stealthily one over the other. "As sober as a judge, and as regular as clockwork in his habits. It hasn't struck 9, not 10 minutes ago, and he's in his bed already. I don't know whether that comes up to your notion of a quiet man. It goes a long way ahead of mine, I can tell you." "Is he asleep, do you think?" asked Arthur. "I know he's asleep," returned the landlord. "And what's more, he's gone off so fast that I'll warrant you don't wake him. This way, sir," said the landlord, speaking over young Holiday's shoulder, as if he was addressing some new guest who was approaching the house. "Here you are," said Arthur, determined to be beforehand with the stranger, whoever he might be. I'll take the bed." And he handed the 5 shillings to the landlord, who nodded, dropped the money carelessly into his waistcoat pocket, and lighted a candle. "Come up and see the room," said the host of the Two Robins, leading the way to the staircase quite briskly, considering how fat he was. They mounted to the 2nd floor of the house. The landlord half opened a door fronting the landing, then stopped and turned round to Arthur. "It's a fair bargain, mind, on my side as well as on yours," he said. "You give me 5 shillings, and I give you in return a clean, comfortable bed, and I warrant beforehand that you won't be interfered with or annoyed in any way by the man who sleeps in the same room with you." Saying those words, he looked hard, for a moment, in young Holliday's face, and then led the way into the room. It was larger and cleaner than Arthur had expected it would be. The 2 beds stood parallel with each other, a space of about 6 feet intervening between them. They were both of the same medium size, and both had the same plain white curtains, made to draw, if necessary, all round them. The occupied bed was the bed nearest the window. The curtains were all drawn round it, except the half curtain at the bottom, on the side of the bed furthest from the window. Arthur saw the feet of the sleeping man raising the scanty clothes into a sharp little eminence, as if he was lying flat on his back. He took the candle and advanced softly to draw the curtain, stopped halfway and listened for a moment, then turned to the landlord. "He is a very quiet sleeper," said Arthur. "Yes," said the landlord. "Very quiet." Young Holliday advanced with the candle and looked in at the man cautiously. "How pale he is," said Arthur. "Yes," returned the landlord. "Pale enough, isn't he?" Arthur looked closer at the man. The bedclothes were drawn up to his chin, and they lay perfectly still over the region of his chest. Surprised and vaguely startled as he noticed this, Arthur stooped down closer over the stranger, looked at his ashy, parted lips, listened breathlessly for an instant, looked again at the strangely still face, and the motionless lips and chest, and turned round suddenly on the landlord with his own cheeks as pale for the moment as the hollow cheeks of the man on the bed. "Come here," he whispered under his breath. "Come here, for God's sake. The man's not asleep. He is dead." "You have found that out sooner than I thought you would," said the landlord composedly. "Yes, he's dead, sure enough. He died at 5 o'clock today." "How did he die?" "Who is he?" asked Arthur, staggered for the moment by the audacious coolness of the answer. "As to who is he," rejoined the landlord, "I know no more about him than you do. There are his books and letters, and things all sealed up in that brown paper parcel for the coroner's inquest to open tomorrow or next day. He's been here a week, paying his way fairly enough, and stopping indoors for the most part, as if he was ailing. My girl brought him up his tea at 5 today, and as he was pouring of it out, he fell down in a faint, or a fit, or a compound of both, for anything I know. We couldn't bring him to, and I said he was dead. And the doctor couldn't bring him to, and the doctor said he was dead. And there he is, and the coroner's inquest's coming as soon as it can. And that's as much as I know about it." Arthur held the candle close to the man's lips. The flame still burned straight up as steadily as ever. There was a moment of silence, and the rain pattered drearily through it against the panes of the window. "If you haven't got nothing more to say to me," continued the landlord, "I suppose I may go. You don't expect your 5 shillings back, do you? There's the bed I promised you, clean and comfortable. There's the man I warranted not to disturb you, quiet in this world forever. If you're frightened to stop alone with him, that's not my lookout. I've kept my part of the bargain, and I mean to keep the money. I'm not Yorkshire myself, young gentleman, but I've lived long enough in these parts to have my wits sharpened, and I shouldn't wonder if you found out the way to brighten up yours next time you come among us." With these words the landlord turned toward the door and laughed to himself softly, in high satisfaction at his own sharpness. Startled and shocked as he was, Arthur had by this time sufficiently recovered himself to feel indignant at the trick that had been played on him, and at the insolent manner in which the landlord exulted in it. "Don't laugh," he said sharply, "till you are quite sure you have got the laugh against me. You shan't have the 5 shillings for nothing, my man. I'll keep the bed." "Will you?" said the landlord. "Then I wish you a good night's rest." With that brief farewell, he went out and shut the door after him. A good night's rest. The words had hardly been spoken, the door had hardly been closed, before Arthur half repented the hasty words that had just escaped him. Though not naturally oversensitive, and not wanting in courage of the moral as well as the physical sort, the presence of the dead man had an instantaneously chilling effect on his mind when he found himself alone in the room, alone, and bound by his own rash words to stay there till the next morning. An older man would have thought nothing of those words, and would have acted without reference to them, as his calmer sense suggested. But Arthur was too young to treat the ridicule even of his inferiors with contempt, too young not to fear the momentary humiliation of falsifying his own foolish boast more than he feared the trial of watching out the long night in the same chamber with the dead. "It is but a few hours," he thought to himself, "and I can get away the first thing in the morning." He was looking toward the occupied bed as that idea passed through his mind, and the sharp, angular eminence made in the clothes by the dead man's upturned feet again caught his eye. He advanced and drew the curtains, purposely abstaining, as he did so, from looking at the face of the corpse, lest he might unnerve himself at the outset by fastening some ghastly impression of it on his mind. He drew the curtain very gently and sighed involuntarily as he closed it. "Poor fellow," he said, almost as sadly as if he had known the man. "Ah, poor fellow." He went next to the window. The night was black, and he could see nothing from it. The rain still pattered heavily against the glass. He inferred, from hearing it, that the window was at the back of the house, remembering that the front was sheltered from the weather by the court and the buildings over it. While he was still standing at the window, for even the dreary rain was a relief because of the sound it made, a relief, also, because it moved, and had some faint suggestion, in consequence, of life and companionship in it, while he was standing at the window and looking vacantly into the black darkness outside, he heard a distant church clock strike 10. Only 10! How was he to pass the time till the house was astir the next morning? Under any other circumstances he would have gone down to the public-house parlour, would have called for his grog, and would have laughed and talked with the company assembled as familiarly as if he had known them all his life. But the very thought of whiling away the time in this manner was now distasteful to him. The new situation in which he was placed seemed to have altered him to himself already. Thus far his life had been the common, trifling, prosaic, surface life of a prosperous young man, with no troubles to conquer and no trials to face. He had lost no relation whom he loved, no friend whom he treasured. Till this night, what share he had of the immortal inheritance that is divided among us all had lain dormant within him. Till this night, death and he had not once met, even in thought. He took a few turns up and down the room, then stopped. The noise made by his boots on the poorly carpeted floor jarred on his ear. He hesitated a little, and ended by taking the boots off and walking backward and forward noiselessly. All desire to sleep or to rest had left him. The bare thought of lying down on the unoccupied bed instantly drew the picture on his mind of a dreadful mimicry of the position of the dead man. Who was he? What was the story of his past life? Poor he must have been, or he would not have stopped at such a place as the Two Robins Inn, and weakened, probably, by long illness, or he could hardly have died in the manner which the landlord had described. Poor, ill, lonely, dead in a strange place, dead, with nobody but a stranger to pity him. A sad story. Truly, on the mere face of it, a very sad story. While these thoughts were passing through his mind, he had stopped insensibly at the window, close to which stood the foot of the bed with the closed curtains. At first he looked at it absently. Then he became conscious that his eyes were fixed on it, and then a perverse desire took possession of him to do the very thing which he had resolved not to do up to this time, to look at the dead man. He stretched out his hand toward the curtains, but checked himself in the very act of undrawing them, turned his back sharply on the bed, and walked toward the chimney-piece, to see what things were placed on it, and to try if he could keep the dead man out of his mind in that way. There was a pewter inkstand on the chimney-piece, with some mildewed remains of ink in the bottle. There were 2 coarse china ornaments of the commonest kind, and there was a square of embossed card, dirty and fly-blown, with a collection of wretched riddles printed on it, in all sorts of zigzag directions and in variously coloured inks. He took the card and went away to read it at the table on which the candle was placed, sitting down with his back resolutely turned to the curtained bed. He read the first riddle, the second, the third, all in one corner of the card, then turned it round impatiently to look at another. Before he could begin reading the riddles printed here, the sound of the church clock stopped him. 11. He had got through an hour of the time in the room with the dead man. Once more he looked at the card. It was not easy to make out the letters printed on it, in consequence of the dimness of the light which the landlord had left him. A common tallow candle, furnished with a pair of heavy old-fashioned steel snuffers. Up to this time, his mind had been too much occupied to think of the light. He had left the wick of the candle unsnuffed till it had risen higher than the flame, and had burned into an odd penthouse shape at the top, from which morsels of the charred cotton fell off from time to time in little flakes. He took up the snuffers now and trimmed the wick. The light brightened directly, and the room became less dismal. Again he turned to the riddles, reading them doggedly and resolutely, now in one corner of the card, now in another. All his efforts, however, could not fix his attention on them. He pursued his occupation mechanically, deriving no sort of impression from what he was reading. It was as if a shadow from the curtained bed had got between his mind and the gaily printed letters, a shadow that nothing could dispel. At last he gave up the struggle, threw the card from him impatiently, and took to walking softly up and down the room again. The dead man, the dead man, the hidden dead man on the bed. There was the one persistent idea still haunting him. Hidden. Was it only the body being there, or was it the body being there concealed, that was preying on his mind? He stopped at the window with that doubt in him, once more listening to the pattering rain, once more looking out into the black darkness. Still the dead man. The darkness forced his mind back upon itself and set his memory at work, reviving with a painfully vivid distinctness the momentary impression it had received from his first sight of the corpse. Before long, the face seemed to be hovering out in the middle of the darkness, confronting him through the window, with the paleness whiter, with the dreadful dull line of light between the imperfectly closed eyelids broader than he had seen it, with the parted lips slowly dropping further and further away from each other, with the features growing larger and moving closer, till they seemed to fill the window and to silence the rain and to shut out the night. The sound of a voice shouting below stairs woke him suddenly from the dream of his own distempered fancy. He recognized it as the voice of the landlord. "Shut up at 12, Ben," he heard it say. "I'm off to bed." He wiped away the damp that had gathered on his forehead, reasoned with himself for a little while, and resolved to shake his mind free of the ghastly counterfeit which still clung to it by forcing himself to confront, if it was, only for a moment, the solemn reality. Without allowing himself an instant to hesitate, he parted the curtains at the foot of the bed and looked through. There was the sad, peaceful, white face, with the awful mystery of stillness on it, laid back upon the pillow. No stir, no change there. He only looked at it for a moment before he closed the curtains again, but that moment steadied him, calmed him, restored him, mind and body, to himself. He returned to his old occupation of walking up and down the room, persevering in it this time, till the clock struck again. 12. As the sound of the clock bell died away, it was succeeded by the confused noise downstairs of the drinkers in the tap room leaving the house. The next sound, after an interval of silence, was caused by the barring of the door and the closing of the shutters at the back of the inn. Then the silence followed again, and was disturbed no more. He was alone now, absolutely, hopelessly alone with the dead man till the next morning. The wick of the candle wanted trimming again. He took up the snuffers, but paused suddenly on the very point of using them, and looked attentively at the candle, then back, over his shoulder, at the curtained bed, then again at the candle. It had been lighted for the first time to show him the way upstairs, and 3 parts of it at least were already consumed. In another hour it would be burned out. In another hour, unless he called at once to the man who had shut up the inn for a fresh candle, he would be left in the dark. Strongly as his mind had been affected since he had entered the room, his unreasonable dread of encountering ridicule and of exposing his courage to suspicion had not altogether lost its influence over him even yet. He lingered irresolutely by the table, waiting till he could prevail on himself to open the door and call from the landing to the man who had shut up the inn. In his present hesitating frame of mind, it was a kind of relief to gain a few moments only by engaging in the trifling occupation of snuffing the candle. His hand trembled a little, and the snuffers were heavy and awkward to use. When he closed them on the wick, he closed them a hairbreadth too low. In an instant the candle was out, and the room was plunged in pitch darkness. The one impression which the absence of light immediately produced on his mind was distrust of the curtained bed, distrust which shaped itself into no distinct idea, but which was powerful enough, in its very vagueness, to bind him down to his chair, to make his heart beat fast, and to set him listening intently. No sound stirred in the room, but the familiar sound of the rain against the window, louder and sharper now than he had heard it yet. Still the vague distrust, the inexpressible dread possessed him, and kept him in his chair. He had put his carpet bag on the table when he first entered the room, and he now took the key from his pocket, reached out his hand softly, opened the bag, and groped in it for his travelling writing case, in which he knew that there was a small store of matches. When he had got one of the matches, he waited before he struck it on the coarse wooden table, and listened intently again without knowing why. Still there was no sound in the room, but the steady, ceaseless, rattling sound of the rain. He lighted the candle again without another moment of delay, and, on the instant of its burning up, the first object in the room that his eyes sought for was the curtained bed. Just before the light had been put out, he had looked in that direction, and had seen no change, no disarrangement of any sort in the folds of the closely drawn curtains. When he looked at the bed now, he saw hanging over the side of it a long white hand. It lay perfectly motionless midway on the side of the bed, where the curtain at the head and the curtain at the foot met. Nothing more was visible. The clinging curtains hid everything but the long white hand. He stood looking at it, unable to stir, unable to call out, feeling nothing, knowing nothing. Every faculty he possessed gathered up and lost in the one seeing faculty. How long that first panic held him, he never could tell afterward. It might have been only for a moment. It might have been for many minutes together. How he got to the bed, whether he ran to it headlong or whether he approached it slowly, how he wrought himself up to unclose the curtains and look in, he never has remembered, and never will remember to his dying day. It is enough that he did go to the bed, and that he did look inside the curtains. The man had moved. One of his arms was outside the clothes, his face was turned a little on the pillow, his eyelids were wide open. Changed as to position and as to one of the features, the face was otherwise fearfully and wonderfully unaltered. The dead paleness and the dead quiet were on it still. One glance showed Arthur this. One glance before he flew breathlessly to the door and alarmed the house. The man whom the landlord called Ben was the first to appear on the stairs. In 3 words, Arthur told him what had happened, and sent him for the nearest doctor. I, who tell you this story, was then staying with a medical friend of mine in practice at Doncaster, taking care of his patients for him during his absence in London, and I, for the time being, was the nearest doctor. They had sent for me from the inn when the stranger was taken ill in the afternoon, but I was not at home, and medical assistance was sought for elsewhere. When the man from the 2 Robins rang the night bell, I was just thinking of going to bed. Naturally enough, I did not believe a word of his story about a dead man who had come to life again. However, I put on my hat, armed myself with 1 or 2 bottles of restorative medicine, and ran to the inn, expecting to find nothing more remarkable when I got there than a patient in a fit. My surprise at finding that the man had spoken the literal truth was almost, if not quite, equalled by my astonishment at finding myself face to face with Arthur Holliday as soon as I entered the bedroom. It was no time then for giving or seeking explanations. We just shook hands amazedly, and then I ordered everybody but Arthur out of the room and hurried to the man on the bed. The kitchen fire had not been long out. There was plenty of hot water in the boiler and plenty of flannel to be had. With these, with my medicines, and with such help as Arthur could render under my direction, I dragged the man literally out of the jaws of death. In less than an hour from the time when I had been called in, he was alive and talking in the bed on which he had been laid out to wait for the coroner's inquest. You will naturally ask me what had been the matter with him, and I might treat you, in reply to a long theory, plentifully sprinkled with what the children call hard words. I prefer telling you that in this case, cause and effect could not be satisfactorily joined together by any theory whatever. There are mysteries in life, and the conditions of it which human science has not fathomed yet, and I candidly confess to you that in bringing that man back to existence, I was, morally speaking, groping haphazard in the dark. I know, from the testimony of the doctor who attended him in the afternoon, that the vital machinery, so far as its action is appreciable by our senses, had, in this case, unquestionably stopped, and I am equally certain, seeing that I recovered him, that the vital principle was not extinct. When I add that he had suffered from a long and complicated illness, and that his whole nervous system was utterly deranged, I have told you all I really know of the physical condition of my dead-alive patient at the 2 Robins Inn. When he came to, as the phrase goes, he was a startling object to look at, with his colourless face, his sunken cheeks, his wild black eyes, and his long black hair. The first question he asked me about himself when he could speak made me suspect that I had been called in to a man in my own profession. I mentioned to him my surmise, and he told me that I was right. He said he had come last from Paris, where he had been attached to a hospital, that he had lately returned to England on his way to Edinburgh to continue his studies, that he had been taken ill on the journey, and that he had stopped to rest and recover himself at Doncaster. He did not add a word about his name or who he was, and of course I did not question him on the subject. All I inquired when he ceased speaking was what branch of the profession he intended to follow. "Any branch," he said bitterly, "which will put bread into the mouth of a poor man." At this, Arthur, who had been hitherto watching him in silent curiosity, burst out impetuously in his usual good-humoured way. My dear fellow, everybody was my dear fellow with Arthur. Now you have come to life again. Don't begin by being downhearted about your prospects. I'll answer for it I can help you to some capital thing in the medical line. Or, if I can't, I know my father can. The medical student looked at him steadily. "Thank you," he said coldly, then added, "May I ask who your father is?" "He's well enough known all about this part of the country," replied Arthur. "He's a great manufacturer, and his name is Holliday." My hand was on the man's wrist during this brief conversation. The instant the name of Holliday was pronounced, I felt the pulse under my fingers flutter, stop, go on suddenly with a bound, and beat afterward for a minute or two at the fever rate. "How did you come here?" asked the stranger, quickly, excitably, passionately almost. Arthur related briefly what had happened from the time of his first taking the bed at the inn. "I am indebted to Mr. Holliday's son, then, for the help that has saved my life," said the medical student, speaking to himself with a singular sarcasm in his voice. "Come here." He held out, as he spoke, his long, white, bony right hand. "With all my heart," said Arthur, taking his hand cordially. "I may confess it now," he continued, laughing. "Upon my honour, you almost frightened me out of my wits." The stranger did not seem to listen. His wild black eyes were fixed with a look of eager interest on Arthur's face, and his long bony fingers kept tight hold of Arthur's hand. Young Holliday, on his side, returned the gaze, amazed and puzzled by the medical student's odd language and manners. The two faces were close together. I looked at them, and to my amazement, I was suddenly impressed by the sense of a likeness between them, not in features or complexion, but solely in expression. It must have been a strong likeness, or I should certainly not have found it out, for I am naturally slow at detecting resemblances between faces. "You have saved my life," said the strange man, still looking hard in Arthur's face, still holding tightly by his hand. "If you had been my own brother, you could not have done more for me than that." He laid a singularly strong emphasis on those three words, "my own brother," and a change passed over his face as he pronounced them, a change that no language of mine is competent to describe. "I hope I have not done being of service to you yet," said Arthur. "I'll speak to my father as soon as I get home." "You seem to be fond and proud of your father," said the medical student. "I suppose, in return, he is fond and proud of you?" "Of course he is," answered Arthur, laughing. "Is there anything wonderful in that? Isn't your father fond?" The stranger suddenly dropped young Holliday's hand and turned his face away. "I beg your pardon," said Arthur. "I hope I have not unintentionally pained you. I hope you have not lost your father." "I can't well lose what I have never had," retorted the medical student, with a harsh, mocking laugh. "What you have never had, the strange man suddenly caught Arthur's hand again, suddenly looked once more hard in his face. "Yes," he said, with a repetition of the bitter laugh. "You have brought a poor devil back into the world who has no business there. Do I astonish you? Well, I have a fancy of my own for telling you what men in my situation generally keep a secret. I have no name and no father. The merciful law of society tells me I am nobody's son. Ask your father if he will be my father too, and help me on in life with the family name." Arthur looked at me more puzzled than ever. I signed to him to say nothing, and then laid my fingers again on the man's wrist. No. In spite of the extraordinary speech that he had just made, he was not, as I had been disposed to suspect, beginning to get light-headed. His pulse, by this time, had fallen back to a quiet, slow beat, and his skin was moist and cool, not a symptom of fever or agitation about him. Finding that neither of us answered him, he turned to me and began talking of the extraordinary nature of his case, and asking my advice about the future course of medical treatment to which he ought to subject himself. I said the matter required careful thinking over, and suggested that I should send him a prescription a little later. He told me to write it at once, as he would most likely be leaving Doncaster in the morning before I was up. It was quite useless to represent to him the folly and danger of such a proceeding as this. He heard me politely and patiently, but held to his resolution without offering any reasons or explanations, and repeated to me that if I wished to give him a chance of seeing my prescription, I must write it at once. Hearing this, Arthur volunteered the loan of a travelling writing case, which he said he had with him, and bringing it to the bed, shook the notepaper out of the pocket of the case forthwith in his usual careless way. With the paper there fell out on the counterpane of the bed a small packet of sticking plaster and a little watercolour drawing of a landscape. The medical student took up the drawing and looked at it. His eye fell on some initials neatly written in cipher in one corner. He started and trembled. His pale face grew whiter than ever. His wild black eyes turned on Arthur and looked through and through him. "A pretty drawing," he said, in a remarkably quiet tone of voice. "Ah, and done by such a pretty girl," said Arthur. "Oh, such a pretty girl. I wish it was not a landscape. I wish it was a portrait of her." "You admire her very much." Arthur, half in jest, half in earnest, kissed his hand for answer. "Love at first sight," said young Holiday, putting the drawing away again. "But the course of it doesn't run smooth. It's the old story. She's monopolised, as usual, trammelled by a rash engagement to some poor man who is never likely to get money enough to marry her. It was lucky I heard of it in time, or I should certainly have risked a declaration when she gave me that drawing. Here, Doctor. Here is pen, ink, and paper, all ready for you. When she gave you that drawing, gave it. He repeated the words slowly to himself and suddenly closed his eyes. A momentary distortion passed across his face, and I saw one of his hands clutch up the bedclothes and squeeze them hard. I thought he was going to be ill again, and begged that there might be no more talking. He opened his eyes when I spoke, fixed them once more searchingly on Arthur, and said, slowly and distinctly, "You like her, and she likes you. The poor man may die out of your way. Who can tell that she may not give you herself as well as her drawing, after all?" Before young Holiday could answer, he turned to me and said in a whisper, "Now for the prescription." From that time, though he spoke to Arthur again, he never looked at him more. When I had written the prescription, he examined it, approved of it, and then astonished us both by abruptly wishing us good night. I offered to sit up with him, and he shook his head. Arthur offered to sit up with him, and he said shortly, with his face turned away, "No." I insisted on having somebody left to watch him. He gave way when he found I was determined, and said he would accept the services of the waiter at the inn. "Thank you both," he said, as we rose to go. "I have one last favour to ask, not of you, Doctor, for I leave you to exercise your professional discretion, but of Mr. Holiday." His eyes, while he spoke, still rested steadily on me, and never once turned toward Arthur. "I beg that Mr. Holiday will not mention to anyone, least of all to his father, the events that have occurred and the words that have passed in this room. I entreat him to bury me in his memory as, but for him, I might have been buried in my grave. I cannot give my reason for making this strange request. I can only implore him to grant it." His voice faltered for the first time, and he hid his face on the pillow. Arthur, completely bewildered, gave the required pledge. I took young Holiday away with me immediately afterward to the house of my friend, determining to go back to the inn and to see the medical student again before he had left in the morning. I returned to the inn at 8 o'clock, purposely abstaining from waking Arthur, who was sleeping off the past night's excitement on one of my friend's sofas. A suspicion had occurred to me as soon as I was alone in my bedroom, which made me resolve that Holiday and the stranger whose life he had saved should not meet again, if I could prevent it. I have already alluded to certain reports or scandals, which I knew of relating to the early life of Arthur's father, while I was thinking, in my bed, of what had passed at the inn, of the change in the student's pulse when he heard the name of Holiday, of the resemblance of expression that I had discovered between his face and Arthur's, of the emphasis he had laid on those three words, "my own brother," and of his incomprehensible acknowledgement of his own illegitimacy. While I was thinking of these things, the reports I have mentioned suddenly flew into my mind and linked themselves fast to the chain of my amour. Previous reflections. Something within me whispered, "It is best that those two young men should not meet again." I felt it before I slept. I felt it when I woke, and I went, as I told you, alone to the inn the next morning. I had missed my only opportunity of seeing my nameless patient again. He had been gone nearly an hour when I inquired for him. I have now told you everything that I know for certain in relation to the man whom I brought back to life in the double-bedded room of the inn at Doncaster. What I have next to add is matter for inference and surmise, and is not, strictly speaking, matter of fact. I have to tell you, first, that the medical student turned out to be strangely and unaccountably right in assuming it as more than probable that Arthur Holiday would marry the young lady who had given him the watercolour drawing of the landscape. That marriage took place a little more than a year after the events occurred, which I have just been relating. The young couple came to live in the neighbourhood in which I was then established in practice. I was present at the wedding, and was rather surprised to find that Arthur was singularly reserved with me, both before and after his marriage, on the subject of the young lady's prior engagement. He only referred to it once when we were alone, merely telling me, on that occasion, that his wife had done all that honour and duty required of her in the matter, and that the engagement had been broken off with the full approval of her parents. I never heard more from him than this. For 3 years he and his wife lived together happily. At the expiration of that time, the symptoms of a serious illness first declared themselves in Mrs. Arthur Holiday. It turned out to be a long, lingering, hopeless malady. I attended her throughout. We had been great friends when she was well, and we became more attached to each other than ever when she was ill. I had many long and interesting conversations with her in the intervals when she suffered least. The result of one of those conversations I may briefly relate, leaving you to draw any inferences from it that you please. The interview to which I refer occurred shortly before her death. I called one evening as usual and found her alone, with a look in her eyes which told me she had been crying. She only informed me at first that she had been depressed in spirits, but by little and little she became more communicative, and confessed to me that she had been looking over some old letters which had been addressed to her before she had seen Arthur by a man to whom she had been engaged to be married. I asked her how the engagement came to be broken off. She replied that it had not been broken off, but that it had died out in a very mysterious way. The person to whom she was engaged, her first love, she called him, was very poor, and there was no immediate prospect of their being married. He followed my profession and went abroad to study. They had corresponded regularly until the time when, as she believed, he had returned to England. From that period she heard no more of him. He was of a fretful, sensitive temperament, and she feared that she might have inadvertently done or said something to offend him. However that might be, he had never written to her again, and after waiting a year, she had married Arthur. I asked when the first estrangement had begun, and found that the time at which she ceased to hear anything of her first lover exactly corresponded with the time at which I had been called in to my mysterious patient at the Two Robins Inn. A fortnight after that conversation she died. In course of time, Arthur married again. Of late years he has lived principally in London, and I have seen little or nothing of him. I have some years to pass over before I can approach to anything like a conclusion of this fragmentary narrative, and even when that later period is reached, the little that I have to say will not occupy your attention for more than a few minutes. One rainy autumn evening, while I was still practicing as a country doctor, I was sitting alone, thinking over a case then under my charge, which sorely perplexed me, when I heard a low knock at the door of my room. "Come in," I cried, looking up curiously to see who wanted me. After a momentary delay, the lock moved, and a long, white, bony hand stole round the door as it opened, gently pushing it over a fold in the carpet, which hindered it from working freely on the hinges. The hand was followed by a man whose face instantly struck me with a very strange sensation. There was something familiar to me in the look of him, and yet it was also something that suggested the idea of change. He quietly introduced himself as Mr. Lorne, presented to me some excellent professional recommendations, and proposed to fill the place, then vacant, of my assistant. While he was speaking, I noticed it as singular that we did not appear to be meeting each other like strangers, and that, while I was certainly startled at seeing him, he did not appear to be at all startled at seeing me. It was on the tip of my tongue to say that I thought I had met with him before, but there was something in his face, and something in my own recollections, I can hardly say what, which unaccountably restrained me from speaking, and which as unaccountably attracted me to him at once, and made me feel ready and glad to accept his proposal. He took his assistant's place on that very day. We got on together, as if we had been old friends from the first, but throughout the whole time of his residence in my house, he never volunteered any confidences on the subject of his past life, and I never approached the forbidden topic except by hints which he resolutely refused to understand. I had long had a notion that my patient at the inn might have been a natural son of the elder Mr. Hollidays, and that he might also have been the man who was engaged to Arthur's first wife. And now another idea occurred to me, that Mr. Lorne was the only person in existence who could, if he chose, enlighten me on both those doubtful points. But he never did choose, and I was never enlightened. He remained with me till I removed to London to try my fortune there as a physician for the second time, and then he went his way and I went mine, and we have never seen one another since. I can add no more. I may have been right in my suspicion, or I may have been wrong. All I know is that, in those days of my country practice, When I came home late and found my assistant asleep and woke him, he used to look, in coming to, wonderfully like the stranger at Doncaster as he raised himself in the bed on that memorable night. The 6th day. An oppressively mild temperature and steady, soft, settled rain. Dismal weather for idle people in the country. Miss Jessie, after looking longingly out of the window, resigned herself to circumstances and gave up all hope of a ride. The gardener, the conservatory, the rabbits, the raven, the housekeeper, and, as a last resource, even the neglected piano, were all laid under contribution to help her through the time. It was a long day, but thanks to her own talent for trifling, she contrived to occupy it pleasantly enough. Still no news of my son. The time was getting on now, and it was surely not unreasonable to look for some tidings of him. Today, Morgan and I both finished our 3rd and last stories. I corrected my brother's contribution with no very great difficulty on this occasion, and numbered it 9. My own story came next, and was thus accidentally distinguished as the last of the series, number 10. When I dropped the 2 corresponding cards into the bowl, the thought that there would be now no more to add seemed to quicken my prevailing sense of anxiety on the subject of George's return. A heavy depression hung upon my spirits, and I went out desperately in the rain to shake my mind free of oppressing influences by dint of hard bodily exercise. The number drawn this evening was 3. On the production of the corresponding manuscript, it proved to be my turn to read again. "I can promise you a little variety tonight," I said, addressing our fair guest, "if I can promise nothing else. This time, it is not a story of my own writing that I am about to read, but a copy of a very curious correspondence which I found among my professional papers." Jessie's countenance fell. "Is there no story in it?" she asked, rather discontentedly. "Certainly there is a story in it," I replied. "A story of a much lighter kind than any we have yet read, and which may, on that account, prove acceptable by way of contrast and relief, even if it fails to attract you by other means." I obtained the original correspondence, I must tell you, from the office of the Detective Police of London. Jessie's face brightened. "That promises something to begin with," she said. "Some years since," I continued, "there was a desire at headquarters to increase the numbers and efficiency of the detective police, and I had the honour of being one of the persons privately consulted on that occasion. The chief obstacle to the plan proposed lay in the difficulty of finding new recruits. The ordinary rank and file of the police of London are sober, trustworthy, and courageous men, but as a body, they are sadly wanting in intelligence. Knowing this, the authorities took into consideration a scheme, which looked plausible enough on paper, for availing themselves of the services of that proverbially sharp class of men, the experienced clerks in attorneys' offices. Among the persons whose advice was sought on this point, I was the only one who dissented from the arrangement proposed. I felt certain that the really experienced clerks entrusted with conducting private investigations and hunting up lost evidence were too well paid and too independently situated in their various offices to care about entering the ranks of the detective police and submitting themselves to the rigid discipline of Scotland Yard, and I ventured to predict that the inferior clerks only, whose discretion was not to be trusted, would prove to be the men who volunteered for detective employment. My advice was not taken, and the experiment of enlisting the clerks was tried in 2 or 3 cases. I was naturally interested in the result, and in due course of time I applied for information in the right quarter. In reply, the originals of the letters of which I am now about to read the copies were sent to me, with an intimation that the correspondence in this particular instance offered a fair specimen of the results of the experiment in the other cases. The letters amused me, and I obtained permission to copy them before I sent them back. You will now hear, therefore, by his own statement, how a certain attorney's clerk succeeded in conducting a very delicate investigation, and how the regular members of the detective police contrived to help him through his first experiment. Brother. Griffith's story of the biter bit. Extracted from the correspondence of the London Police, from Chief Inspector Theakstone of the Detective Police to Sergeant Bulmer of the same force. London, 4th of July, 18. Sergeant Bulmer. This is to inform you that you are wanted to assist in looking up a case of importance, which will require all the attention of an experienced member of the force. The matter of the robbery on which you are now engaged, you will please to shift over to the young man who brings you this letter. You will tell him all the circumstances of the case, just as they stand. You will put him up to the progress you have made, if any, toward detecting the person or persons by whom the money has been stolen, and you will leave him to make the best he can of the matter now in your hands. He is to have the whole responsibility of the case, and the whole credit of his success if he brings it to a proper issue. So much for the orders that I am desired to communicate to you. A word in your ear next about this new man who is to take your place. His name is Matthew Sharpin, and he is to have the chance given him of dashing into our office at one jump, supposing he turns out strong enough to take it. You will naturally ask me how he comes by this privilege. I can only tell you that he has some uncommonly strong interest to back him in certain high quarters, which you and I had better not mention except under our breaths. He has been a lawyer's clerk, and he is wonderfully conceited in his opinion of himself, as well as mean and underhand to look at. According to his own account, he leaves his old trade and joins ours of his own free will and preference. You will no more believe that than I do. My notion is that he has managed to ferret out some private information in connection with the affairs of one of his master's clients, which makes him rather an awkward customer to keep in the office for the future, and which, at the same time, gives him hold enough over his employer to make it dangerous to drive him into a corner by turning him away. I think the giving him this unheard-of chance among us is, in plain words, pretty much like giving him hush money to keep him quiet. However that may be, Mr. Matthew Sharpin is to have the case now in your hands, and if he succeeds with it, he pokes his ugly nose into our office as sure as fate. I put you up to this, Sergeant, so that you may not stand in your own light by giving the new man any cause to complain of you at headquarters, and remain yours, Francis Theakstone. From Mr. Matthew Sharpin to Chief Inspector Theakstone. London, 5th of July, 18th. Dear Sir, having now been favoured with the necessary instructions from Sergeant Bulmer, I beg to remind you of certain directions which I have received relating to the report of my future proceedings, which I am to prepare for examination at our headquarters. The object of my writing, and of your examining what I have written before you send it to the higher authorities, is, I am informed, to give me, as an untried hand, the benefit of your advice, in case I want it, which I venture to think I shall not, at any stage of my proceedings. As the extraordinary circumstances of the case on which I am now engaged make it impossible for me to absent myself from the place where the robbery was committed until I have made some progress toward discovering the thief, I am necessarily precluded from consulting you personally. Hence, the necessity of my writing down the various details, which might perhaps be better communicated by word of mouth. This, if I am not mistaken, is the position in which we are now placed. I state my own impressions on the subject in writing, in order that we may clearly understand each other at the outset, and have the honour to remain your obedient servant, Matthew Sharpin. From Chief Inspector Theakstone to Mr. Matthew Sharpin. London, 5th month of July, 18. Sir, you have begun by wasting time, ink, and paper. We both of us perfectly well knew the position we stood in toward each other when I sent you with my letter to Sergeant Bulmer. There was not the least need to repeat it in writing. Be so good as to employ your pen in future on the business actually in hand. You have now 3 separate matters on which to write me. First, entrusted to you. Secondly, you are to inform me what it is you propose to do. Thirdly, you are to report every inch of your progress, if you make any, from day to day, and, if need be, from hour to hour as well. This is your duty. As to what my duty may be, when I want you to remind me of it, I will write and tell you so. In the meantime, I remain yours, Francis Theakstone, from Mr. Matthew Sharpin to Chief Inspector Theakstone. London, 6th of July. Sir. You are rather an elderly person, and as such, naturally inclined to be a little jealous of men like me, who are in the prime of their lives and their faculties. Under these circumstances, it is my duty to be considerate towards you, and not to bear too hardly on your small failings. I decline, therefore, altogether to take offence at the tone of your letter. I give you the full benefit of the natural generosity of my nature. I sponge the very existence of your surly communication out of my memory. In short, Chief Inspector. Theakstone, I forgive you, and proceed to business. My first duty is to draw up a full statement of the instructions I have received from Sergeant Bulmer. Here they are at your service, according to my version of them. At number 13 Rutherford Street, Soho, there is a stationer's shop. It is kept by one Mr. Yatman. He is a married man, but has no family. Besides Mr. and Mrs. Yatman, the other inmates in the house are a lodger, a young single man named J, who occupies the front room on the 2nd floor, a shopman who sleeps in one of the attics, and a servant of all work whose bed is in the back kitchen. Once a week, a charwoman comes to help this servant. These are all the persons who, on ordinary occasions, have means of access to the interior of the house, placed as a matter of course at their disposal. Mr. Yatman has been in business for many years, carrying on his affairs prosperously enough to realize a handsome independence for a person in his position. Unfortunately for himself, he endeavored to increase the amount of his property by speculating. He ventured boldly in his investments. Luck went against him, and rather less than 2 years ago he found himself a poor man again. All that was saved out of the wreck of his property was the sum of £200. Although Mr. Yatman did his best to meet his altered circumstances, by giving up many of the luxuries and comforts to which he and his wife had been accustomed, he found it impossible to retrench so far as to allow of putting by any money from the income produced by his shop. The business has been declining of late years, the cheap advertising stationers having done it injury with the public. Consequently, up to the last week, the only surplus property possessed by Mr. Yatman consisted of the £200 which had been recovered from the wreck of his fortune. This sum was placed as a deposit in a joint stock bank of the highest possible character. 8 days ago, Mr. Yatman and his lodger, Mr. J, held a conversation on the subject of the commercial difficulties which are hampering trade in all directions at the present time. Mr. J, who lives by supplying the newspapers with short paragraphs relating to accidents, offences, and brief records of remarkable occurrences in general, who is, in short, what they call a penny a liner, told his landlord that he had been in the city that day and heard unfavourable rumours on the subject of the joint stock banks. The rumours to which he alluded had already reached the ears of Mr. Yatman from other quarters, and the confirmation of them by his lodger had such an effect on his mind, predisposed as it was to alarm by the experience of his former losses, that he resolved to go at once to the bank and withdraw his deposit. It was then getting on toward the end of the afternoon, and he arrived just in time to receive his money before the bank closed. He received the deposit in bank notes of the following amounts: one £50 note, three £20 notes, six £10 notes, and six £5 notes. His object in drawing the money in this form was to have it ready to lay out immediately in trifling loans, on good security, among the small tradespeople of his district, some of whom are sorely pressed for the very means of existence at the present time. Investments of this kind seemed to Mr. Yatman to be the most safe and the most profitable on which he could now venture. He brought the money back in an envelope placed in his breast pocket, and asked his shopman, on getting home, to look for a small, flat, tin cash box, which had not been used for years, and which, as Mr. Yatman remembered it, was exactly of the right size to hold the bank notes. For some time, the cash box was searched for in vain. Mr. Yatman called to his wife to know if she had any idea where it was. The question was overheard by the servant of all work, who was taking up the tea tray at the time, and by Mr. J, who was coming downstairs on his way out to the theatre. Ultimately, the cash box was found by the shopman. Mr. Yatman placed the bank notes in it, secured them by a padlock, and put the box in his coat pocket. It stuck out of the coat pocket a very little, but enough to be seen. Mr. Yatman remained at home upstairs all that evening. No visitors called. At 11 o'clock, he went to bed and put the cash box under his pillow. When he and his wife woke the next morning, the box was gone. Payment of the notes was immediately stopped at the Bank of England, but no news of the money has been heard of since that time. So far, the circumstances of the case are perfectly clear. They point unmistakably to the conclusion that the robbery must have been committed by some person living in the house. Suspicion falls, therefore, upon the servant of all work, upon the shopman, and upon Mr. J. The two first knew that the cash box was being inquired for by their master, but did not know what it was he wanted to put into it. They would assume, of course, that it was money. They both had opportunities, the servant when she took away the tea, and the shopman when he came, after shutting up, to give the keys of the till to his master, of seeing the cash box in Mr. Yatman's pocket, and of inferring naturally from its position there that he intended to take it into his bedroom with him at night. Mr. J, on the other hand, had been told, during the afternoon's conversation on the subject of joint stock banks, that his landlord had a deposit of £200 in one of them. He also knew that Mr. Yatman left him with the intention of drawing that money out, and he heard the inquiry for the cash box afterward when he was coming downstairs. He must therefore have inferred that the money was in the house, and that the cash box was the receptacle intended to contain it. That he could have had any idea, however, of the place in which Mr. Yatman intended to keep it for the night is impossible, seeing that he went out before the box was found, and did not return till his landlord was in bed. Consequently, if he committed the robbery, he must have gone into the bedroom purely on speculation. Speaking of the bedroom reminds me of the necessity of noticing the situation of it in the house, and the means that exist of gaining easy access to it at any hour of the night. The room in question is the back room on the first floor. In consequence of Mrs. Yatman's constitutional nervousness on the subject of fire, which makes her apprehend being burned alive in her room, in case of accident, by the hampering of the lock if the key is turned in it, her husband has never been accustomed to lock the bedroom door. Both he and his wife are, by their own admission, heavy sleepers. Consequently, the risk to be run by any evil-disposed persons wishing to plunder the bedroom was of the most trifling kind. They could enter the room by merely turning the handle of the door, and if they moved with ordinary caution, There was no fear of their waking the sleepers inside. This fact is of importance. It strengthens our conviction that the money must have been taken by one of the inmates of the house, because it tends to show that the robbery, in this case, might have been committed by persons not possessed of the superior vigilance and cunning of the experienced thief. Such are the circumstances, as they were related to Sergeant Bulmer, when he was first called in to discover the guilty parties, and, if possible, to recover the lost bank notes. Their language and behaviour on being informed of the robbery was perfectly consistent with the language and behaviour of innocent people. Sergeant Bulmer felt from the first that this was a case for private inquiry and secret observation. He began by recommending Mr. and Mrs. Yatman to effect a feeling of perfect confidence in the innocence of the persons living under their roof, and he then opened the campaign by employing himself in following the goings and comings and in discovering the friends, the habits, and the secrets of the maid-of-all-work. 3 days and nights of exertion on his own part, and on that of others who were competent to assist his investigations, were enough to satisfy him that there was no sound cause for suspicion against the girl. He next practiced the same precaution in relation to the shopman. There was more difficulty and uncertainty in privately clearing up this person's character without his knowledge, but the obstacles were at last smoothed away with tolerable success. And, though there is not the same amount of certainty in this case, as a necessary consequence of these proceedings, the range of suspicion now becomes limited to the lodger, Mr. J. When I presented your letter of introduction to Sergeant Bulmer, he had already made some inquiries on the subject of this young man. The result, so far, has not been at all favourable. Mr. J's habits are irregular. He frequents public houses, and seems to be familiarly acquainted with a great many dissolute characters. He is in debt to most of the tradespeople whom he employs. He has not paid his rent to Mr. Yatman for the last month. Yesterday evening he came home excited by liquor, and last week he was seen talking to a prize fighter. In short, though Mr. J does call himself a journalist, in virtue of his penny-a-line contributions to the newspapers, he is a young man of low tastes, vulgar manners, and bad habits. Nothing has yet been discovered in relation to him which redounds to his credit in the smallest degree. I have now reported, down to the very last details, all the particulars communicated to me by Sergeant Bulmer. I believe you will not find an omission anywhere, and I think you will admit, though you are prejudiced against me, that a clearer statement of facts was never laid before you than the statement I have now made. My next duty is to tell you what I propose to do, now that the case is confided to my hands. In the first place, it is clearly my business to take up the case at the point where Sergeant Bulmer has left it. What remains to be privately investigated is the question of the guilt or innocence of Mr. J. Before we give up the notes for lost, we must make sure, if we can, that he knows nothing about them. This is the plan that I have adopted, with the full approval of Mr. and Mrs. Yatman, for discovering whether Mr. J is or is not the person who has stolen the cash box. I propose today to present myself at the house in the character of a young man who is looking for lodgings. The back room on the second floor will be shown to me as the room to let, and I shall establish myself there tonight as a person from the country who has come to London to look for a situation in a respectable shop or office. By this means I shall be living next to the room occupied by Mr. J. The partition between us is mere lath and plaster. I shall make a small hole in it, near the cornice, through which I can see what Mr. J does in his room, and hear every word that is said when any friend happens to call on him. Whenever he is at home, I shall be at my post of observation. Whenever he goes out, I shall be after him. By employing these means of watching him, I believe I may look forward to the discovery of his secret, if he knows anything about the lost banknotes, as to a dead certainty. What you may think of my plan of observation, I cannot undertake to say. It appears to me to unite the invaluable merits of boldness and simplicity. Fortified by this conviction, I close the present communication with feelings of the most sanguine description in regard to the future, and remain your obedient servant, Matthew Sharpin, from the same to the same, 7th of July. Sir, as you have not honoured me with any answer to my last communication, I assume that, in spite of your prejudices against me, it has produced the favourable impression on your mind which I ventured to anticipate. Gratified and encouraged beyond measure by the token of approval which your eloquent silence conveys to me, I proceed to report the progress that has been made in the course of the last 24 hours. I am now comfortably established next door to Mr. J, and I am delighted to say that I have 2 holes in the partition instead of 1. My natural sense of humour has led me into the pardonable extravagance of giving them both appropriate names. One I call my peephole, and the other my pipe-hole. The name of the first explains itself. The name of the second refers to a small tin pipe or tube inserted in the hole, and twisted so that the mouth of it comes close to my ear while I am standing at my post of observation. Thus, while I am looking at Mr. J through my peephole, I can hear every word that may be spoken in his room through my pipe-hole. Perfect candour, a virtue which I have possessed from my childhood, compels me to acknowledge, before I go any further, that the ingenious notion of adding a pipe-hole to my proposed peephole originated with Mrs. Yatman. This lady, a most intelligent and accomplished person, simple, and yet distinguished in her manners, has entered into all my little plans with an enthusiasm and intelligence which I cannot too highly praise. Mr. Yatman is so cast down by his loss that he is quite incapable of affording me any assistance. Mrs. Yatman, who is evidently most tenderly attached to him, feels her husband's sad condition of mind even more acutely than she feels the loss of the money, and is mainly stimulated to exertion by her desire to assist in raising him from the miserable state of prostration into which he has now fallen. "The money, Mr. Sharpin," she said to me yesterday evening with tears in her eyes, "the money may be regained by rigid economy and strict attention to business. It is my husband's wretched state of mind that makes me so anxious for the discovery of the thief. I may be wrong, but I felt hopeful of success as soon as you entered the house, and I believe that, if the wretch who robbed us is to be found, you are the man to discover him." I accepted this gratifying compliment in the spirit in which it was offered, firmly believing that I shall be found, sooner or later, to have thoroughly deserved it. Let me now return to business, that is to say, to my peephole and my pipe-hole. I have enjoyed some hours of calm observation of Mr. J, though rarely at home, as I understand from Mrs. Yatman. On ordinary occasions, he has been indoors the whole of this day. That is suspicious to begin with. I have to report, further, that he rose at a late hour this morning, always a bad sign in a young man, and that he lost a great deal of time after he was up in yawning and complaining to himself of headache. Like other debauched characters, he ate little or nothing for breakfast. His next proceeding was to smoke a pipe, a dirty clay pipe, which a gentleman would have been ashamed to put between his lips. When he had done smoking, he took out pen, ink, and paper, and sat down to write with a groan. Whether of remorse for having taken the banknotes, or of disgust at the task before him, I am unable to say. After writing a few lines, too far away from my peephole to give me a chance of reading over his shoulder, he leaned back in his chair and amused himself by humming the tunes of popular songs. I recognized My Mary Ann, Bobbin' Around, and Old Dog Tray, among other melodies. Whether these do or do not represent secret signals by which he communicates with his accomplices remains to be seen. After he had amused himself for some time by humming, he got up and began to walk about the room, occasionally stopping to add a sentence to the paper on his desk. Before long, he went to a locked cupboard and opened it. I strained my eyes eagerly in expectation of making a discovery. I saw him take something carefully out of the cupboard. He turned round, and it was only a pint bottle of brandy. Having drunk some of the liquor, this extremely indolent reprobate lay down on his bed again, and in 5 minutes was fast asleep. After hearing him snoring for at least 2 hours, I was recalled to my peephole by a knock at his door. He jumped up and opened it with suspicious activity. A very small boy, with a very dirty face, walked in, said, "Please, sir, they're waiting for you," sat down on a chair with his legs a long way from the ground, and instantly fell asleep. "Mr. Jay swore an oath, tied a wet towel round his head, and going back to his paper, began to cover it with writing as fast as his fingers could move the pen. Occasionally getting up to dip the towel in water and tie it on again, he continued at this employment for nearly 3 hours, then folded up the leaves of writing, woke the boy, and gave them to him, with this remarkable expression: "Now then, young sleepyhead, quick march. If you see the governor, tell him to have the money ready for me when I call for it." The boy grinned and disappeared. I was sorely tempted to follow Sleepyhead, but, on reflection, considered it safest still to keep my eye on the proceedings of Mr. J. In half an hour's time, he put on his hat and walked out. Of course I put on my hat and walked out also. As I went downstairs, I passed Mrs. Yatman going up. The lady has been kind enough to undertake, by previous arrangement between us, to search Mr. J's room while he's out of the way, and while I am necessarily engaged in the pleasing duty of following him wherever he goes. On the occasion to which I now refer, he walked straight to the nearest tavern and ordered a couple of mutton chops for his dinner. I placed myself in the next box to him and ordered a couple of mutton chops for my dinner. Before I had been in the room a minute, a young man of highly suspicious manners and appearance, sitting at a table opposite, took his glass of porter in his hand and joined Mr. J. I pretended to be reading the newspaper and listened, as in duty bound, with all my might. "Jack has been here inquiring after you," says the young man. "Did he leave any message?" asks Mr. J. "Yes," says the other. "He told me, if I met with you, to say that he wished very particularly to see you tonight, and that he would give you a look in at Rutherford Street at 7 o'clock. "All right," says Mr. J. "I'll get back in time to see him." Upon this, the suspicious-looking young man finished his porter, and saying that he was rather in a hurry, took leave of his friend, perhaps I should not be wrong if I said his accomplice, and left the room. At 25 minutes and a half past 6, in these serious cases it is important to be particular about time, Mr. J finished his chops and paid his bill. At 26 minutes and 3/4, I finished my chops and paid mine. In 10 minutes more, I was inside the house in Rutherford Street, and was received by Mrs. Yatman in the passage. That charming woman's face exhibited an expression of melancholy and disappointment, which it quite grieved me to see. "I am afraid, ma'am," says I, "that you have not hit on any little criminating discovery in the lodger's room." She shook her head and sighed. It was a soft, languid, fluttering sigh, and upon my life, it quite upset me. For the moment I forgot business, and burned with envy of Mr. Yatman. "Don't despair, ma'am," I said, with an insinuating mildness which seemed to touch her. "I have heard a mysterious conversation. I know of a guilty appointment, and I expect great things from my peephole and my pipe-hole tonight. Pray don't be alarmed. but I think we are on the brink of a discovery." Here my enthusiastic devotion to business got the better part of my tender feelings. I looked, winked, nodded, left her. When I got back to my observatory, I found Mr. J digesting his mutton chops in an armchair, with his pipe in his mouth. On his table were 2 tumblers, a jug of water, and a pint bottle of brandy. It was then close upon 7 o'clock. As the hour struck, the person described as Jack walked in. He looked agitated. I am happy to say he looked violently agitated. The cheerful glow of anticipated success diffused itself, to use a strong expression, all over me, from head to foot. With breathless interest I looked through my peephole and saw the visitor, the Jack of this delightful case, sit down, facing me, at the opposite side of the table to Mr. J. Making allowance for the difference in expression which their countenances just now happened to exhibit, these 2 abandoned villains were so much alike in other respects as to lead at once to the conclusion that they were brothers. Jack was the cleaner man and the better dressed of the 2. I admit that at the outset. It is, perhaps, one of my failings to push justice and impartiality to their utmost limits. I am no Pharisee, and where vice has its redeeming point, I say, let vice have its due. Yes, yes, by all manner of means, let vice have its due. "What's the matter now, Jack?" says Mr. J. "Can't you see it in my face?" says Jack. "My dear fellow, delays are dangerous. Let us have done with suspense, and risk it, the day after tomorrow." "So soon as that?" cries Mr. J, looking very much astonished. "Well, I'm ready, if you are." "But I say, Jack, is somebody else ready too? Are you quite sure of that?" He smiled as he spoke, a frightful smile, and laid a very strong emphasis on those 2 words, somebody else. There is evidently a 3rd ruffian, a nameless desperado, concerned in the business. "Meet us tomorrow," says Jack, "and judge for yourself. Be in the Regent's Park at 11 in the morning, and look out for us at the turning that leads to the Avenue Road." "I'll be there," says Mr. J. "Have a drop of brandy and water?" "What are you getting up for? You're not going already?" "Yes, I am," says Jack. "The fact is, I'm so excited and agitated that I can't sit still anywhere for 5 minutes together. Ridiculous as it may appear to you, I'm in a perpetual state of nervous flutter. I can't, for the life of me, help fearing that we shall be found out. I fancy that every man who looks twice at me in the street is a spy." At these words I thought my legs would have given way under me. Nothing but strength of mind kept me at my peephole. Nothing else, I give you my word of honour. "Stuff and nonsense," cries Mr. J, with all the effrontery of a veteran in crime. "We have kept the secret up to this time, and we will manage cleverly to the end. Have a drop of brandy and water, and you will feel as certain about it as I do." Jack steadily refused the brandy and water, and steadily persisted in taking his leave. "I must try if I can't walk it off," he said. "Remember tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock, Avenue Road, side of the Regent's Park." With those words he went out. His hardened relative laughed desperately and resumed the dirty clay pipe. I sat down on the side of my bed, actually quivering with excitement. It is clear to me that no attempt has yet been made to change the stolen banknotes, and I may add that Sergeant Bulmer was of that opinion also when he left the case in my hands. What is the natural conclusion to draw from the conversation which I have just set down? Evidently, that the Confederates meet tomorrow to take their respective shares in the stolen money, and to decide on the safest means of getting the notes changed the day after. Mr. J is, beyond a doubt, the leading criminal in this business, and he will probably run the chief risk, that of changing the £50 note. I shall therefore still make it my business to follow him, attending at the Regent's Park tomorrow and doing my best to hear what is said there. If another appointment is made for the day after, I shall, of course, go to it. In the meantime, I shall want the immediate assistance of 2 competent persons, supposing the rascals separate after their meeting, to follow the 2 minor criminals. It is only fair to add that, if the rogues all retire together, I shall probably keep my subordinates in reserve. Being naturally ambitious, I desire, if possible, to have the whole credit of discovering this robbery to myself. 8th of July. I have to acknowledge, with thanks, the speedy arrival of my 2 subordinates. Men of very average abilities, I am afraid. But fortunately, I shall always be on the spot to direct them. My first business this morning was necessarily to prevent possible mistakes by accounting to Mr. and Mrs. Yatman for the presence of 2 strangers on the scene. Mr. Yatman, between ourselves, a poor, feeble man, only shook his head and groaned. Mrs. Yatman, that superior woman, favoured me with a charming look of intelligence. "Oh, Mr. Sharpin," she said, "I am so sorry to see those 2 men. Your sending for their assistance looks as if you were beginning to be doubtful of success." I privately winked at her. She is very good in allowing me to do so without taking offence, and told her, in my facetious way, that she laboured under a slight mistake. It is because I am sure of success, ma'am, that I send for them. I am determined to recover the money, not for my own sake only, but for Mr. Yatman's sake, and for yours. I laid a considerable amount of stress on those last 3 words. She said, "Oh, Mr. Sharpin," again, and blushed of a heavenly red, and looked down at her work. I could go to the world's end with that woman if Mr. Yatman would only die. I sent off the 2 subordinates to wait until I wanted them at the Avenue Road gate of the Regent's Park. Half an hour afterward, I was following the same direction myself, at the heels of Mr. J. The 2 confederates were punctual to the appointed time. I blush to record it, but it is nevertheless necessary to state that the 3rd rogue, the nameless desperado of my report, or, if you prefer it, the mysterious somebody else of the conversation between the 2 brothers, is a woman. And what is worse, a young woman. And what is more lamentable still, a nice-looking woman. I have long resisted a growing conviction that, wherever there is mischief in this world, an individual of the fair sex is inevitably certain to be mixed up in it. After the experience of this morning, I can struggle against that sad conclusion no longer. I give up the sex. Excepting Mrs. Yatman, I give up the sex. The man named Jack offered the woman his arm. Mr. J placed himself on the other side of her. The 3 then walked away slowly among the trees. I followed them at a respectful distance. My 2 subordinates, at a respectful distance also, followed me. It was, I deeply regret to say, impossible to get near enough to them to overhear their conversation without running too great a risk of being discovered. I could only infer from their gestures and actions that they were all 3 talking with extraordinary earnestness on some subject which deeply interested them. After having been engaged in this way a full quarter of an hour, they suddenly turned round to retrace their steps. My presence of mind did not forsake me in this emergency. I signed to the 2 subordinates to walk on carelessly and pass them, while I myself slipped dexterously behind a tree. As they came by me, I heard Jack address these words to Mr. J. "Let us say 10:30 tomorrow morning. And mind you come in a cab. We had better not risk taking one in this neighbourhood." Mr. J made some brief reply which I could not overhear. They walked back to the place at which they had met, shaking hands there with an audacious cordiality which it quite sickened me to see. They then separated. I followed Mr. J, my subordinates paid the same delicate attention to the other two. Instead of taking me back to Rutherford Street, Mr. J led me to the Strand. He stopped at a dingy, disreputable-looking house, which, according to the inscription over the door, was a newspaper office, but which, in my judgment, had all the external appearance of a place devoted to the reception of stolen goods. After remaining inside for a few minutes, he came out whistling, with his finger and thumb in his waistcoat pocket. Some men would now have arrested him on the spot. I remembered the necessity of catching the two confederates, and the importance of not interfering with the appointment that had been made for the next morning. Such coolness as this, under trying circumstances, is rarely to be found, I should imagine, in a young beginner, whose reputation as a detective policeman is still to make. From the house of suspicious appearance, Mr. J betook himself to a cigar divan and read the magazines over a cheroot. From the divan, he strolled to the tavern and had his chops. I strolled to the tavern and had my chops. When he had done, he went back to his lodging. When I had done, I went back to mine. He was overcome with drowsiness early in the evening and went to bed. As soon as I heard him snoring, I was overcome with drowsiness and went to bed also. Early in the morning, my two subordinates came to make their report. They had seen the man named Jack leave the woman at the gate of an apparently respectable villa residence not far from the Regent's Park. Left to himself, he took a turning to the right, which led to a sort of suburban street, principally inhabited by shopkeepers. He stopped at the private door of one of the houses and let himself in with his own key, looking about him as he opened the door and staring suspiciously at my men as they lounged along on the opposite side of the way. These were all the particulars which the subordinates had to communicate. I kept them in my room to attend on me, if needful, and mounted to my peephole to have a look at Mr. J. He was occupied in dressing himself, and was taking extraordinary pains to destroy all traces of the natural slovenliness of his appearance. This was precisely what I expected. A vagabond like Mr. Ikanoam Pambanda. J knows the importance of giving himself a respectable look when he is going to run the risk of changing a stolen banknote. At 5 minutes past 10 o'clock, he had given the last brush to his shabby hat and the last scouring with breadcrumb to his dirty gloves. At 10 minutes past 10, he was in the street on his way to the nearest cab stand, and I and my subordinates were close on his heels. He took a cab, and we took a cab. I had not overheard them appoint a place of meeting when following them in the park on the previous day, but I soon found that we were proceeding in the old direction of the Avenue Road gate. The cab in which Mr. J was riding turned into the park slowly. We stopped outside to avoid exciting suspicion. I got out to follow the cab on foot. Just as I did so, I saw it stop and detected the two confederates approaching it from among the trees. They got in, and the cab was turned about directly. I ran back to my own cab and told the driver to let them pass him, and then to follow as before. The man obeyed my directions, but so clumsily as to excite their suspicions. We had been driving after them about 3 minutes, returning along the road by which we had advanced, when I looked out of the window to see how far they might be ahead of us. As I did this, I saw 2 hats popped out of the windows of their cab, and 2 faces looking back at me. I sank into my place in a cold sweat. The expression is coarse, but no other form of words can describe my condition at that trying moment. "We are found out," I said faintly to my 2 subordinates. They stared at me in astonishment. My feelings changed instantly from the depth of despair to the height of indignation. "It is the cabman's fault." "Get out, one of you," I said with dignity. "Get out and punch his head." Instead of following my directions, I should wish this act of disobedience to be reported at headquarters. They both looked out of the window. Before I could pull them back, they both sat down again. Before I could express my just indignation, they both grinned and said to me, "Please to look out, sir." I did look out. Their cab had stopped. Where? At a church door. What effect this discovery might have had upon the ordinary run of men, I don't know. Being of a strong religious turn myself, it filled me with horror. I have often read of the unprincipled cunning of criminal persons, but I never before heard of 3 thieves attempting to double on their pursuers by entering a church. The sacrilegious audacity of that proceeding is, I should think, unparalleled in the annals of crime. I checked my grinning subordinates by a frown. It was easy to see what was passing in their superficial minds. If I had not been able to look below the surface, I might, on observing 2 nicely dressed men and 1 nicely dressed woman enter a church before 11 in the morning on a weekday, have come to the same hasty conclusion at which my inferiors had evidently arrived. As it was, appearances had no power to impose on me. I got out, and followed by one of my men, entered the church. The other man I sent round to watch the vestry door. You may catch a weasel asleep, but not your humble servant Matthew Sharpin. We stole up the gallery stairs, diverged to the organ loft, and peered through the curtains in front. There they were, all 3, sitting in a pew below. Yes, incredible as it may appear, sitting in a pew below. Before I could determine what to do, a clergyman made his appearance in full canonicals from the vestry door, followed by a clerk. My brain whirled and my eyesight grew dim. Dark remembrances of robberies committed in vestries floated through my mind. I trembled for the excellent man in full canonicals. I even trembled for the clerk. The clergyman placed himself inside the altar rails. The 3 desperadoes approached him. He opened his book and began to read. What? You will ask. I answer, without the slightest hesitation, the first lines of the marriage service. My subordinate had the audacity to look at me, and then to stuff his pocket handkerchief into his mouth. I scorned to pay any attention to him. After I had discovered that the man, Jack, was the bridegroom, and that the man J acted the part of father and gave away the bride, I left the church, followed by my men, and joined the other subordinate outside the vestry door. Some people in my position would now have felt rather crestfallen, and would have begun to think that they had made a very foolish mistake. Not the faintest misgiving of any kind troubled me. I did not feel in the slightest degree depreciated in my own estimation, and even now, after a lapse of 3 hours, my mind remains, I am happy to say, in the same calm and hopeful condition. As soon as I and my subordinates were assembled together outside the church, I intimated my intention of still following the other cab in spite of what had occurred. My reason for deciding on this course will appear presently. The 2 subordinates appeared to be astonished at my resolution. One of them had the impertinence to say to me, "If you please, sir, who is it that we are after? A man who has stolen money, or a man who has stolen a wife?" The other low person encouraged him by laughing. Both have deserved an official reprimand, and both, I sincerely trust, will be sure to get it. When the marriage ceremony was over, the 3 got into their cab, and once more our vehicle, neatly hidden round the corner of the church so that they could not suspect it to be near them, started to follow theirs. We traced them to the terminus of the South Western Railway. The newly married couple took tickets for Richmond, paying their fare with a half-sovereign, and so depriving me of the pleasure of arresting them, which I should certainly have done if they had offered a banknote. They parted from Mr. J, saying, "Remember the address, 14 Babylon Terrace. You dine with us tomorrow week, Mr." J accepted the invitation and added, jocosely, that he was going home at once to get off his clean clothes and to be comfortable and dirty again for the rest of the day. I have to report that I saw him home safely, and that he is comfortable and dirty again, to use his own disgraceful language, at the present moment. Here the affair rests, having by this time reached what I may call its first stage. I know very well what persons of hasty judgment will be inclined to say of my proceedings thus far. They will assert that I have been deceiving myself all through in the most absurd way. They will declare that the suspicious conversations which I have reported referred solely to the difficulties and dangers of successfully carrying out a runaway match, and they will appeal to the scene in the church as offering undeniable proof of the correctness of their assertions. So let it be. I dispute nothing up to this point. But I ask a question, out of the depths of my own sagacity as a man of the world, which the bitterest of my enemies will not, I think, find it particularly easy to answer. Granted the fact of the marriage, what proof does it afford me of the innocence of the three persons concerned in that clandestine transaction? It gives me none. On the contrary, it strengthens my suspicions against Mr. J and his confederates, because it suggests a distinct motive for their stealing the money. A gentleman who is going to spend his honeymoon at Richmond wants money, and a gentleman who is in debt to all his tradespeople wants money. Is this an unjustifiable imputation of bad motives? In the name of outraged morality, I deny it. These men have combined together and have stolen a woman. Why should they not combine together and steal a cash box? I take my stand on the logic of rigid virtue, and I defy all the sophistry of vice to move me an inch out of my position. Speaking of virtue, I may add that I have put this view of the case to Mr. and Mrs. Yatman. That accomplished and charming woman found it difficult at first to follow the close chain of my reasoning. I am free to confess that she shook her head and shed tears, and joined her husband in premature lamentation over the loss of the £200. But a little careful explanation on my part, and a little attentive listening on hers, ultimately changed her opinion. She now agrees with me that there is nothing in this unexpected circumstance of the clandestine marriage which absolutely tends to divert suspicion from Mr. J, or Mr. Jack, or the runaway lady. Audacious hussy was the term my fair friend used in speaking of her. But let that pass. It is more to the purpose to record that Mrs. Yatman has not lost confidence in me, and that Mr. Lady Yatman promises to follow her example, and do his best to look hopefully for future results. I have now, in the new turn that circumstances have taken, to await advice from your office. I pause for fresh orders with all the composure of a man who has got two strings to his bow. When I traced the three confederates from the church door to the railway terminus, I had two motives for doing so. First, I followed them as a matter of official business, believing them still to have been guilty of the robbery. Secondly, I followed them as a matter of private speculation, with a view of discovering the place of refuge to which the runaway couple intended to retreat, and of making my information a marketable commodity to offer to the young lady's family and friends. Thus, whatever happens, I may congratulate myself beforehand on not having wasted my time. If the office approves of my conduct, I have my plan ready for further proceedings. If the office blames me, I shall take myself off with my marketable information to the genteel villa residence in the neighbourhood of the Regent's Park. Anyway, the affair puts money into my pocket and does credit to my penetration as an uncommonly sharp man. I have only one word more to add, and it is this. If any individual ventures to assert that Mr. J and his confederates are innocent of all share in the stealing of the cash box, I, in return, defy that individual, though he may even be Chief Inspector Theakstone himself, to tell me who has committed the robbery at Rutherford Street, Soho. Strong in that conviction, I have the honour to be your very obedient servant, Matthew Sharpin, from Chief Inspector Theakstone to Sergeant Bulmer, Birmingham, July 9th. Sergeant Bulmer, That empty-headed puppy, Mr. Matthew Sharpin, has made a mess of the case at Rutherford Street, exactly as I expected he would. Business keeps me in this town, so I write to you to set the matter straight. I enclose with this the pages of feeble scribble-scrabble, which the creature Sharpin calls a report. Look them over, and when you have made your way through all the gabble, I think you will agree with me that the conceited booby has looked for the thief in every direction but the right one. You can lay your hand on the guilty person in 5 minutes now. Settle the case at once. Forward your report to me at this place, and tell Mr. Sharpin that he is suspended till further notice. Yours, Francis Theakstone. From Sergeant Bulmer to Chief Inspector Theakstone. London, July 10th. Inspector Theakstone, your letter and enclosure came safe to hand. Wise men, they say, may always learn something even from a fool. By the time I had got through Sharpin's maundering report of his own folly, I saw my way clear enough to the end of the Rutherford Street case, just as you thought I should. In half an hour's time, I was at the house. The first person I saw there was Mr. Sharpin himself. "Have you come to help me?" says he. "Not exactly," says I. "I've come to tell you that you are suspended till further notice." "Very good," says he, not taken down by so much as a single peg in his own estimation. "I thought you would be jealous of me. It's very natural, and I don't blame you. Walk in, pray, and make yourself at home. I'm off to do a little detective business on my own account, in the neighbourhood of the Regent's Park. Ta. Sergeant. Ta. With those words, he took himself out of the way, which was exactly what I wanted him to do. As soon as the maidservant had shut the door, I told her to inform her master that I wanted to say a word to him in private. She showed me into the parlour behind the shop, and there was Mr. Yatman all alone, reading the newspaper. "About this matter of the robbery, sir," says I. He cut me short, peevishly enough, being naturally a poor, weak, womanish sort of man. Yes, I know," says he. "You have come to tell me that your wonderfully clever man, who has bored holes in my second-floor partition, has made a mistake, and is off the scent of the scoundrel who has stolen my money." "Yes, sir," says I. "That is one of the things I came to tell you. But I have got something else to say besides that." "Can you tell me who the thief is?" says he, more pettish than ever. "Yes, sir," says I. "I think I can." He put down the newspaper and began to look rather anxious and frightened. "Not my shopman," says he. "I hope for the man's own sake it's not my shopman." "Guess again, sir," says I. "That idle slut, the maid," says he. "She is idle, sir," says I, "and she is also a slut. My first inquiries about her proved as much as that. But she's not the thief." "Then in the name of heaven, who is?" says he. "Will you please to prepare yourself for a very disagreeable surprise, sir," says I. "And in case you lose your temper, will you excuse my remarking that I am the stronger man of the two, and that if you allow yourself to lay hands on me, I may unintentionally hurt you, in pure self-defence." He turned as pale as ashes, and pushed his chair 2 or 3 feet away from me. "You have asked me to tell you, sir, who has taken your money," I went on. "If you insist on my giving you an answer—" "I do insist," he said faintly. "Who has taken it?" "Your wife has taken it," I said very quietly, and very positively at the same time. He jumped out of the chair as if I had put a knife into him, and struck his fist on the table so heavily that the wood cracked again. "Steady, sir," says I. "Flying into a passion won't help you to the truth." "It's a lie," says he, with another smack of his fist on the table. "A base, vile, infamous lie." "How dare you—" He stopped and fell back into the chair again, looked about him in a bewildered way, and ended by bursting out crying. "When your better sense comes back to you, sir," says I am sure you will be gentleman enough to make an apology for the language you have just used. In the meantime, please to listen, if you can, to a word of explanation. Sharpin has sent in a report to our inspector of the most irregular and ridiculous kind, setting down not only all his own foolish doings and sayings, but the doings and sayings of Mrs. Yatman as well. In most cases, such a document would have been fit only for the wastepaper basket, but in this particular case, it so happens that Mr. Wenapam, Sharpin's budget of nonsense, leads to a certain conclusion, which the simpleton of a writer has been quite innocent of suspecting from the beginning to the end. Of that conclusion I am so sure that I will forfeit my place if it does not turn out that Mrs. Yatman has been practising upon the folly and conceit of this young man, and that she has tried to shield herself from discovery by purposely encouraging him to suspect the wrong persons. I tell you that confidently, and I will even go further. I will undertake to give a decided opinion as to why Mrs. Yatman took the money and what she has done with it, or with a part of it. Nobody can look at that lady, sir, without being struck by the great taste and beauty of her dress. As I said those last words, the poor man seemed to find his powers of speech again. He cut me short directly, as haughtily as if he had been a duke instead of a stationer. "Try some other means of justifying your vile calumny against my wife," says he. "Her milliner's bill for the past year is on my file of receipted accounts at this moment." "Excuse me, sir," says I, "but that proves nothing. Milliners, I must tell you, have a certain rascally custom which comes within the daily experience of our office. A married lady who wishes it can keep 2 accounts at her dressmaker's. One is the account which her husband sees and pays. The other is the private account, which contains all the extravagant items, and which the wife pays secretly, by instalments, whenever she can. According to our usual experience, these instalments are mostly squeezed out of the housekeeping money. In your case, I suspect, no instalments have been paid. Proceedings have been threatened. Mrs. Yatman, knowing your altered circumstances, has felt herself driven into a corner, and she has paid her private account out of your cash box." "I won't believe it," says he. "Every word you speak is an abominable insult to me and to my wife." "Are you man enough, sir," says I, taking him up short in order to save time and words, "to get that receipted bill you spoke of just now off the file, and come with me at once to the milliner's shop where Mrs. Yatman deals?" He turned red in the face at that, got the bill directly, and put on his hat. I took out of my pocketbook the list containing the numbers of the lost notes, and we left the house together immediately. Arrived at the milliner's, one of the expensive West End houses as I expected, I asked for a private interview on important business with the mistress of the concern. It was not the first time that she and I had met over the same delicate investigation. The moment she set eyes on me, she sent for her husband. I mentioned who Mr. Yatman was and what we wanted. "This is strictly private?" inquires the husband. I nodded my head. "And confidential?" says the wife. I nodded again. "Do you see any objection, dear, to obliging the sergeant with a sight of the books?" says the husband. "None in the world, love, if you approve of it," says the wife. All this while poor Mr. Yatman sat looking the picture of astonishment and distress, quite out of place at our polite conference. The books were brought, and 1 minute's look at the pages in which Mrs. Yatman's name figured was enough, and more than enough, to prove the truth of every word that I had spoken. There in one book was the husband's account which Mr. Yatman had settled, and there in the other was the private account, crossed off also, the date of settlement being the very day after the loss of the cash box. This said private account amounted to the sum of £175, odd shillings, and it extended over a period of 3 years. Not a single instalment had been paid on it. Under the last line was an entry to this effect. Written to, for the 3rd time, June 23rd. I pointed to it and asked the milliner if that meant last June. Yes, it did mean last June, and she now deeply regretted to say that it had been accompanied by a threat of legal proceedings. I thought you gave good customers more than 3 years' credit, says I. The milliner looks at Mr. Yatman and whispers to me, not when a lady's husband gets into difficulties. She pointed to the account as she spoke. The entries after the time when Mr. Yatman's circumstances became involved were just as extravagant, for a person in his wife's situation, as the entries for the year before that period. If the lady had economized in other things, she had certainly not economized in the matter of dress. There was nothing left now but to examine the cash book for form's sake. The money had been paid in notes, the amounts and numbers of which exactly tallied with the figures set down in my list. After that, I thought it best to get Mr. Yatman out of the house immediately. He was in such a pitiable condition that I called a cab and accompanied him home in it. At first he cried and raved like a child, but I soon quieted him, and I must add to his credit that he made me a most handsome apology for his language as the cab drew up at his house door. In return, I tried to give him some advice about how to set matters right for the future with his wife. He paid very little attention to me and went upstairs muttering to himself about a separation. Whether Mrs. Yatman will come cleverly out of the scrape or not seems doubtful. I should say myself that she would go into screeching hysterics and so frighten the poor man into forgiving her. But this is no business of ours. So far as we are concerned, the case is now at an end, and the present report may come to a conclusion along with it. I remain accordingly yours to command, Thomas Bulmer. P.S. I have to add that, on leaving Rutherford Street, I met Mr. Matthew Sharpin coming to pack up his things. Only think, says he, rubbing his hands in great spirits. I've been to the genteel villa residence, and the moment I mentioned my business, they kicked me out directly. There were 2 witnesses of the assault, and it's worth £100 to me if it's worth a farthing. I wish you joy of your luck, says I. Thank you, says he. When may I pay you the same compliment on finding the thief? Whenever you like, says I, for the thief is found. Just what I expected, says he. I've done all the work, and now you cut in and claim all the credit. Mr. J, of course. No, says I. Who is it then? Says he. Ask Mrs. Yatman, says I. She's waiting to tell you. All right. I'd much rather hear it from that charming woman than from you, says he, and goes into the house in a mighty hurry. What do you think of that, Inspector Theakstone? Would you like to stand in Mr. Sharpin's shoes? I shouldn't, I can promise you. From Chief Inspector Theakstone to Mr. Matthew Sharpin, July 12th. Sire, Sergeant Bulmer has already told you to consider yourself suspended until further notice. I have now authority to add that your services as a member of the detective police are positively declined. You will please to take this letter as notifying officially your dismissal from the force. I may inform you, privately, that your rejection is not intended to cast any reflections on your character. It merely implies that you are not quite sharp enough for our purposes. If we are to have a new recruit among us, we should infinitely prefer Mrs. Yatman. Your obedient servant, Francis Theakstone. Note on the preceding correspondence, added by Mr. Theakstone. The inspector is not in a position to append any explanations of importance to the last of the letters. It has been discovered that Mr. Matthew Sharpin left the house in Rutherford Street 5 minutes after his interview outside of it, with Sergeant Bulmer, his manner expressing the liveliest emotions of terror and astonishment, and his left cheek displaying a bright patch of red, which looked as if it might have been the result of what is popularly termed a smart box on the ear. He was also heard by the shopman at Rutherford Street to use a very shocking expression in reference to Mrs. Yatman, and was seen to clinch his fist vindictively as he ran round the corner of the street. Nothing more has been heard of him, and it is conjectured that he has left London with the intention of offering his valuable services to the provincial police. On the interesting domestic subject of Mr. and Mrs. Yatman, still less is known. It has, however, been positively ascertained that the medical attendant of the family was sent for in a great hurry on the day when Mr. Yatman returned from the milliner's shop. The neighbouring chemist received, soon afterward, a prescription of a soothing nature to make up for Mrs. Yatman. The day after, Mr. Yatman purchased some smelling salts at the shop, and afterward appeared at the circulating library to ask for a novel descriptive of high life that would amuse an invalid lady. It has been inferred from these circumstances that he has not thought it desirable to carry out his threat of separating from his wife, at least in the present, presumed condition of that lady's sensitive nervous system. The 7th day. Fine enough for our guest to go out again. Long feathery lines of white cloud are waving upward in the sky, a sign of coming wind. There was a steamer telegraphed yesterday from the West Indies. When the next vessel is announced from abroad, will it be George's ship? I don't know how my brothers feel today, but the sudden cessation of my own literary labours has left me still in bad spirits. I tried to occupy my mind by reading, but my attention wandered. I went out into the garden, but it looked dreary. The autumn flowers were few and far between. The lawn was soaked and sodden with yesterday's rain. I wandered into Owen's room. He had returned to his painting, but was not working, as it struck me, with his customary assiduity and his customary sense of enjoyment. We had a long talk together about George and Jessie and the future. Owen urged me to risk speaking of my son in her presence once more, on the chance of making her betray herself on a second occasion, and I determined to take his advice. But she was in such high spirits when she came home to dinner on this 7th day, and seemed so incapable, for the time being, of either feeling or speaking seriously, that I thought it wiser to wait till her variable mood altered again with the next wet day. The number drawn this evening was 8, being the number of the story which it had cost Owen so much labour to write. He looked a little fluttered and anxious as he opened the manuscript. This was the first occasion on which his ability as a narrator was to be brought to the test, and I saw him glance nervously at Jessie's attentive face. "I need not trouble you with much in the way of preface," he said. "This is the story of a very remarkable event in the life of one of my brother clergymen. He and I became acquainted through being associated with each other in the management of a missionary society. I saw him for the last time in London when he was about to leave his country and his friends forever, and was then informed of the circumstances which have afforded the material for this narrative. Brother Owen's story of the parson's scruple. Chapter 1. If you had been in the far west of England about 13 years since, and if you had happened to take up one of the Cornish newspapers on a certain day of the month, which need not be specially mentioned, you would have seen this notice of a marriage at the top of a column. On the 3rd instant, at the parish church, the Reverend Alfred Carling, rector of Penliddy, to Emily Harriet, relict of the late Fergus Duncan, Esq., of Glendarn, N. B. The rector's marriage did not produce a very favourable impression in the town, solely in consequence of the unaccountable private and unpretending manner in which the ceremony had been performed. The middle-aged bride and bridegroom had walked quietly to church one morning, had been married by the curate before anyone was aware of it, and had embarked immediately afterward in the steamer for Tenby, where they proposed to pass their honeymoon. The bride being a stranger at Penliddy, all inquiries about her previous history were fruitless, and the townspeople had no alternative but to trust to their own investigations for enlightenment when the rector and his wife came home to settle among their friends. After 6 weeks' absence, Mr. and Mrs. Carling returned, and the simple story of the rector's courtship and marriage was gathered together in fragments by inquisitive friends from his own lips and from the lips of his wife. Mr. Carling and Mrs. Duncan had met at Torquay. The rector, who had exchanged houses and duties for the season with a brother clergyman settled at Torquay, had called on Mrs. Duncan in his clerical capacity, and had come away from the interview deeply impressed and interested by the widow's manners and conversation. The visits were repeated, the acquaintance grew into friendship, and the friendship into love, ardent, devoted love, on both sides. Middle-aged man though he was, this was Mr. Carling's first attachment, and it was met by the same freshness of feeling on the lady's part. Her life with her first husband had not been a happy one. She had made the fatal mistake of marrying to please her parents rather than herself, and had repented it ever afterward. On her husband's death, his family had not behaved well to her, and she had passed her widowhood with her only child, a daughter, in the retirement of a small Scotch town many miles away from the home of her married life. After a time, the little girl's health had begun to fail, and, by the doctor's advice, she had migrated southward to the mild climate of Torquay. The change had proved to be of no avail, and rather more than a year since, the child had died. The place where her darling was buried was a sacred place to her, and she remained a resident at Torquay. Her position in the world was now a lonely one. She was herself an only child. Her father and mother were both dead, and, excepting cousins, her one near relation left alive was a maternal uncle living in London. These particulars were all related simply and unaffectedly before Mr. Carling ventured on the confession of his attachment. When he made his proposal of marriage, Mrs. Duncan received it with an excess of agitation which astonished and almost alarmed the inexperienced clergyman. As soon as she could speak, she begged with extraordinary earnestness and anxiety for a week to consider her answer, and requested Mr. Carling not to visit her on any account until the week had expired. The next morning, she and her maid departed for London. They did not return until the week for consideration had expired. On the 8th day, Mr. Carling called again and was accepted. The proposal to make the marriage as private as possible came from the lady. She had been to London to consult her uncle, whose health, she regretted to say, would not allow him to travel to Cornwall to give his niece away at the altar, and he agreed with Mrs. Duncan that the wedding could not be too private and unpretending. If it was made public, the family of her first husband would expect cards to be sent to them, and a renewal of intercourse, which would be painful on both sides, might be the consequence. Other friends in Scotland, again, would resent her marrying a second time at her age, and would distress her and annoy her future husband in many ways. She was anxious to break altogether with her past existence, and to begin a new and happier life untrammelled by any connection with former times and troubles. She urged these points, as she had received the offer of marriage, with an agitation which was almost painful to see. This peculiarity in her conduct, however, which might have irritated some men and rendered others distrustful, had no unfavourable effect on Mr. Carling. He set it down to an excess of sensitiveness and delicacy which charmed him. He was himself, though he never would confess it, a shy, nervous man by nature. Ostentation of any sort was something which he shrank from instinctively, even in the simplest affairs of daily life, and his future wife's proposal to avoid all the usual ceremony and publicity of a wedding was therefore more than agreeable to him. It was a positive relief. The courtship was kept secret at Torquay, and the marriage was celebrated privately at Penliddy. It found its way into the local newspapers as a matter of course, but it was not, as usual in such cases, also advertised in the Times. Both husband and wife were equally happy in the enjoyment of their new life, and equally unsocial in taking no measures whatever to publish it to others. Such was the story of the rector's marriage. Socially, Mr. Carling's position was but little affected either way by the change in his life. As a bachelor, his circle of friends had been a small one, and when he married, he made no attempt to enlarge it. He had never been popular with the inhabitants of his parish generally. Essentially a weak man, he was, like other weak men, only capable of asserting himself positively in serious matters by running into extremes. As a consequence of this moral defect, he presented some singular anomalies in character. In the ordinary affairs of life he was the gentlest and most yielding of men, but in all that related to strictness of religious principle, he was the sternest and the most aggressive of fanatics. In the pulpit, he was a preacher of merciless sermons, an interpreter of the Bible by the letter rather than by the spirit, as pitiless and gloomy as one of the Puritans of old. While, on the other hand, by his own fireside, he was considerate, forbearing, and humble almost to a fault. As a necessary result of this singular inconsistency of character, he was feared, and sometimes even disliked, by the members of his congregation who only knew him as their pastor, and he was prized and loved by the small circle of friends who also knew him as a man. Those friends gathered round him more closely and more affectionately than ever after his marriage, not on his own account only, but influenced also by the attractions that they found in the society of his wife. Her refinement and gentleness of manner, her extraordinary accomplishments as a musician, her unvarying sweetness of temper, and her quick, winning, womanly intelligence in conversation charmed everyone who approached her. She was quoted as a model wife and woman by all her husband's friends, and she amply deserved the character that they gave her. Although no children came to cheer it, a happier and a more admirable married life has seldom been witnessed in this world than the life which was once to be seen in the rectory house at Penliddy. With these necessary explanations, that preliminary part of my narrative of which the events may be massed together generally, for brevity's sake, comes to a close. What I have next to tell is of a deeper and a more serious interest, and must be carefully related in detail. The rector and his wife had lived together without, as I honestly believe, a harsh word or an unkind look once passing between them for upward of 2 years, when Mr. Carling took his first step toward the fatal future that was awaiting him by devoting his leisure hours to the apparently simple and harmless occupation of writing a pamphlet. He had been connected for many years with one of our great missionary societies, and had taken as active a part as a country clergyman could in the management of its affairs. At the period of which I speak, certain influential members of the society had proposed a plan for greatly extending the sphere of its operations, trusting to a proportionate increase in the annual subscriptions to defray the additional expenses of the new movement. The question was not now brought forward for the first time. It had been agitated 8 years previously, and the settlement of it had been at that time deferred to a future opportunity. The revival of the project, as usual in such cases, split the working members of the society into 2 parties, one party cautiously objecting to run any risks, the other hopefully declaring that the venture was a safe one, and that success was sure to attend it. Mr. Carling sided enthusiastically with the members who espoused this latter side of the question, and the object of his pamphlet was to address the subscribers to the society on the subject, and so to interest them in it as to win their charitable support on a larger scale than usual to the new project. He had worked hard at his pamphlet and had got more than halfway through it, when he found himself brought to a standstill for want of certain facts which had been produced on the discussion of the question 8 years since, and which were necessary to the full and fair statement of his case. At first he thought of writing to the secretary of the society for information, but remembering that he had not held his office more than 2 years, he had thought it little likely that this gentleman would be able to help him, and looked back to his own diary of the period to see if he had made any notes in it relating to the original discussion of the affair. He found a note referring in general terms only to the matter in hand, but alluding at the end to a report in the Times of the proceedings of a deputation from the society which had waited on a member of the government of that day, and to certain letters to the editor which had followed the publication of the report. The note described these letters as very important, and Mr. Carling felt, as he put his diary away again, that the successful conclusion of his pamphlet now depended on his being able to get access to the back numbers of the Times of 8 years since. It was winter time when he was thus stopped in his work, and the prospect of a journey to London, the only place he knew of at which files of the paper were to be found, did not present many attractions, and yet he could see no other and easier means of effecting his object. After considering for a little while and arriving at no positive conclusion, he left the study and went into the drawing-room to consult his wife. He found her working industriously by the blazing fire. She looked so happy and comfortable, so gentle and charming in her pretty little lace cap, and her warm brown morning dress with its bright cherry-coloured ribbons and its delicate swan's down trimming circling round her neck and nestling over her bosom, that he stooped and kissed her with the tenderness of his bridegroom days before he spoke. When he told her of the cause that had suspended his literary occupation, she listened, with the sensation of the kiss still lingering in her downcast eyes and her smiling lips, until he came to the subject of his diary and its reference to the newspaper. As he mentioned the name of the Times, she altered and looked him straight in the face gravely. "Can you suggest any plan, love," he went on, "which may save me the necessity of a journey to London at this bleak time of the year? I must positively have this information, and so far as I can see, London is the only place at which I can hope to meet with a file of the Times." "A file of the Times?" she repeated. "Yes, of 8 years since," he said. The instant the words passed his lips, he saw her face overspread by a ghastly paleness, her eyes fixed on him with a strange mixture of rigidity and vacancy in their look. Her hands, with her work held tight in them, dropped slowly on her lap, and shiver ran through her from head to foot. He sprang to his feet and snatched the smelling salts from her work table, thinking she was going to faint. She put the bottle from her when he offered it, with a hand that thrilled him with the deadly coldness of its touch, and said in a whisper, "A sudden chill, dear. Let me go upstairs and lie down." He took her to her room. As he laid her down on the bed, she caught his hand and said, entreatingly, "You won't go to London, darling, and leave me here ill?" He promised that nothing should separate him from her until she was well again, and then ran downstairs to send for the doctor. The doctor came and pronounced that Mrs. Carling was only suffering from a nervous attack, that there was not the least reason to be alarmed, and that, with proper care, she would be well again in a few days. Both husband and wife had a dinner engagement in the town for that evening. Mr. Carling proposed to write an apology and to remain with his wife, but she would not hear of his abandoning the party on her account. The doctor also recommended that his patient should be left to her maid's care, to fall asleep under the influence of the quieting medicine which he meant to give her. Yielding to this advice, Mr. Carling did his best to suppress his own anxieties and went to the dinner party. Chapter 2. Among the guests whom the rector met was a gentleman named Rambert, a single man of large fortune, well known in the neighbourhood of Penliddy as the owner of a noble country seat and the possessor of a magnificent library. Mr. Rambert, with whom Mr. Carling was well acquainted, greeted him at the dinner party with friendly expressions of regret at the time that had elapsed since they had last seen each other, and mentioned that he had recently been adding to his collection of books some rare old volumes of theology, which he thought the rector might find it useful to look over. Mr. Carling, with the necessity of finishing his pamphlet uppermost in his mind, replied, jestingly, that the species of literature which he was just then most interested in examining happened to be precisely of the sort which, excepting novels perhaps, had least affinity to theological writing. The necessary explanation followed this avowal as a matter of course, and, to Mr. Carling's great delight, his friend turned on him gaily with the most surprising and satisfactory of answers. "You don't know half the resources of my miles of bookshelves," he said, "or you would never have thought of going to London for what you can get from me. A whole side of one of my rooms upstairs is devoted to periodical literature. I have reviews, magazines, and 3 weekly newspapers, bound, in each case, from the first number. And what is just now more to your purpose, I have the Times for the last 15 years in huge, half-yearly volumes. Give me the date tonight, and you shall have the volume you want by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." The necessary information was given at once, and, with a great sense of relief, so far as his literary anxieties were concerned, Mr. Carling went home early to see what the quieting medicine had done for his wife. She had dozed a little, but had not slept. However, she was evidently better, for she was able to take an interest in the sayings and doings at the dinner party, and questioned her husband about the guests and the conversation with all a woman's curiosity about the minutest matters. She lay with her face turned toward him, and her eyes meeting his, until the course of her inquiries drew an answer from him, which informed her of his fortunate discovery in relation to Mr. Rambert's library, and of the prospect it afforded of his resuming his labours the next day. When he mentioned this circumstance, she suddenly turned her head on the pillow so that her face was hidden from him, and he could see through the counterpane that the shivering, which he had observed when her illness had seized her in the morning, had returned again. "I am only cold," she said, in a hurried way, with her face under the clothes. He rang for the maid, and had a fresh covering placed on the bed. Observing that she seemed unwilling to be disturbed, he did not remove the clothes from her face when he wished her good night, but pressed his lips on her head and patted it gently with his hand. She shrank at the touch as if it hurt her, light as it was, and he went downstairs, resolved to send for the doctor again if she did not get to rest on being left quiet. In less than half an hour afterward, the maid came down and relieved his anxiety by reporting that her mistress was asleep. The next morning he found her in better spirits. Her eyes, she said, felt too weak to bear the light, so she kept the bedroom darkened. But in other respects she had little to complain of. After answering her husband's first inquiries, she questioned him about his plans for the day. He had letters to write which would occupy him until 12 o'clock. At 2 o'clock he expected the volume of the Times to arrive, and he should then devote the rest of the afternoon to his work. After hearing what his plans were, Mrs. Carling suggested that he should ride out after he had done his letters, so as to get some exercise at the fine part of the day, and she then reminded him that a longer time than usual had elapsed since he had been to see a certain old pensioner of his who had nursed him as a child, and who was now bedridden in a village at some distance called Tringwayton. Although the rector saw no immediate necessity for making this charitable visit, the more especially as the ride to the village and back, and the intermediate time devoted to gossip, would occupy at least 2 hours and a half, he assented to his wife's proposal, perceiving that she urged it with unusual earnestness, and being unwilling to thwart her, even in a trifle, at a time when she was ill. Accordingly, his horse was at the door at 12 precisely. Impatient to get back to the precious volume of the Times, he rode so much faster than usual, and so shortened his visit to the old woman, that he was home again by 2:15. Ascertaining from the servant who opened the door that the volume had been left by Mr. Rambert's messenger punctually at 2, he ran up to his wife's room to tell her about his visit before he secluded himself for the rest of the afternoon over his work. On entering the bedroom, he found it still darkened, and he was struck by a smell of burned paper in it. His wife, who was now dressed in her wrapper and lying on the sofa, accounted for the smell by telling him that she had fancied the room felt close, and that she had burned some paper, being afraid of the cold air if she opened the window, to fumigate it. Her eyes were evidently still weak, for she kept her hand over them while she spoke. After remaining with her long enough to relate the few trivial events of his ride, Mr. Carling descended to his study to occupy himself at last with the volume of the Times. It lay on his table in the shape of a large, flat brown paper package. On proceeding to undo the covering, he observed that it had been very carelessly tied up. The strings were crooked and loosely knotted, and the direction bearing his name and address, instead of being in the middle of the paper, was awkwardly folded over at the edge of the volume. However, his business was with the inside of the parcel, so he tossed away the covering and the string, and began at once to hunt through the volume for the particular number of the paper which he wished first to consult. He soon found it, with the report of the speeches delivered by the members of the deputation, and the answer returned by the minister. After reading through the report, and putting a mark in the place where it occurred, he turned to the next day's number of the paper, to see what further hints on the subject the letters addressed to the editor might happen to contain. To his inexpressible vexation and amazement, he found that one number of the paper was missing. He bent the 2 sides of the volume back, looked closely between the leaves, and saw immediately that the missing number had been cut out. A vague sense of something like alarm began to mingle with his first feeling of disappointment. He wrote at once to Mr. Rambert, mentioning the discovery he had just made, and sent the note off by his groom, with orders to the man to wait for an answer. The reply with which the servant returned was almost insolent in the shortness and coolness of its tone. Mr. Rambert had no books in his library which were not in perfect condition. The volume of the Times had left his house perfect, and whatever blame might attach to the mutilation of it rested therefore on other shoulders than those of the owner. Like many other weak men, Mr. Carling was secretly touchy on the subject of his dignity. After reading the note and questioning his servants, who were certain that the volume had not been touched till he had opened it, he resolved that the missing number of the Times should be procured at any expense and inserted in its place, that the volume should be sent back instantly without a word of comment, and that no more books from Mr. E.'s Curie Rambert's library should enter his house. He walked up and down the study, considering what first step he should take to effect the purpose in view. Under the quickening influence of his irritation, an idea occurred to him, which, if it had only entered his mind the day before, might probably have proved the means of saving him from placing himself under an obligation to Mr. Rambert. He resolved to write immediately to his bookseller and publisher in London, who knew him well as an old and excellent customer, mentioning the date of the back number of the Times that was required, and authorising the publisher to offer any reward he judged necessary to any person who might have the means of procuring it at the office of the paper or elsewhere. This letter he wrote and dispatched in good time for the London post, and then went upstairs to see his wife and to tell her what had happened. Her room was still darkened and she was still on the sofa. On the subject of the missing number, she said nothing, but of Mr. Rambert and his note she spoke with the most sovereign contempt. Of course the pompous old fool was mistaken, and the proper thing to do was to send back the volume instantly and take no more notice of him. "It shall be sent back," said Mr. Carling, "but not till the missing number is replaced." And he then told her what he had done. The effect of that simple piece of information on Mrs. Carling was so extraordinary and so unaccountable that her husband fairly stood aghast. For the first time since their marriage, he saw her temper suddenly in a flame. She started up from the sofa and walked about the room as if she had lost her senses, upbraiding him for making the weakest of concessions to Mr. Rambert's insolent assumption that the rector was to blame. If she could only have laid hands on that letter, she would have consulted her husband's dignity and independence by putting it in the fire. She hoped and prayed the number of the paper might not be found. In fact, it was certain that the number, after all these years, could not possibly be hunted up. The idea of his acknowledging himself to be in the wrong in that way, when he knew himself to be in the right. It was almost ridiculous. No, it was quite ridiculous. And she threw herself back on the sofa and suddenly burst out laughing. At the first word of remonstrance which fell from her husband's lips, her mood changed again in an instant. She sprang up once more, kissed him passionately, with the tears streaming from her eyes, and implored him to leave her alone, to recover herself. He quitted the room so seriously alarmed about her that he resolved to go to the doctor privately and question him on the spot. There was an unspeakable dread in his mind that the nervous attack from which she had been pronounced to be suffering might be a mere phrase intended to prepare him for the future disclosure of something infinitely and indescribably worse. The doctor, on hearing Mr. Carling's report, exhibited no surprise and held to his opinion. Her nervous system was out of order, and her husband had been needlessly frightened by a hysterical paroxysm. If she did not get better in a week, change of scene might then be tried. In the meantime, there was not the least cause for alarm. On the next day, she was quieter, but she hardly spoke at all. At night, she slept well, and Mr. Carling's faith in the medical man revived again. The morning after was the morning which would bring the answer from the publisher in London. The rector's study was on the ground floor, and when he heard the postman's knock, being especially anxious that morning about his correspondence, he went out into the hall to receive his letters the moment they were put on the table. It was not the footman who had answered the door, as usual, but Mrs. Carling's maid. She had taken the letters from the postman, and she was going away with them upstairs. He stopped her and asked her why she did not put the letters on the hall table as usual. The maid, looking very much confused, said that her mistress had desired that whatever the postman had brought that morning should be carried up to her room. He took the letters abruptly from the girl, without asking any more questions, and went back into his study. Up to this time, no shadow of a suspicion had fallen on his mind. Hitherto, there had been a simple, obvious explanation for every unusual event that had occurred during the last 3 or 4 days, but this last circumstance in connection with the letters was not to be accounted for. Nevertheless, even now, it was not distrust of his wife that was busy at his mind. He was too fond of her and too proud of her to feel it. The sensation was more like uneasy surprise. He longed to go and question her, and get a satisfactory answer, and have done with it. But there was a voice speaking within him that had never made itself heard before, a voice with a persistent warning in it that said, "Wait and look at your letters first." He spread them out on the table with hands that trembled, he knew not why. Among them was the back number of the Times for which he had written to London, with a letter from the publisher explaining the means by which the copy had been procured. He opened the newspaper with a vague feeling of alarm at finding that those letters to the editor, which he had been so eager to read, and that perfecting of the mutilated volume which he had been so anxious to accomplish, had become objects of secondary importance in his mind. An inexplicable curiosity about the general contents of the paper was now the one moving influence which asserted itself within him. He spread open the broad sheet on the table. The first page on which his eye fell was the page on the right-hand side. It contained those very letters, 3 in number, which he had once been so anxious to see. He tried to read them, but no effort could fix his wandering attention. He looked aside to the opposite page, on the left hand. It was the page that contained the leading articles. They were 3 in number. The first was on foreign politics. The second was a sarcastic commentary on a recent division in the House of Lords. The third was one of those articles on social subjects which have greatly and honourably helped to raise the reputation of the Times, above all contest and all rivalry. The lines of this third article which first caught his eye comprised the opening sentence of the second paragraph, and contained these words: "It appears, from the narrative which will be found in another part of our columns, that this unfortunate woman married in the spring of the year 18 Mendes Band de Trig Kesnk, one Mr. Fergus Duncan of Glendarn in the Highlands of Scotland." The letters swam and mingled together under his eyes before he could go on to the next sentence. His wife exhibited as an object for public compassion in the Times newspaper. On the brink, there was water on a side table. He drank a deep draught of it, roused himself, seized on the newspaper with both hands, as if it had been a living thing that could feel the desperate resolution of his grasp, and read the article through, sentence by sentence, word by word. The subject was the law of divorce, and the example quoted was the example of his wife. At that time, England stood disgracefully alone as the one civilized country in the world having a divorce law for the husband, which was not also a divorce law for the wife. The writer in the Times boldly and eloquently exposed this discreditable anomaly in the administration of justice, hinted delicately at the unutterable wrong suffered by Mrs. Duncan, and plainly showed that she was indebted to the accident of having been married in Scotland, and to a consequent right of appeal to the Scotch tribunals for a full and final release from the tie that bound her to the vilest of husbands, which the English law of that day would have mercilessly refused. He read that. Other men might have gone on to the narrative extracted from the Scotch newspaper, but at the last word of the article he stopped. The newspaper and the unread details which it contained lost all hold on his attention in an instant, and in their stead, living and burning on his mind, like the letters of doom on the walls of Belshazzar, there rose up in judgment against him the last words of a verse in the Gospel of St. Luke: "Whosoever marrieth her that is put away from her husband committeth adultery." He had preached from these words, he had warned his hearers, with the whole strength of the fanatical sincerity that was in him, to beware of prevaricating with the prohibition which that verse contained, and to accept it as literally, unreservedly, finally forbidding the marriage of a divorced woman. He had insisted on that plain interpretation of plain words in terms which had made his congregation tremble. And now he stood alone in the secrecy of his own chamber, self-convicted of the deadly sin which he had denounced, he stood, as he had told the wicked among his hearers, that they would stand at the last day before the judgment seat. He was unconscious of the lapse of time. He never knew whether it was many minutes or few before the door of his room was suddenly and softly opened. It did open, and his wife came in. In her white dress, with a white shawl thrown over her shoulders, her dark hair, so neat and glossy at other times, hanging tangled about her colourless cheeks and heightening the glassy brightness of terror in her eyes, so he saw her. The woman put, away from her husband, the woman whose love had made his life happy and had stained his soul with a deadly sin. She came on to within a few paces of him without a word or a tear, or a shadow of change passing over the dreadful rigidity of her face. She looked at him with a strange look. She pointed to the newspaper crumpled in his hand with a strange gesture. She spoke to him in a strange voice. "You know it," she said. His eyes met hers. She shrank from them, turned, and laid her arms and her head heavily against the wall. "Oh, Alfred," she said, "I was so lonely in the world, and I was so fond of you." The woman's delicacy, the woman's trembling tenderness welled up from her heart and touched her voice with the tone of its old sweetness as she murmured those simple words. She said no more. Her confession of her fault, her appeal to their past love for pardon, were both poured forth in that one sentence. She left it to his own heart to tell him the rest. How anxiously her vigilant love had followed his every word and treasured up his every opinion in the days when they first met. How weakly and falsely, and yet with how true an affection for him, she had shrunk from the disclosure which she knew but too well would have separated them even at the church door. How desperately she had fought against the coming discovery, which threatened to tear her from the bosom she clung to, and to cast her out into the world with the shadow of her own shame, to darken her life to the end. All this she left him to feel. For the moment which might part them forever was the moment when she knew best how truly, how passionately he had loved her. His lips trembled as he stood looking at her in silence, and the slow, burning tears dropped heavily, one by one, down his cheeks. The natural human remembrance of the golden days of their companionship, of the nights and nights when that dear head, turned away from him now in unutterable misery and shame, had nestled itself so fondly and so happily on his breast, fought hard to silence his conscience, to root out his dreadful sense of guilt, to tear the words of judgment from their ruthless hold on his mind, to claim him in the sweet names of pity and of love. If she had turned and looked at him at that moment, their next words would have been spoken in each other's arms. But the oppression of her despair under his silence was too heavy for her, and she never moved. He forced himself to look away from her. He struggled hard to break the silence between them. "God forgive you, Emily," he said. As her name passed his lips, his voice failed him, and the torture at his heart burst its way out in sobs. He hurried to the door to spare her the terrible reproof of the grief that had now mastered him. When he passed her, she turned toward him with a faint cry. He caught her as she sank forward and saved her from dropping on the floor. For the last time, his arms closed round her. For the last time, his lips touched hers, cold and insensible to him now. He laid her on the sofa and went out. One of the female servants was crossing the hall. The girl started as she met him, and turned pale at the sight of his face. He could not speak to her, but he pointed to the study door. He saw her go into the room, and then left the house. He never entered it more, and he and his wife never met again. Later on that last day, a sister of Mr. Carling's, a married woman living in the town, came to the rectory. She brought an open note with her, addressed to the unhappy mistress of the house. It contained these few lines, blotted and stained with tears. May God grant us both the time for repentance. If I had loved you less, I might have trusted myself to see you again. Forgive me and pity me, and remember me in your prayers, as I shall forgive, and pity, and remember you. He had tried to write more, but the pen had dropped from his hand. His sister's entreaties had not moved him. After giving her the note to deliver, he had solemnly charged her to be gentle in communicating the tidings that she bore, and had departed alone for London. He heard all remonstrances with patience. He did not deny that the deception of which his wife had been guilty was the most pardonable of all concealments of the truth, because it sprang from her love for him. But he had the same hopeless answer for everyone who tried to plead with him. The verse from the Gospel of St. Luke. His purpose in travelling to London was to make the necessary arrangements for his wife's future existence, and then to get employment which would separate him from his home and from all its associations. A fortnight afterward, his brethren read the burial service over him on a calm, cloudless evening at sea. Before he was committed to the deep, his little pocket Bible, which had been a present from his wife, was, in accordance with his dying wishes, placed open on his breast, so that the inscription, "To my dear husband," might rest over his heart. The mental prostration which had followed the parting scene was soon complicated by physical suffering, by fever on the brain. To the surprise of all who attended her, she lived through the shock, recovering with the complete loss of one faculty, which, in her situation, poor thing, was a mercy and a gain to her, the faculty of memory. From that time to this, she has never had the slightest gleam of recollection of anything that happened before her illness. In her happy oblivion, the veriest trifles are as new and as interesting to her as if she was beginning her existence again. Under the tender care of the friends who now protect her, she lives contentedly the life of a child. When her last hour comes, may she die with nothing on her memory but the recollection of their kindness. The 8th day. The wind that I saw in the sky yesterday has come. It sweeps down our little valley in angry, howling gusts and drives the heavy showers before it in great sheets of spray. There are some people who find a strangely exciting effect produced on their spirits by the noise and rush and tumult of the elements on a stormy day. It has never been so with me, and it is less so than ever now. I can hardly bear to think of my son at sea in such a tempest as this. While I can still get no news of his ship, morbid fancies beset me, which I vainly try to shake off. I see the trees through my window bending before the wind. Are the masts of the good ship bending like them at this moment? I hear the wash of the driving rain. Is he hearing the thunder of the raging waves? If he had only come back last night, it is vain to dwell on it, but the thought will haunt me. If he had only come back last night. I tried to speak cautiously about him again to Jessie, as Owen had advised me, but I am so old and feeble now that this ill-omened storm has upset me, and I could not feel sure enough of my own self-control to venture on matching myself today. Against it is so important that I should not betray George. It would be so inexcusable on my part if his interests suffered, even accidentally, in my hands. This was a trying day for our guest. Her few trifling indoor resources had, as I could see, begun to lose their attractions for her at last. If we were not now getting to the end of the stories, and to the end, therefore, of the 10 days also, our chance of keeping her much longer at the Glen Tower would be a very poor one. It was, I think, a great relief for us all to be summoned together this evening for a definite purpose. The wind had fallen a little as it got on toward dusk. To hear it growing gradually fainter and fainter in the valley below added immeasurably to the comforting influence of the blazing fire and the cheerful lights when the shutters were closed for the night. The number drawn happened to be the last of the series, 10, and the last also of the stories which I had written. There were now but 2 numbers left in the bowl. Owen and Morgan had each one reading more to accomplish before our guest's stay came to an end, and the manuscripts in the purple volume were all exhausted. This new story of mine, I said, is not, like the story I last read, a narrative of adventure happening to myself, but of adventures that happened to a lady of my acquaintance. I was brought into contact, in the first instance, with one of her male relatives, and, in the second instance, with the lady herself, by certain professional circumstances, which I need not particularly describe. They involved a dry question of wills and title deeds, in no way connected with this story, but sufficiently important to interest me as a lawyer. The case came to trial at the assizes on my circuit, and I won it in the face of some very strong points, very well put, on the other side. I was in poor health at the time, and my exertions so completely knocked me up that I was confined to bed in my lodgings for a week or more. "And the grateful lady came and nursed you, I suppose," said the Queen of Hearts, in her smart, off-hand way. "The grateful lady did something much more natural in her position and much more useful in mine," I answered. "She sent her servant to attend on me. He was an elderly man who had been in her service since the time of her first marriage, and he was also one of the most sensible and well-informed persons whom I have ever met with in his station of life. From him had happened, it is hard, having gained this, and having further surprised me by mentioning that he had been himself connected with all the circumstances, he told me the whole story in the fullest detail. I have now tried to reproduce it as nearly as I could in his own language. Imagine, therefore, that I am just languidly recovering in bed, and that a respectable elderly man in quiet black costume is sitting at my pillow and speaking to me in these terms." Thus ending my little preface, I opened the manuscript and began my last story, Brother Griffith's Story of a Plot in Private Life. Chapter 1. The first place I got when I began going out to service was not a very profitable one. I certainly gained the advantage of learning my business thoroughly, but I never had my due in the matter of wages. My master was made a bankrupt, and his servants suffered with the rest of his creditors. My second situation, however, amply compensated me for my want of luck in the first. I had the good fortune to enter the service of Mr. and Mrs. Norcross. My master was a very rich gentleman. He had the Darrock house and lands in Cumberland, an estate also in Yorkshire, and a very large property in Jamaica, which produced, at that time, and for some years afterward, a great income. Out in the West Indies he met with a pretty young lady, a governess in an English family, and taking a violent fancy to her, married her, though she was a good 25 years younger than himself. After the wedding, they came to England, and it was at this time that I was lucky enough to be engaged by them as a servant. I lived with my new master and mistress 3 years. They had no children. At the end of that period, Mr. Norcross died. He was sharp enough to foresee that his young widow would marry again, and he bequeathed his property so that it all went to Mrs. Norcross first, and then to any children she might have by a second marriage, and failing that, to relations and friends of his own. I did not suffer by my master's death, for his widow kept me in her service. I had attended on Mr. Norcross all through his last illness, and had made myself useful enough to win my mistress's favour and gratitude. Besides me, she also retained her maid in her service, a quadroon woman named Josephine, whom she brought with her from the West Indies. Even at that time, I disliked the half-breed's wheedling manners and her cruel, tawny face, and wondered how my mistress could be so fond of her as she was. Time showed that I was right in distrusting this woman. I shall have much more to say about her when I get further advanced with my story. Meanwhile, I have next to relate that my mistress broke up the rest of her establishment, and taking me and the lady's maid with her, went to travel on the continent. Among other wonderful places, we visited Paris, Genoa, Venice, Florence, Rome, and Naples, staying in some of those cities for months together. The fame of my mistress's riches followed her wherever she went, and there were plenty of gentlemen, foreigners as well as Englishmen, who were anxious enough to get into her good graces and to prevail on her to marry them. Nobody succeeded, however, in producing any very strong or lasting impression on her, and when we came back to England, after more than 2 years of absence, Mrs. Norcross was still a widow and showed no signs of wanting to change her condition. We went to the house on the Yorkshire estate first, but my mistress did not fancy some of the company round about, so we moved again to Darrock Hall and made excursions from time to time in the Lake District, some miles off. On one of these trips, Mrs. Norcross met with some old friends, who introduced her to a gentleman of their party bearing the very common and very uninteresting name of Mr. James Smith. He was a tall, fine young man enough, with black hair which grew very long, and the biggest, bushiest pair of black whiskers I ever saw. Altogether, he had a rakish, unsettled look, and a bounceable way of talking which made him the prominent person in company. He was poor enough himself, as I heard from his servant, but well connected, a gentleman by birth and education, though his manners were so free. What my mistress saw to like in him I don't know, but when she asked her friends to stay with her at Darrock, she included Mr. James Smith in the invitation. We had a fine, gay, noisy time of it at the Hall, the strange gentleman in particular, making himself as much at home as if the place belonged to him. I was surprised at Mrs. Norcross putting up with him as she did, but I was fairly thunderstruck some months afterward when I heard that she and her free and easy visitor were actually going to be married. She had refused offers by dozens abroad, from higher and richer and better behaved men. It seemed next to impossible that she could seriously think of throwing herself away upon such a hare-brained, headlong, penniless young gentleman as Mr. James Smith. Married, nevertheless, they were in due course of time, and after spending the honeymoon abroad, they came back to Darrock Hall. I soon found that my new master had a very variable temper. There were some days when he was as easy and familiar and pleasant with his servants as any gentleman need be. At other times, some devil within him seemed to get possession of his whole nature. He flew into violent passions and took wrong ideas into his head, which no reasoning or remonstrance could remove. It rather amazed me, considering how gay he was in his tastes and how restless his habits were, that he should consent to live at such a quiet, dull place as Darrock. The reason for this, however, soon came out. Mr. James Smith was not much of a sportsman. He cared nothing for indoor amusements, such as reading, music, and so forth, and he had no ambition for representing the county in Parliament. The one pursuit that he was really fond of was yachting. Darrock was within 16 miles of a seaport town with an excellent harbour, and to this accident of position the Hall was entirely indebted for recommending itself as a place of residence to Mr. James Smith. He had such an untiring enjoyment and delight in cruising about at sea, and all his ideas of pleasure seemed to be so closely connected with his remembrance of the sailing trips he had taken on board different yachts belonging to his friends, that I verily believe his chief object in marrying my mistress was to get the command of money enough to keep a vessel for himself. Be that as it may, it is certain that he prevailed on her, some time after their marriage, to make him a present of a fine schooner yacht, which was brought round from Cowes to our coast town, and kept always waiting ready for him in the harbour. His wife required some little persuasion before she could make up her mind to let him have the vessel. She suffered so much from seasickness that pleasure sailing was out of the question for her, and being very fond of her husband, she was naturally unwilling that he should engage in an amusement which took him away from her. However, Mr. James Smith used his influence over her cleverly, promising that he would never go away without first asking her leave, and engaging that his terms of absence at sea should never last for more than a week or 10 days at a time. Accordingly, my mistress, who was the kindest and most unselfish woman in the world, put her own feelings aside, and made her husband happy in the possession of a vessel of his own. While my master was away cruising, my mistress had a dull time of it at the Hall. The few gentlefolks there were in our part of the county lived at a distance, and could only come to Darrock when they were asked to stay there for some days together. As for the village near us, there was but one person living in it whom my mistress could think of asking to the Hall, and that person was the clergyman who did duty at the church. This gentleman's name was Mr. Meek. He was a single man, very young, and very lonely in his position. He had a mild, melancholy, pasty-looking face, and was as shy and soft-spoken as a little girl, altogether what one may call, without being unjust or severe, a poor, weak creature, and, out of all sight, the very worst preacher I ever sat under in my life. The one thing he did, which, as I heard, he could really do well, was playing on the fiddle. He was uncommonly fond of music, so much so that he often took his instrument out with him when he went for a walk. This taste of his was his great recommendation to my mistress, who was a wonderfully fine player on the piano, and who was delighted to get such a performer as Mr. Meek to play duets with her. Besides liking his society for this reason, she felt for him in his lonely position. Naturally enough, I think, considering how often she was left in solitude herself. Mr. Meeker, on his side, when he got over his first shyness, was only too glad to leave his lonesome little parsonage for the fine music room at the Hall, and for the company of a handsome, kind-hearted lady who made much of him and admired his fiddle-playing with all her heart. Thus it happened that whenever my master was away at sea, my mistress and Mr. Meek were always together, playing duets as if they had their living to get by it. A more harmless connection than the connection between those two never existed in this world, and yet, innocent as it was, it turned out to be the first cause of all the misfortunes that afterward happened. My master's treatment of Mr. Meeker was, from the first, the very opposite of my mistress's. The restless, rackety, bounceable Mr. James Smith felt a contempt for the weak, womanish, fiddling little parson, and what was more, did not care to conceal it. For this reason, Mr. Meeker, who was dreadfully frightened by my master's violent language and rough ways, very seldom visited at the Hall except when my mistress was alone there. Meaning no wrong, and therefore stooping to no concealment, she never thought of taking any measures to keep Mr. Meeker out of the way when he happened to be with her at the time of her husband's coming home, whether it was only from a riding excursion in the neighbourhood or from a cruise in the schooner. In this way, it so turned out that whenever my master came home, after a long or short absence, in 9 cases out of 10, he found the parson at the Hall. At first he used to laugh at this circumstance, and to amuse himself with some coarse jokes at the expense of his wife and her companion. But, after a while, his variable temper changed, as usual. He grew sulky, rude, angry, and at last, downright jealous of Mr. Meek. Though too proud to confess it in so many words, he still showed the state of his mind clearly enough to my mistress to excite her indignation. She was a woman who could be led anywhere by anyone for whom she had a regard, but there was a firm spirit within her that rose at the slightest show of injustice or oppression, and that resented tyrannical usage of any sort, perhaps a little too warmly. The bare suspicion that her husband could feel any distrust of her set her all in a flame, and she took the most unfortunate, and yet, at the same time, the most natural way for a woman of resenting it. The ruder her husband was to Mr. Max, meeker the more kindly she behaved to him. This led to serious disputes and dissensions, and thence, in time, to a violent quarrel. I could not avoid hearing the last part of the altercation between them, for it took place in the garden walk outside the dining room window while I was occupied in laying the table for lunch. Without repeating their words, which I have no right to do, having heard by accident what I had no business to hear, I may say generally, to show how serious the quarrel was, that my mistress charged my master with having married from mercenary motives, with keeping out of her company as much as he could, and with insulting her by a suspicion which it would be hard ever to forgive, and impossible ever to forget. He replied by violent language directed against herself, and by commanding her never to open the doors again to Mr. Meeker, she, on her side, declaring that she would never consent to insult a clergyman and a gentleman in order to satisfy the whim of a tyrannical husband. Upon that, he called out, with a great oath, to have his horse saddled directly, declaring that he would not stop another instant under the same roof with a woman who had set him at defiance, and warning his wife that he would come back if Mr. Wabbis nor kata. Mika entered the house again, and horsewhip him, in spite of his black coat, all through the village. With those words, he left her, and rowed away to the seaport where his yacht was lying. My mistress kept up her spirit till he was out of sight, and then burst into a dreadful screaming passion of tears, which ended by leaving her so weak that she had to be carried to her bed like a woman who was at the point of death. The same evening, my master's horse was ridden back by a messenger who brought a scrap of notepaper with him addressed to me. It only contained these lines: "Pack up my clothes and deliver them immediately to the bearer. You may tell your mistress that I sail tonight at 11 o'clock for a cruise to Sweden. Forward my letters to the post office, Stockholm." I obeyed the orders given to me, except that relating to my mistress. The doctor had been sent for and was still in the house. I consulted him upon the propriety of my delivering the message. He positively forbade me to do so that night, and told me to give him the slip of paper, and leave it to his discretion to show it to her or not the next morning. The messenger had hardly been gone an hour when Mr. Mika's housekeeper came to the hall with a roll of music for my mistress. I told the woman of my master's sudden departure, and of the doctor being in the house. This news brought Mr. Meek himself to the hall in a great flutter. I felt so angry with him for being the cause, innocent as he might be, of the shocking scene which had taken place, that I exceeded the bounds of my duty and told him the whole truth. The poor, weak, wavering, childish creature flushed up red in the face, then turned as pale as ashes and dropped into one of the hall chairs, crying, literally crying fit to break his heart. "Oh, William," says he, wringing his little frail, trembling white hands, as helpless as a baby. "Oh, William, what am I to do?" "As you ask me that question, sir," says I, "you will excuse me, I hope, if, being a servant, I plainly speak my mind. Notwithstanding, I know my station well enough to be aware that, strictly speaking, I have done wrong, and far exceeded my duty, in telling you as much as I have told you already. But I would go through fire and water, sir," says I, feeling my own eyes getting moist, "for my mistress's sake. She has no relation here who can speak to you, and it is even better that a servant like me should risk being guilty of an impertinence than that dreadful and lasting mischief should arise from the right remedy not being applied at the right time. This is what I should do, sir, in your place. Saving your presence, I should leave off crying and go back home and write to Mr. James Smith, saying that I would not, as a clergyman, give him railing for railing, but would prove how unworthily he had suspected me by ceasing to visit at the hall from this time forth, rather than be a cause of dissension between man and wife. If you will put that into proper language, sir, and will have the letter ready for me in half an hour's time, I will call for it on the fastest horse in our stables, and, at my own risk, will give it to my master before he sails tonight. I have nothing more to say, sir, except to ask your pardon for forgetting my proper place, and for making bold to speak on a very serious matter as equal to equal, and as man to man. To do Mr. Meeker justice, he had a heart, though it was a very small one. He shook hands with me, and said he accepted my advice as the advice of a friend, and so went back to his parsonage to write the letter. In half an hour I called for it on horseback, but it was not ready for me. Mr. Meek was ridiculously nice about how he should express himself when he got a pen into his hand. I found him with his desk littered with rough copies, in a perfect agony about how to turn his phrases delicately enough in referring to my mistress. Every minute being precious, I hurried him as much as I could, without standing on any ceremony. It took half an hour more, with all my efforts, before he could make up his mind that the letter would do. I started off with it at a gallop, and never drew rein till I got to the seaport town. The harbour clock chimed the 11:15 as I rode by it, and when I got down to the jetty, there was no yacht to be seen. She had been cast off from her moorings 10 minutes before 11, and as the clock struck, she had sailed out of the harbour. I would have followed in a boat, but it was a fine starlight night with a fresh wind blowing, and the sailors on the pier laughed at me when I spoke of rowing after a schooner yacht, which had got a quarter of an hour's start of us, with the wind, obeam and the tide in her favour. I rode back with a heavy heart. All I could do now was to send the letter to the post office, Stockholm. The next day, the doctor showed my mistress the scrap of paper with the message on it from my master, and an hour or two after that, a letter was sent to her in Mr. Meeker's handwriting, explaining the reason why she must not expect to see him at the hall, and referring to me in terms of high praise as a sensible and faithful man who had spoken the right word at the right time. I am able to repeat the substance of the letter, because I heard all about it from my mistress, under very unpleasant circumstances so far as I was concerned. The news of my master's departure did not affect her as the doctor had supposed it would. Instead of distressing her, it roused her spirit and made her angry. Her pride, as I imagine, being wounded by the contemptuous manner in which her husband had notified his intention of sailing to Sweden at the end of a message to a servant about packing his clothes. Finding her in that temper of mine, the letter from Mr. Meek only irritated her the more. She insisted on getting up, and as soon as she was dressed and downstairs, she vented her violent humour on me, reproaching me for impertinent interference in the affairs of my betters, and declaring that she had almost made up her mind to turn me out of my place for it. I did not defend myself, because I respected her sorrows and the irritation that came from them. Also, because I knew the natural kindness of her nature well enough to be assured that she would make amends to me for her harshness the moment her mind was composed again. The result showed that I was right. That same evening she sent for me and begged me to forgive and forget the hasty words she had spoken in the morning with a grace and sweetness that would have won the heart of any man who listened to her. Weeks passed after this, till it was more than a month since the day of my master's departure, and no letter in his handwriting came to Darrock Hall. My mistress, taking this treatment more angrily than sorrowfully, went to London to consult her nearest relations, who lived there. On leaving home, she stopped the carriage at the parsonage, and went in, as I thought rather defiantly, to say good-bye to Mr. Meek. She had answered his letter, and received others from him, and had answered them likewise. She had also, of course, seen him every Sunday at church, and had always stopped to speak to him after the service, but this was the first occasion on which she had visited him at his house. As the carriage stopped, the little parson came out, in great hurry and agitation, to meet her at the garden gate. "Don't look alarmed, Mr. Meek," says my mistress, getting out. "Though you have engaged not to come near the hall, I have made no promise to keep away from the parsonage." With those words, she went into the house. The quadroon maid, Josephine, was sitting with me in the rumble of the carriage, and I saw a smile on her tawny face as the parson and his visitor went into the house together. Harmless as Mr. Meeker was, and innocent of all wrong as I knew my mistress to be, I regretted that she should be so rash as to despise appearances, considering the situation she was placed in. She had already exposed herself to be thought of disrespectfully by her own maid, and it was hard to say what worse consequences might not happen after that. Half an hour later, we were away on our journey. My mistress stayed in London 2 months. Throughout all that long time, no letter from my master was forwarded to her from the country house. Chapter 2. When the 2 months had passed, we returned to Darrock Hall. Nobody there had received any news in our absence of the whereabouts of my master and his yacht. 6 more weary weeks elapsed, and in that time but one event happened at the Hall to vary the dismal monotony of the lives we now led in the solitary place. One morning, Josephine came down after dressing my mistress with her face downright livid to look at, except on one cheek, where there was a mark as red as burning fire. I was in the kitchen at the time, and I asked what was the matter. "The matter," says she in her shrill voice and her half-foreign English. "Use your own eyes, if you please, and look at this cheek of mine. What? Have you lived so long a time with your mistress, and don't you know the mark of her hand yet?" I was at a loss to understand what she meant, but she soon explained herself. My mistress, whose temper had been sadly altered for the worse by the trials and humiliations she had gone through, had got up that morning more out of humour than usual, and, in answer to her maid's inquiry as to how she had passed the night, had begun talking about her weary, miserable life in an unusually fretful and desperate way. Josephine, in trying to cheer her spirits, had ventured, most improperly, on making a light, jesting reference to Mr. Meeker, which had so enraged my mistress that she turned round sharp on the half-breed and gave her, to use the common phrase, a smart box on the ear. Josephine confessed that the moment after she had done this, her better sense appeared to tell her that she had taken a most improper way of resenting undue familiarity. She had immediately expressed her regret for having forgotten herself, and had proved the sincerity of it by a gift of 6 cambric handkerchiefs, presented as a peace offering on the spot. After that, I thought it impossible that Josephine could bear any malice against a mistress whom she had served ever since she had been a girl, and I said as much to her when she had done telling me what had happened upstairs. "Malice!" cries Miss Josephine, in her hard, sharp, snappish way. "And why and wherefore, if you please? If my mistress smacks my cheek with one hand, she gives me handkerchiefs to wipe it with the other. My good mistress, my kind mistress, my pretty mistress. I, the servant, bear malice against her, the mistress. Ah, you bad man, even to think of such a thing. Ah, fie, fie. I am quite ashamed of you." She gave me one look, the wickedest look I ever saw, and burst out laughing, the harshest laugh I ever heard from a woman's lips. Turning away from me directly after, she said no more, and never referred to the subject again on any subsequent occasion. From that time, however, I noticed an alteration in Miss Josephine, not in her way of doing her work, for she was just as sharp and careful about it as ever, but in her manners and habits. She grew amazingly quiet, and passed almost all her leisure time alone. I could bring no charge against her which authorized me to speak a word of warning, but for all that, I could not help feeling that if I had been in my mistress's place, I would have followed up the present of the cambric handkerchiefs by paying her a month's wages in advance, and sending her away from the house the same evening. With the exception of this little domestic matter, which appeared trifling enough at the time, but which led to very serious consequences afterward, nothing happened at all out of the ordinary way during the 6 weary weeks to which I have referred. At the beginning of the 7th week, however, an event occurred at last. One morning the postman brought a letter to the hall addressed to my mistress. I took it upstairs and looked at the direction as I put it on the salver. The handwriting was not my master's, was not, as it appeared to me, the handwriting of any well-educated person. The outside of the letter was also very dirty, and the seal a common office seal of the usual latticework pattern. This must be a begging letter, I thought to myself as I entered the breakfast room and advanced with it to my mistress. She held up her hand before she opened it as a sign to me that she had some order to give, and that I was not to leave the room till I had received it. Then she broke the seal and began to read the letter. Her eyes had hardly been on it a moment before her face turned as pale as death, and the paper began to tremble in her fingers. She read on to the end, and suddenly turned from pale to scarlet, started out of her chair, crumpled the letter up violently in her hand, and took several turns backward and forward in the room without seeming to notice me as I stood by the door. "You villain! You villain! You villain!" I heard her whisper to herself many times over, in a quick, hissing, fierce way. Then she stopped and said on a sudden, "Can it be true?" Then she looked up and, seeing me standing at the door, started as if I had been a stranger, changed colour again, and told me, in a stifled voice, to leave her and come back again in half an hour. I obeyed, feeling certain that she must have received some very bad news of her husband, and wondering, anxiously enough, what it might be. When I returned to the breakfast room, her face was as much discomposed as ever. Without speaking a word, she handed me 2 sealed letters. One, a note to be left for Mr. Mailascone, Mika at the parsonage. The other, a letter marked immediate, and addressed to her solicitor in London, who was also, I should add, her nearest living relative. I left one of these letters and posted the other. When I came back, I heard that my mistress had taken to her room. She remained there for 4 days, keeping her new sorrow, whatever it was, strictly to herself. On the 5th day, the lawyer from London arrived at the hall. My mistress went down to him in the library, and was shut up there with him for nearly 2 hours. At the end of that time, the bell rang for me. "Sit down, William," said my mistress when I came into the room. "I feel such entire confidence in your fidelity and attachment that I am about, with the full concurrence of this gentleman, who is my nearest relative and my legal adviser, to place a very serious secret in your keeping, and to implore your services on a matter which is as important to me as a matter of life and death." Her poor eyes were very red, and her lips quivered as she spoke to me. I was so startled by what she had said that I hardly knew which chair to sit in. She pointed to one placed near herself at the table, and seemed about to speak to me again, when the lawyer interfered. "Let me entreat you," he said, "not to agitate yourself unnecessarily. I will put this person in possession of the facts, and, if I omit anything, you shall stop me and set me right." My mistress leaned back in her chair and covered her face with her handkerchief. The lawyer waited a moment and then addressed himself to me. "You are already aware," he said, "of the circumstances under which your master left this house, and you also know, I have no doubt, that no direct news of him has reached your mistress up to this time." I bowed to him and said I knew of the circumstances so far. "Do you remember," he went on, "taking a letter to your mistress 5 days ago?" "Yes, sir," I replied, "a letter which seemed to distress and alarm her very seriously." "I will read you that letter before we say any more," continued the lawyer. "I warn you beforehand that it contains a terrible charge against your master, which, however, is not attested by the writer's signature. I have already told your mistress that she must not attach too much importance to an anonymous letter, and I now tell you the same thing." Saying that, he took up a letter from the table and read it aloud. I had a copy of it given to me afterward, which I looked at often enough to fix the contents of the letter in my memory. I can now repeat them, I think, word for word. "Madam, I cannot reconcile it to my conscience to leave you in total ignorance of your husband's atrocious conduct toward you. If you have ever been disposed to regret his absence, do so no longer. Hope and pray, rather, that you and he may never meet face to face again in this world. I write in great haste and in great fear of being observed. Time fails me to prepare you, as you ought to be prepared, for what I have now to disclose. I must tell you plainly, with much respect for you and sorrow for your misfortune, that your husband has married another wife. I saw the ceremony performed, unknown to him. If I could not have spoken of this infamous act as an eyewitness, I would not have spoken of it at all. I dare not acknowledge who I am, for I believe Mr. James Smith would stick at no crime to revenge himself on me if he ever came to a knowledge of the step I am now taking and of the means by which I got my information. Neither have I time to enter into particulars. I simply warn you of what has happened, and leave you to act on that warning as you please. You may disbelieve this letter, because it is not signed by any name. In that case, if Mr. James Smith should ever venture into your presence, I recommend you to ask him suddenly what he has done with his new wife, and to see if his countenance does not immediately testify that the truth has been spoken by your unknown friend. Poor as my opinion was of my master, I had never believed him to be capable of such villainy as this, and I could not believe it when the lawyer had done reading the letter. "Oh, sir," I said, "surely that is some base imposition. Surely it cannot be true." "That is what I have told your mistress," he answered. "But she says in return—" "That I feel it to be true," my mistress broke in, speaking behind the handkerchief, in a faint, smothered voice. "We need not debate the question," the lawyer went on. "Our business now is to prove the truth or falsehood of this letter. That must be done at once. I have written to one of my clerks, who is accustomed to conducting delicate investigations, to come to this house without loss of time. He is to be trusted with anything, and he will pursue the needful inquiries immediately. It is absolutely necessary, to make sure of committing no mistakes, that he should be accompanied by someone who is well acquainted with Mr. James Smith's habits and personal appearance, and your mistress has fixed upon you to be that person. However well the inquiry is managed, it may be attended by much trouble and delay, may necessitate a long journey, and may involve some personal danger. Are you," said the lawyer, looking hard at me, "ready to suffer any inconvenience and to run any risk for your mistress's sake?" "There is nothing I can do, sir," said I, "that I will not do. I am afraid I am not clever enough to be of much use, but so far as troubles and risks are concerned, I am ready for anything from this moment." My mistress took the handkerchief from her face, looked at me with her eyes full of tears, and held out her hand. How I came to do it, I don't know, but I stooped down and kissed the hand she offered me, feeling half startled, half ashamed at my own boldness the moment after. "You will do, my man," said the lawyer, nodding his head. "Don't trouble yourself about the cleverness or the cunning that may be wanted. My clerk has got head enough for two. I have only one word more to say before you go downstairs again. Remember that this investigation and the cause that leads to it must be kept a profound secret. Except us three, and the clergyman here, to whom your mistress has written word of what has happened, nobody knows anything about it. I will let my clerk into the secret when he joins us. As soon as you and he are away from the house, you may talk about it. Until then, you will close your lips on the subject." The clerk did not keep us long waiting. He came as fast as the mail from London could bring him. I had expected, from his master's description, to see a serious, sedate man, rather sly in his looks and rather reserved in his manner. To my amazement, this practised hand at delicate investigations was a brisk, plump, jolly little man, with a comfortable double chin, a pair of very bright black eyes, and a big bottle nose of the true groggy red colour. He wore a suit of black and a limp, dingy white cravat, took snuff perpetually out of a very large box, walked with his hands crossed behind his back, and looked upon the whole much more like a parson of free and easy habits than a lawyer's clerk. "How do you do?" says he, when I opened the door to him. "I'm the man you expect from the office in London. Just say Mr. Dark, will you? I'll sit down here till you come back. And young man, if there is such a thing as a glass of ale in the house, I don't mind committing myself so far as to say that I'll drink it." I got him the ale before I announced him. He winked at me as he put it to his lips. "Your good health," says he. "I like you. Don't forget that the name's Dark, and just leave the jug and glass, will you, in case my master keeps me waiting." I announced him at once, and was told to show him into the library. When I got back to the hall, the jug was empty, and Mr. Dark was comforting himself with a pinch of snuff, snorting over it like a perfect grampus. He had swallowed more than a pint of the strongest old ale in the house, and for all the effect it seemed to have had on him, he might just as well have been drinking so much water. As I led him along the passage to the library, Josephine passed us. Mr. Dark winked at me again, and made her a low bow. "Lady's maid," I heard him whisper to himself. "A fine woman to look at, but a damned bad one to deal with." I turned round on him, rather angry at his cool ways, and looked hard at him just before I opened the library door. Mr. Dark looked hard at me. "All right," says he. "I can show myself in." And he knocks at the door and opens it and goes in with another wicked wink, all in a moment. Half an hour later, the bell rang for me. Mr. Tyseway's Dark was sitting between my mistress, who was looking at him in amazement, and the lawyer, who was looking at him with approval. He had a map open on his knee and a pen in his hand. Judging by his face, the communication of the secret about my master did not seem to have made the smallest impression on him. "I've got leave to ask you a question," says he, the moment I appeared. "When you found your master's yacht gone, did you hear which way she had sailed? Was it northward towards Scotland? Speak up, young man, speak up." "Yes," I answered. The boatmen told me that when I made inquiries at the harbour. "Well, sir," says Mr. Dark, turning to the lawyer, "if he said he was going to Sweden, he seems to have started on the road to it, at all events." "I think I have got my instructions now." The lawyer nodded and looked at my mistress, who bowed her head to him. He then said, turning to me, "Pack up your bag for travelling at once, and have a conveyance got ready to go to the nearest post town. Look sharp, young man, look sharp. And whatever happens in the future, added my mistress, her kind voice trembling a little, believe, William, that I shall never forget the proof you now show of your devotion to me. It is still some comfort to know that I have your fidelity to depend on in this dreadful trial, your fidelity and the extraordinary intelligence and experience of Mr. Dark. Mr. Dark did not seem to hear the compliment. He was busy writing, with his paper upon the map on his knee. A quarter of an hour later, when I had ordered the dog-cart and had got down into the hall with my bag packed, I found him there, waiting for me. He was sitting in the same chair which he had occupied when he first arrived, and he had another jug of the old ale on the table by his side. "Got any fishing rods in the house?" says he, when I put my bag down in the hall. "Yes," I replied, astonished at the question. "What do you want with them?" "Pack a couple in cases for travelling," says Mr. Dark, "with lines and hooks and fly books all complete. Have a drop of the ale before you go, and don't stare, William, don't stare. I'll let the light in on you as soon as we are out of the house. Off with you for the rods. I want to be on the road in 5 minutes. When I came back with the rods and tackle, I found Mr. Dark in the dog-cart. Money, luggage, fishing rods, papers of directions, copy of anonymous letter, guidebook, map," says he, running over in his mind the things wanted for the journey. "All right so far. Drive off." I took the reins and started the horse. As we left the house, I saw my mistress and Josephine looking after us from 2 of the windows on the 2nd floor. The memory of those 2 attentive faces, one so fair and so good, the other so yellow and so wicked, haunted my mind perpetually for many days afterward. "Now, William," says Mr. Dark, when we were clear of the lodge gates, "I'm going to begin by telling you that you must step out of your own character till further notice. You are a clerk in a bank, and I'm another. We have got our regular holiday, that comes, like Christmas, once a year, and we are taking a little tour in Scotland to see the curiosities and to breathe the sea air and to get some fishing whenever we can. I'm the fat cashier who digs holes in a drawer full of gold with a copper shovel, and you're the arithmetical young man who sits on a perch behind me and keeps the books. Scotland's a beautiful country, William. Can you make whisky toddy?" "I can, and what's more, unlikely as the thing may seem to you, I can actually drink it into the bargain." "Scotland," says I. "What are we going to Scotland for?" "Question for question," says Mr. Dark. "What are we starting on a journey for?" "To find my master," I answered, "and to make sure if the letter about him is true." "Very good," says he. "How would you set about doing that, eh?" "I should go and ask about him at Stockholm in Sweden, where he said his letters were to be sent." "Should you, indeed?" says Mr. Dark. "If you were a shepherd, William, and had lost a sheep in Cumberland, would you begin looking for it at the Land's End, or would you try a little nearer home?" "You're attempting to make a fool of me now," says I. "No," says Mr. Dark. "I'm only letting the light in on you, as I said I would. Now listen to reason, William, and profit by it as much as you can. For James Smith says he is going on a cruise to Sweden, and makes his word good at the beginning, by starting northward toward the coast of Scotland. What does he go in? A yacht. Do yachts carry live beasts and a butcher on board? No. Will joints of meat keep fresh all the way from Cumberland to Sweden? No. Do gentlemen like living on salt provisions? No. What follows from these 3 no's? That Mr. James Smith must have stopped somewhere on the way to Sweden to supply his sea larder with fresh provisions. Where, in that case, must he stop? Somewhere in Scotland, supposing he didn't alter his course when he was out of sight of your seaport. Where in Scotland? Northward on the mainland, or westward at one of the islands? Most likely on the mainland, where the seaside places are largest, and where he is sure of getting all the stores he wants. Next, what is our business? Not to risk losing a link in the chain of evidence by missing any place where he has put his foot on shore. Not to overshoot the mark when we want to hit it in the bullseye. Not to waste money and time by taking a long trip to Sweden till we know that we must absolutely go there. Where is our journey of discovery to take us to first, then? Clearly to the north of Scotland. What do you say to that, Mr. William? Is my catechism all correct, or has your strong ale muddled my head? It was evident by this time that no ale could do that, and I told him so. He chuckled, winked at me, and taking another pinch of snuff, said he would now turn the whole case over in his mind again, and make sure that he had got all the bearings of it quite clear. By the time we reached the post town, he had accomplished this mental effort to his own perfect satisfaction, and was quite ready to compare the ale at the inn with the ale at Darrock Hall. The dog-cart was left to be taken back the next morning by the hostler. A post-chaise and horses were ordered out. A loaf of bread, a Bologna sausage, and 2 bottles of sherry were put into the pockets of the carriage. We took our seats and started briskly on our doubtful journey. One word more of friendly advice, says Mr. Dark, settling himself comfortably in his corner of the carriage. Take your sleep, William, whenever you feel that you can get it. You won't find yourself in bed again till we get to Glasgow. Chapter 3. Although the events that I am now relating happened many years ago, I shall still, for caution's sake, avoid mentioning by name the various places visited by Mr. Dark and myself for the purpose of making inquiries. It will be enough if I describe generally what we did, and if I mention in substance only the result at which we ultimately arrived. On reaching Glasgow, Mr. Dark turned the whole case over in his mind once more. The result was that he altered his original intention of going straight to the north of Scotland, considering it safer to make sure, if possible, of the course the yacht had taken in her cruise along the western coast. The carrying out of this new resolution involved the necessity of delaying our onward journey by perpetually diverging from the direct road. 3 times we were sent uselessly to wild places in the Hebrides by false reports. Twice we wandered away inland, following gentlemen who answered generally to the description of Mr. James Smith, but who turned out to be the wrong men as soon as we set eyes on them. These vain excursions, especially the 3 to the Western Islands, consumed time terribly. It was more than 2 months from the day when we had left Darrock Hall before we found ourselves up at the very top of Scotland at last, driving into a considerable seaside town, with a harbour attached to it. Thus far, our journey had led to no results, and I began to despair of success. As for Mr. Dark, he never got to the end of his sweet temper and his wonderful patience. "You don't know how to wait, William," was his constant remark whenever he heard me complaining. "I do." We drove into the town toward evening in a modest little gig, and put up, according to our usual custom, at one of the inferior inns. "We must begin at the bottom," Mr. Dark used to say. "High company in a coffee room won't be familiar with us. Low company in a tap room will." And he certainly proved the truth of his own words. The like of him for making intimate friends of total strangers at the shortest notice I have never met with, before or since. Cautious as the Scotch are, Mr. Dark seemed to have the knack of twisting them round his finger as he pleased. He varied his way artfully with different men, but there were 3 standing opinions of his which he made a point of expressing in all varieties of company while we were in Scotland. In the first place, he thought the view of Edinburgh from Arthur's Seat the finest in the world. In the second place, he considered whisky to be the most wholesome spirit in the world. In the third place, he believed his late beloved mother to be the best woman in the world. It may be worthy of note that, whenever he expressed this last opinion in Scotland, he invariably added that her maiden name was MacLeod. Well, we put up at a modest little inn near the harbour. I was dead tired with the journey and lay down on my bed to get some rest. Mr. Dark, whom nothing ever fatigued, left me to take his toddy and pipe among the company in the tap-room. I don't know how long I had been asleep when I was roused by a shake on my shoulder. The room was pitch dark, and I felt a hand suddenly clapped over my mouth. Then a strong smell of whisky and tobacco saluted my nostrils, and a whisper stole into my ear. "William, we have got to the end of our journey." "Mr. Dark," I stammered out, "is that you?" "What, in heaven's name, do you mean?" "The yacht put in here," was the answer, still in a whisper, "and your blackguard of a master came ashore." "Oh, Mr. Dark," I broke in, "don't tell me that the letter is true." "Every word of it," says he. He was married here, and was off again to the Mediterranean with number 2, a good 3 weeks before we left your mistress's house. Hush! Don't say a word. Go to sleep again, or strike a light, if you like it better. Do anything but come downstairs with me. I'm going to find out all the particulars without seeming to want to know one of them. Yours is a very good-looking face, William, but it's so infernally honest that I can't trust it in the tap-room. I'm making friends with the Scotchmen already. They know my opinion of Arthur's Seat. They see what I think of whisky. And I rather think it won't be long before they hear that my mother's maiden name was MacLeod. With those words, he slipped out of the room and left me, as he had found me, in the dark. I was far too much agitated by what I had heard to think of going to sleep again, so I struck a light and tried to amuse myself as well as I could with an old newspaper that had been stuffed into my carpet bag. It was then nearly 10 o'clock. 2 hours later, when the house shut up, Mr. Dark came back to me again in high spirits. "I have got the whole case here," says he, tapping his forehead. "The whole case, as neat and clean as if it was drawn in a brief. That master of yours doesn't stick at a trifle, William. It's my opinion that your mistress and you have not seen the last of him yet. We were sleeping that night in a double-bedded room. As soon as Mr. Dark had secured the door and disposed himself comfortably in his bed, he entered on a detailed narrative of the particulars communicated to him in the tap-room. The substance of what he told me may be related as follows. The yacht had had a wonderful run all the way to Cape Wrath. On rounding that headland, she had met the wind nearly dead against her, and had beaten every inch of the way to the seaport town, where she had put in to get a supply of provisions and to wait for a change in the wind. Mrs. Sister Festa. James Smith had gone ashore to look about him, and to see whether the principal hotel was the sort of house at which he would like to stop for a few days. In the course of his wandering about the town, his attention had been attracted to a decent house, where lodgings were to be let, by the sight of a very pretty girl sitting at work at the parlour window. He was so struck by her face that he came back twice to look at it, determining the second time to try if he could not make acquaintance with her by asking to see the lodgings. He was shown the rooms by the girl's mother, a very respectable woman, whom he discovered to be the wife of the master and part owner of a small coasting vessel, then away at sea. With a little manoeuvring, he managed to get into the parlour where the daughter was at work, and to exchange a few words with her. Her voice and manner completed the attraction of her face. Mr. James Smith decided, in his headlong way, that he was violently in love with her, and without hesitating another instant, he took the lodgings on the spot for a month certain. It is unnecessary to say that his designs on the girl were of the most disgraceful kind, and that he represented himself to the mother and daughter as a single man. Helped by his advantages of money, position, and personal appearance, he had made sure that the ruin of the girl might be effected with very little difficulty. But he soon found that he had undertaken no easy conquest. The mother's watchfulness never slept, and the daughter's presence of mind never failed her. She admired Mr. James Smith's tall figure and splendid whiskers. She showed the most encouraging partiality for his society. She smiled at his compliments and blushed whenever he looked at her. But whether it was cunning or whether it was innocence, she seemed incapable of understanding that his advances toward her were of any other than an honourable kind. At the slightest approach to undue familiarity, she drew back with a kind of contemptuous surprise in her face, which utterly perplexed Mr. James Smith. He had not calculated on that sort of resistance, and he could not see his way to overcoming it. The weeks passed. The month for which he had taken the lodgings expired. Time had strengthened the girl's hold on him, till his admiration for her amounted to downright infatuation, and he had not advanced one step yet towards the fulfilment of the vicious purpose with which he had entered the house. At this time he must have made some fresh attempt on the girl's virtue, which produced a coolness between them, for instead of taking the lodgings for another term, he removed to his yacht in the harbour and slept on board for 2 nights. The wind was now fair, and the stores were on board, but he gave no orders to the sailing master to weigh anchor. On the 3rd day, the cause of the coolness, whatever it was, appears to have been removed, and he returned to his lodgings on shore. Some of the more inquisitive among the townspeople observed soon afterward, when they met him in the street, that he looked rather anxious and uneasy. The conclusion had probably forced itself upon his mind, by this time, that he must decide on pursuing one of 2 courses. Either he must resolve to make the sacrifice of leaving the girl altogether, or he must commit the villainy of marrying her. Scoundrel as he was, he hesitated at encountering the risk, perhaps also at being guilty of the crime, involved in this last alternative. While he was still in doubt, the father's coasting vessel sailed into the harbour, and the father's presence on the scene decided him at last. How this new influence acted, it was impossible to find out from the imperfect evidence of persons who were not admitted to the family councils. The fact, however, was certain that the date of the father's return and the date of Mr. Rhys Eastham, James Smith's first wicked resolution to marry the girl, might both be fixed, as nearly as possible, at one and the same time. Having once made up his mind to the commission of the crime, he proceeded with all possible coolness and cunning to provide against the chances of detection. Returning on board his yacht, he announced that he had given up his intention of cruising to Sweden and that he intended to amuse himself by a long fishing tour in Scotland. After this explanation, he ordered the vessel to be laid up in the harbour, gave the sailing master leave of absence to return to his family at Cowes, and paid off the whole of the crew from the mate to the cabin boy. By these means, he cleared the scene at one blow of the only people in the town who knew of the existence of his unhappy wife. After that, the news of his approaching marriage might be made public without risk of discovery, his own common name being of itself a sufficient protection in case the event was mentioned in the Scotch newspapers. All his friends, even his wife herself, might read a report of the marriage of Mr. James Smith without having the slightest suspicion of who the bridegroom really was. A fortnight after the paying off of the crew, he was married to the merchant captain's daughter. The father of the girl was well known among his fellow townsmen as a selfish, grasping man, who was too anxious to secure a rich son-in-law to object to any proposals for hastening the marriage. He and his wife and a few intimate relations had been present at the ceremony, and after it had been performed, the newly married couple left the town at once for a honeymoon trip to the Highland Lakes. 2 days later, however, they unexpectedly returned, announcing a complete change in their plans. The bridegroom, thinking, probably, that he would be safer out of England than in it, had been pleasing the bride's fancy by his descriptions of the climate and the scenery of southern parts. The new Mrs. James Smith was all curiosity to see Spain and Italy, and having often proved herself an excellent sailor on board her father's vessel, was anxious to go to the Mediterranean in the easiest way by sea. Her affectionate husband, having now no other object in life than to gratify her wishes, had given up the Highland excursion, and had returned to have his yacht got ready for sea immediately. In this explanation there was nothing to awaken the suspicions of the lady's parents. The mother thought Mr. James Smith a model among bridegrooms. The father lent his assistance to man the yacht at the shortest notice with as smart a crew as could be picked up about the town. Principally through his exertions, the vessel was got ready for sea with extraordinary dispatch. The sails were bent, the provisions were put on board, and Mr. James Smith sailed for the Mediterranean with the unfortunate woman who believed herself to be his wife, before Mr. Dark and myself set forth to look after him from Darrock Hall. Such was the true account of my master's infamous conduct in Scotland, as it was related to me. On concluding, Mr. Dark hinted that he had something still left to tell me, but declared that he was too sleepy to talk any more that night. As soon as we were awake the next morning, he returned to the subject. "I didn't finish all I had to say last night, did I?" he began. "You unfortunately told me enough, and more than enough, to prove the truth of the statement in the anonymous letter," I answered. "Yes," says Mr. Yelverton. "Dark. But did I tell you who wrote the anonymous letter? You don't mean to say that you have found that out," says I. "I think I have," was the cool answer. "When I heard about your precious master paying off the regular crew of the yacht, I put the circumstance by in my mind, to be brought out again and sifted a little as soon as the opportunity offered. It offered in about half an hour. Says I to the gauger, who was the principal talker in the room, 'How about those men that Mr. Smith paid off? Did they all go as soon as they got their money, or did they stop here till they had spent every farthing of it in the public houses?' The gauger laughs. 'No such luck,' says he in the broadest possible Scotch, which I translate into English, William, for your benefit. 'No such luck. They all went south to spend their money among finer people than us, all, that is to say, with one exception. It was thought the steward of the yacht had gone along with the rest, when, the very day Mr. Smith sailed for the Mediterranean, who should turn up unexpectedly but the steward himself. Where he had been hiding, and why he had been hiding, nobody could tell. Perhaps he had been imitating his master, and looking out for a wife,' says I. 'Likely enough,' says the gauger. 'He gave a very confused account of himself, and he cut all questions short by going away south in a violent hurry.' That was enough for me. I let the subject drop. Clear as daylight, isn't it, William? The steward suspected something wrong. The steward waited and watched. The steward wrote that anonymous letter to your mistress. We can find him, if we want him, by inquiring at Cowes, and we can send to the church for legal evidence of the marriage as soon as we are instructed to do so. All that we have got to do now is to go back to your mistress and see what course she means to take under the circumstances. It's a pretty case, William. So far, an uncommonly pretty case, as it stands at present. We returned to Darrock Hall as fast as coaches and post-horses could carry us. Having from the first believed that the statement in the anonymous letter was true, my mistress received the bad news we brought calmly and resignedly, so far at least as outward appearances went. She astonished and disappointed Mr. Dark by declining to act in any way on the information that he had collected for her, and by insisting that the whole affair should still be buried in the profoundest secrecy. For the first time since I had known my travelling companion, he became depressed in spirits on hearing that nothing more was to be done, and although he left the hall with a handsome present, he left it discontentedly. "Such a pretty case, William," says he, quite sorrowfully as we shook hands. "Such an uncommonly pretty case. It's 1,000 pities to stop it in this way before it's half over. You don't know what a proud lady and what a delicate lady my mistress is," I answered. "She would die rather than expose her forlorn situation in a public court for the sake of punishing her husband." "Bless your simple heart," says Mr. Dark. "Do you really think now that such a case as this can be hushed up?" "Why not?" I asked, "if we all keep the secret?" "That for the secret," cries Mr. Dark, snapping his fingers. "Your master will let the cat out of the bag if nobody else does." "My master," I repeated in amazement. "Yes, your master," says Mr. Dark. "I have had some experience in my time, and I say you have not seen the last of him yet. Mark my words, William, Mr. James Smith will come back." With that prophecy, Mr. Dark fretfully treated himself to a last pinch of snuff and departed in dudgeon on his journey back to his master in London. His last words hung heavily on my mind for days after he had gone. It was some weeks before I got over a habit of starting whenever the bell was rung at the front door. Chapter 4. Our life at the Hall soon returned to its old, dreary course. The lawyer in London wrote to my mistress to ask her to come and stay for a little while with his wife, but she declined the invitation, being averse to facing company after what had happened to her. Though she tried hard to keep the real state of her mind concealed from all about her, I, for one, could see plainly enough that she was pining under the bitter injury that had been inflicted on her. What effect continued solitude might have had on her spirits, I tremble to think. Fortunately for herself, it occurred to her before long to send and invite Mr. Meek to resume his musical practicing with her at the Hall. She told him, and, as it seemed to me with perfect truth, that any implied engagement which he had made with Mr. James Smith was now cancelled, since the person so named had morally forfeited all his claims as a husband, first, by his desertion of her, and secondly, by his criminal marriage with another woman. After stating this view of the matter, she left it to Mr. Meek to decide whether the perfectly innocent connection between them should be resumed or not. The little parson, after hesitating and pondering in his helpless way, ended by agreeing with my mistress, and by coming back once more to the Hall with his fiddle under his arm. This renewal of their old habits might have been imprudent enough, as tending to weaken my mistress's case in the eyes of the world, but, for all that, it was the most sensible course she could take for her own sake. The harmless company of Mr. Meeker, and the relief of playing the old tunes again in the old way, saved her, I verily believe, from sinking altogether under the oppression of the shocking situation in which she was now placed. So, with the assistance of Mr. Meeker and his fiddle, my mistress got through the weary time. The winter passed, the spring came, and no fresh tidings reached us of Mr. James Smith. It had been a long, hard winter that year, and the spring was backward and rainy. The first really fine day we had was the day that fell on the 14th of March. I am particular in mentioning this date merely because it is fixed forever in my memory. As long as there is life in me, I shall remember that 14th of March and the smallest circumstances connected with it. The day began ill, with what superstitious people would think a bad omen. My mistress remained late in her room in the morning, amusing herself by looking over her clothes and by setting to rights some drawers in her cabinet which she had not opened for some time past. Just before luncheon, We were startled by hearing the drawing-room bell rung violently. I ran up to see what was the matter, and the quadroon, Josephine, who had heard the bell in another part of the house, hastened to answer it also. She got into the drawing-room first, and I followed close on her heels. My mistress was standing alone on the hearth-rug, with an appearance of great discomposure in her face and manner. "I have been robbed," she said vehemently. "I don't know when or how, but I miss a pair of bracelets, 3 rings, and a quantity of old-fashioned lace pocket-handkerchiefs." "If you have any suspicions, ma'am," said Josephine, in a sharp, sudden way, "say who they point at. My boxes, for one, are quite at your disposal." "Who asked about your boxes?" said my mistress, angrily. "Be a little less ready with your answer, if you please, the next time I speak." She then turned to me and began explaining the circumstances under which she had discovered her loss. I suggested that the missing things should be well searched for first, and then, if nothing came of that I should go for the constable and place the matter under his direction. My mistress agreed to this plan, and the search was undertaken immediately. It lasted till dinner time, and led to no results. I then proposed going for the constable, but my mistress said it was too late to do anything that day, and told me to wait at table as usual, and to go on my errand the first thing the next morning. Beer. Mika was coming with some new music in the evening, and I suspect she was not willing to be disturbed at her favourite occupation by the arrival of the constable. When dinner was over, the parson came, and the concert went on as usual through the evening. At 10 o'clock I took up the tray, with the wine and soda water and biscuit. Just as I was opening one of the bottles of soda water, there was a sound of wheels on the drive outside, and a ring at the bell. I had unfastened the wires of the cork, and could not put the bottle down to run at once to the door. One of the female servants answered it. I heard a sort of half scream, then the sound of a footstep that was familiar to me. My mistress turned round from the piano and looked me hard in the face. "William," she said, "do you know that step?" Before I could answer, the door was pushed open, and Mr. James Smith walked into the room. He had his hat on. His long hair flowed down under it over the collar of his coat. His bright black eyes, after resting an instant on my mistress, turned to Mr. Meek. His heavy eyebrows met together, and one of his hands went up to one of his bushy black whiskers and pulled at it angrily. "You're here again," he said, advancing a few steps toward the little parson, who sat trembling all over, with his fiddle hugged up in his arms as if it had been a child. Seeing her villainous husband advance, my mistress moved too, so as to face him. He turned round on her at the first step she took, as quick as lightning. "You shameless woman," he said. "Can you look me in the face in the presence of that man?" He pointed, as he spoke, to Mr. Meek. My mistress never shrank when he turned upon her. Not a sign of fear was in her face when they confronted each other. Not the faintest flush of anger came into her cheeks when he spoke. The sense of the insult and injury that he had inflicted on her, and the consciousness of knowing his guilty secret, gave her all her self-possession at that trying moment. "I ask you again," he repeated, finding that she did not answer him. "How dare you look me in the face in the presence of that man?" She raised her steady eyes to his hat, which he still kept on his head. "Who has taught you to come into a room and speak to a lady with your hat on?" she asked, in quiet, contemptuous tones. "Is that a habit which is sanctioned by your new wife?" My eyes were on him as she said those last words. His complexion, naturally dark and swarthy, changed instantly to a livid yellow-white. His hand caught at the chair nearest to him, and he dropped into it heavily. "I don't understand you," he said, after a moment of silence, looking about the room unsteadily while he spoke. "You do," said my mistress. Your tongue lies, but your face speaks the truth." He called back his courage and audacity by a desperate effort and started up from the chair again with an oath. The instant before this happened, I thought I heard the sound of a rustling dress in the passage outside, as if one of the women servants was stealing up to listen outside the door. I should have gone at once to see whether this was the case or not, but my master stopped me just after he had risen from the chair. "Get the bed made in the red room and light a fire there directly," he said, with his fiercest look and in his roughest tones. "When I ring the bell, bring me a kettle of boiling water and a bottle of brandy. As for you," he continued, turning toward Mr. Mirka, who still sat pale and speechless with his fiddle hugged up in his arms, "leave the house, or you won't find your cloth any protection to you." At this insult, the blood flew into my mistress's face. Before she could say anything, Mr. James Smith raised his voice loud enough to drown hers. "I won't hear another word from you," he cried out brutally. "You have been talking like a mad woman, and you look like a mad woman. You are out of your senses. As sure as you live, I'll have you examined by the doctors tomorrow." "Why the devil do you stand there, you scoundrel?" he roared, wheeling round on his heel to me. "Why don't you obey my orders?" I looked at my mistress. If she had directed me to knock Mr. James Smith down, big as he was, I think at that moment I could have done it. "Do as he tells you, William," she said, squeezing one of her hands firmly over her bosom, as if she was trying to keep down the rising indignation in that way. "This is the last order of his giving that I shall ask you to obey. Do you threaten me, you mad—" He finished the question by a word I shall not repeat. "I tell you," she answered, in clear, ringing, resolute tones, "that you have outraged me past all forgiveness and all endurance, and that you shall never insult me again as you have insulted me tonight." After saying those words, she fixed one steady look on him, then turned away and walked slowly to the door. A minute previously, Mr. Meek had summoned courage enough to get up and leave the room quietly. I noticed him walking demurely away, close to the wall, with his fiddle held under one tail of his long frock coat, as if he was afraid that the savage passions of Mr. James Smith might be wreaked on that unoffending instrument. He got to the door before my mistress. As he softly pulled it open, I saw him start, and the rustling of the gown caught my ear again from the outside. My mistress followed him into the passage, turning, however, in the opposite direction to that taken by the little parson, in order to reach the staircase that led to her own room. I went out next, leaving Mr. James Smith alone. I overtook Oné Binpuini, Mika in the hall, and opened the door for him. "I beg your pardon, sir," I said, "but did you come upon anybody listening outside the music room when you left it just now?" "Yes, William," said Mr. Mika in a faint voice. "I think it was Josephine, but I was so dreadfully agitated that I can't be quite certain about it." Had she surprised our secret? That was the question I asked myself as I went away to light the fire in the red room. Calling to mind the exact time at which I had first detected the rustling outside the door, I came to the conclusion that she had only heard the last part of the quarrel between my mistress and her rascal of a husband. Those bold words about the new wife had been assuredly spoken before I heard Josephine stealing up to the door. As soon as the fire was alight and the bed made, I went back to the music room to announce that my orders had been obeyed. Mr. Fu. James Smith was walking up and down in a perturbed way, still keeping his hat on. He followed me to the red room without saying a word. 10 minutes later, he rang for the kettle and the bottle of brandy. When I took them in, I found him unpacking a small carpet bag, which was the only luggage he had brought with him. He still kept silence and did not appear to take any notice of me. I left him immediately without our having so much as exchanged a single word. So far as I could tell, the night passed quietly. The next morning, I heard that my mistress was suffering so severely from a nervous attack that she was unable to rise from her bed. It was no surprise to me to be told that, knowing as I did what she had gone through the night before. About 9 o'clock, I went with the hot water to the Red Room. After knocking twice, I tried the door, and, finding it not locked, went in with the jug in my hand. I looked at the bed. I looked all round the room. Not a sign of Mr. James Smith was to be seen anywhere. Judging by appearances, the bed had certainly been occupied. Thrown across the counterpane lay the nightgown he had worn. I took it up and saw some spots on it. I looked at them a little closer. They were spots of blood. Chapter 5. The first amazement and alarm produced by this discovery deprived me of my presence of mind. I was first brought to my senses, as it were, by observing the strange expression of her countenance when she saw the bedgown and the empty room. All the other servants were bewildered and frightened. She alone, after giving a little start, recovered herself directly. A look of devilish satisfaction broke out on her face, and she left the room quickly and quietly, without exchanging a word with any of us. I saw this, and it aroused my suspicions. There is no need to mention what they were, for, as events soon showed, they were entirely wide of the mark. Having come to myself a little, I sent them all out of the room except the coachman. We two then examined the place. The Red Room was usually occupied by visitors. It was on the ground floor and looked out into the garden. We found the window shutters, which I had barred overnight, open, but the window itself was down. The fire had been out long enough for the grate to be quite cold. Half the bottle of brandy had been drunk. The carpet bag was gone. There were no marks of violence or struggling anywhere about the bed or the room. We examined every corner carefully, but made no other discoveries than these. When I returned to the servants' hall, bad news of my mistress was awaiting me there. The unusual noise and confusion in the house had reached her ears, and she had been told what had happened without sufficient caution being exercised in preparing her to hear it. In her weak, nervous state, the shock of the intelligence had quite prostrated her. She had fallen into a swoon and had been brought back to her senses with the greatest difficulty. As to giving me or anybody else directions what to do under the embarrassing circumstances which had now occurred, she was totally incapable of the effort. I waited till the middle of the day, in the hope that she might get strong enough to give her orders. But no message came from her. At last I resolved to send and ask her what she thought it best to do. Josephine was the proper person to go on this errand, but when I asked for Josephine, she was nowhere to be found. The housemaid, who had searched for her ineffectually, brought word that her bonnet and shawl were not hanging in their usual places. The parlour maid, who had been in attendance in my mistress's room, came down while we were all aghast at this new disappearance. She could only tell us that Josephine had begged her to do lady's maid's duty that morning, as she was not well. Not well. And the first result of her illness appeared to be that she had left the house. I cautioned the servants on no account to mention this circumstance to my mistress, and then went upstairs myself to knock at her door. My object was to ask if I might count on her approval if I wrote in her name to the lawyer in London, and if I afterward went and gave information of what had occurred to the nearest justice of the peace. I might have sent to make this inquiry through one of the female servants, but by this time, though not naturally suspicious, I had got to distrust everybody in the house, whether they deserved it or not. So I asked the question myself, standing outside the door. My mistress thanked me in a faint voice, and begged me to do what I had proposed immediately. I went into my own bedroom and wrote to the lawyer, merely telling him that Mr. James Smith had appeared unexpectedly at the hall, and that events had occurred in consequence which required his immediate presence. I made the letter up like a parcel and sent the coachman with it to catch the mail on its way through to London. The next thing was to go to the Justice of the Peace. The nearest lived about 5 miles off and was well acquainted with my mistress. He was an old bachelor, and he kept house with his brother, who was a widower. The two were much respected and beloved in the county, being kind, unaffected gentlemen who did a great deal of good among the poor. The justice was Mr. Robert Nicholson, and his brother, the widower, was Mr. Philip. I had got my hat on and was asking the groom which horse I had better take, when an open carriage drove up to the house. It contained Mr. Philip Nicholson and 2 persons in plain clothes, not exactly servants and not exactly gentlemen, as far as I could judge. Mr. Philip looked at me, when I touched my hat to him, in a very grave, downcast way, and asked for my mistress. I told him she was ill in bed. He shook his head at hearing that, and said he wished to speak to me in private. I showed him into the library. One of the men in plain clothes followed us and sat in the hall. The other waited with the carriage. "I was just going out, sir," I said, as I set a chair for him, "to speak to Mr. Robert Nicholson about a very extraordinary circumstance." "I know what you refer to," said Mr. Philip, cutting me short rather abruptly, "and I must beg, for reasons which will presently appear, that you will make no statement of any sort to me until you have first heard what I have to say. I am here on a very serious and a very shocking errand, which deeply concerns your mistress and you." His face suggested something worse than his words expressed. My heart began to beat fast, and I felt that I was turning pale. "Your master, Mr. James Smith," he went on, "came here unexpectedly yesterday evening and slept in this house last night. Before he retired to rest, he and your mistress had high words together, which ended, I am sorry to hear, in a threat of a serious nature addressed by Mrs. James Smith to her husband. They slept in separate rooms. This morning you went into your master's room and saw no sign of him there. You only found his nightgown on the bed, spotted with blood." "Yes, sir," I said, in as steady a voice as I could command. "Quite true." "I am not examining you," said Mr. Philip. "I am only making a certain statement, the truth of which you can admit or deny before my brother." "Before your brother, sir," I repeated. "Am I suspected of anything wrong?" "There is a suspicion that Mr. James Smith has been murdered," was the answer I received to that question. My flesh began to creep all over from head to foot. "I am shocked. I am horrified to say," Mr. Philip went on, "that the suspicion affects your mistress in the first place, and you in the second." I shall not attempt to describe what I felt when he said that. No words of mine, no words of anybody's, could give an idea of it. What other men would have done in my situation, I don't know. I stood before Mr. Philip, staring straight at him, without speaking, without moving, almost without breathing. If he or any other man had struck me at that moment, I do not believe I should have felt the blow. "Both my brother and myself," said Mr. Philip, "have such unfeigned respect for your mistress, such sympathy for her under these frightful circumstances, and such an implicit belief in her capability of proving her innocence that we are desirous of sparing her in this dreadful emergency, as much as possible. For those reasons, I have undertaken to come here with the persons appointed to execute my brother's warrant." "Warrant, sir," I said, getting command of my voice as he pronounced that word. "A warrant against my mistress." "Against her and against you," said Mr. Philip. "The suspicious circumstances have been sworn to by a competent witness who has declared on oath that your mistress is guilty and that you are an accomplice. What witness, sir? Your mistress's quadroon maid, who came to my brother this morning, and who has made her deposition in due form. And who is as false as hell, I cried out passionately, in every word she says against my mistress and against me. I hope, no, I will go further and say I believe she is false, said Mr. Philip. But her perjury must be proved, and the necessary examination must take place. My carriage is going back to my brother's, and you will go in it, in charge of one of my men, who has the warrant to take you in custody. I shall remain here with the man who is waiting in the hall, and before any steps are taken to execute the other warrant, I shall send for the doctor to ascertain when your mistress can be removed. Oh, my poor mistress, I said. This will be the death of her, sir. I will take care that the shock shall strike her as tenderly as possible, said Mr. Philip. I am here for that express purpose. She has my deepest sympathy and respect, and shall have every help and alleviation that I can afford her. The hearing him say that, and the seeing how sincerely he meant what he said, was the first gleam of comfort in the dreadful affliction that had befallen us. I felt this. I felt a burning anger against the wretch who had done her best to ruin my mistress's fair name and mine. But in every other respect, I was like a man who had been stunned, and whose faculties had not perfectly recovered from the shock. Mr. Philip was obliged to remind me that time was of importance, and that I had better give myself up immediately, on the merciful terms which his kindness offered to me. I acknowledged that, and wished him good morning. But a mist seemed to come over my eyes as I turned round to go away, a mist that prevented me from finding my way to the door. Mr. Philip opened it for me and said a friendly word or two which I could hardly hear. The man waiting outside took me to his companion in the carriage at the door, and I was driven away, a prisoner for the first time in my life. On our her words, her looks, and her manner, on that unfortunate day when my mistress so far forget herself as to strike her, came back dimly to my memory, and led to the inference that part of the motive, at least, of which I was in search, might be referred to what had happened on that occasion. But was this the only reason for her devilish vengeance against my mistress? And even if it were so, what fancied injuries had I done her? Why should I be included in the false accusation? In the dazed state of my faculties at that time, I was quite incapable of seeking the answer to these questions. My mind was clouded all over, and I gave up the attempt to clear it in despair. I was brought before Mr. Arkantoispe, Robert Nicholson, that day, and the fiend of a quadroon was examined in my presence. The first sight of her face, with its wicked self-possession, with its smooth, leering triumph, so sickened me that I turned my head away and never looked at her a second time throughout the proceedings. The answers she gave amounted to a mere repetition of the deposition to which she had already sworn. I listened to her with the most breathless attention, and was thunderstruck at the inconceivable artfulness with which she had mixed up truth and falsehood in her charge against my mistress and me. This was, in substance, what she now stated in my presence. After describing the manner of Mr. Heathcliff, James Smith's arrival at the hall, the witness, Josephine Durand, confessed that she had been led to listen at the music-room door by hearing angry voices inside, and she then described, truly enough, the latter part of the altercation between husband and wife. Fearing, after this, that something serious might happen, she had kept watch in her room, which was on the same floor as her mistress's. She had heard her mistress's door open softly between 1 and 2 in the morning, had followed her mistress, who carried a small lamp, along the passage and down the stairs into the hall, had hidden herself in the porter's chair, had seen her mistress take a dagger in a green sheath from a collection of Eastern curiosities kept in the hall, had followed her again, and seen her softly enter the Red Room, had heard the heavy breathing of Mr. Redain. James Smith, which gave token that he was asleep, had slipped into an empty room next door to the Red Room, and had waited there about a quarter of an hour when her mistress came out again with the dagger in her hand, had followed her mistress again into the hall where she had put the dagger back into its place, had seen her mistress turn into a side passage that led to my room, had heard her knock at my door and heard me answer and open it, had hidden again in the porter's chair, had, after a while, seen me and my mistress pass together into the passage that led to the Red Room, had watched us both into the Red Room, and had then, through fear of being discovered and murdered herself, if she risked detection any longer, stolen back to her own room for the rest of the night. After deposing on oath to the truth of these atrocious falsehoods, and declaring, in conclusion, that Mr. James Smith had been murdered by my mistress, and that I was an accomplice, the quadroon had further asserted, in order to show a motive for the crime, that Mr. Meeker was my mistress's lover, that he had been forbidden the house by her husband, and that he was found in the house, and alone with her, on the evening of Mr. James Smith's return. Here again, there were some grains of truth cunningly mixed up with a revolting lie, and they had their effect in giving to the falsehood a look of probability. I was cautioned in the usual manner and asked if I had anything to say. I replied that I was innocent, but that I would wait for legal assistance before I defended myself. The justice remanded me, and the examination was over. 3 days later, my unhappy mistress was subjected to the same trial. I was not allowed to communicate with her. All I knew was that the lawyer had arrived from London to help her. Toward the evening he was admitted to see me. He shook his head sorrowfully when I asked after my mistress. "I am afraid," he said, "that she has sunk under the horror of the situation in which that vile woman has placed her. Weakened by her previous agitation, she seems to have given way under this last shock, tenderly and carefully, as Mr. A saw." Philip Nicholson broke the bad news to her. All her feelings appeared to be strangely blunted at the examination today. She answered the questions put to her quite correctly, but at the same time, quite mechanically, with no change in her complexion, or in her tone of voice, or in her manner, from beginning to end. It is a sad thing, William, when women cannot get their natural vent of weeping, and your mistress has not shed a tear since she left Darrock Hall. "But surely, sir," I said, "if my examination has not proved Josephine's perjury, my mistress's examination must have exposed it." "Nothing will expose it," answered the lawyer, "but producing Mr. James. Morally speaking, he believes that those threats which your mistress unfortunately used referred, as she said they did today, to her intention of leaving the hall early in the morning, with you for her attendant, and coming to me, if she had been well enough to travel, to seek effectual legal protection from her husband for the future. Mr. Nicholson believes that, and I, who know more of the circumstances than he does, believe also that Mr. James Smith stole away from Darrock Hall in the night, under fear of being indicted for bigamy. But if I can't find him, if I can't prove him to be alive, if I can't account for those spots of blood on the nightgown, the accidental circumstances of the case remain unexplained. Your mistress's rash language, the bad terms on which she has lived with her husband, and her unlucky disregard of appearances in keeping up her intercourse with Mr. Meeker, all tell dead against us, and the justice has no alternative, in a legal point of view, but to remand you both, as he has now done, for the production of further evidence. But how then, in heaven's name, is our innocence to be proved, sir?" I asked. "In the first place," said the lawyer, "by finding Mr. James Smith, and in the second place, by persuading him, when he is found, to come forward and declare himself." "Do you really believe, sir," said I, "that he would hesitate to do that, when he knows the horrible charge to which his disappearance has exposed his wife? He is a heartless villain, I know, but surely—" "I don't suppose," said the lawyer, cutting me short, "that he is quite scoundrel enough to decline coming forward, supposing he ran no risk by doing so. But remember that he has placed himself in a position to be tried for bigamy, and that he believes your mistress will put the law in force against him." I had forgotten that circumstance. My heart sank within me when it was recalled to my memory, and I could say nothing more. "It is a very serious thing," the lawyer went on. "It is a downright offence against the law of the land to make any private offer of a compromise to this man. Knowing what we know, our duty as good citizens is to give such information as may bring him to trial. I tell you plainly that if I did not stand toward your mistress in the position of a relation as well as a legal adviser, I should think twice about running the risk, the very serious risk, on which I am now about to venture for her sake. As it is, I have taken the right measures to assure Mr. James Smith that he will not be treated according to his deserts. When he knows what the circumstances are, he will trust us, supposing always that we can find him. The search about this neighbourhood has been quite useless. I have sent private instructions by today's post to Mr. Dark in London, and with them a carefully worded form of advertisement for the public newspapers. You may rest assured that every human means of tracing him will be tried forthwith. In the meantime, I have an important question to put to you about Josephine. She may know more than we think she does. She may have surprised the secret of the second marriage, and may be keeping it in reserve to use against us. If this should turn out to be the case, I shall want some other chance against her besides the chance of indicting her for perjury. As to her motive now for making this horrible accusation, what can you tell me about that, William?" "Her motive against me, sir?" No, not against you. I can see plainly enough that she accuses you because it is necessary to do so to add to the probability of her story, which, of course, assumes that you helped your mistress to dispose of the dead body. You are coolly sacrificed to some devilish vengeance against her mistress. Let us get at that first. Has there ever been a quarrel between them?" I told him of the quarrel, and of how Josephine had looked and talked when she showed me her cheek. "Yes," he said, "that is a strong motive for revenge with a naturally pitiless, vindictive woman. But is that all? Had your mistress any hold over her? Is there any self-interest mixed up along with this motive of vengeance? Think a little, William. Has anything ever happened in the house to compromise this woman, or to make her fancy herself compromised?" The remembrance of my mistress's lost trinkets and handkerchiefs, which later and greater troubles had put out of my mind, flashed back into my memory while he spoke. I told him immediately of the alarm in the house when the loss was discovered. "Did your mistress suspect Josephine and question her?" he asked eagerly. "No, sir," I replied. Before she could say a word, Josephine impudently asked who she suspected, and boldly offered her own boxes to be searched. The lawyer's face turned red as scarlet. He jumped out of his chair and hit me such a smack on the shoulder that I thought he had gone mad. "By Jupiter," he cried out, "we have got the whip hand of that she-devil at last." I looked at him in astonishment. "Why, man alive," he said, "don't you see how it is? Josephine's the thief. I am as sure of it as that you and I are talking together. This vile accusation against your mistress answers another purpose besides the vindictive one. It is the very best screen that the wretch could possibly set up to hide herself from detection. It has stopped your mistress and you from moving in the matter. It exhibits her in the false character of an honest witness against a couple of criminals. It gives her time to dispose of the goods, or to hide them, or to do anything she likes with them. Stop. Let me be quite sure that I know what the lost things are. A pair of bracelets, 3 rings, and a lot of lace pocket handkerchiefs. Is that what you said? Yes, sir. Your mistress will describe them particularly, and I will take the right steps the first thing tomorrow morning. Good evening, William, and keep up your spirits. It shan't be my fault if you don't soon see the quadroon in the right place for her at the prisoner's bar. With that farewell, he went out. The days passed, and I did not see him again until the period of my remand had expired. On this occasion, when I once more appeared before the justice, my mistress appeared with me. The first sight of her absolutely startled me. She was so sadly altered. Her face looked so pinched and thin that it was like the face of an old woman. The dull, vacant resignation of her expression was something shocking to see. It changed a little when her eyes first turned heavily toward me, and she whispered with a faint smile, "I am sorry for you, William. I am very, very sorry for you." But as soon as she had said those words, the blank look returned, and she sat with her head drooping forward, quiet and inattentive and hopeless, so changed a being that her oldest friends would hardly have known her. Our examination was a mere formality. There was no additional evidence either for or against us, and we were remanded again for another week. I asked the lawyer, privately, if any chance had offered itself of tracing Mr. James Smith. He looked mysterious, and only said in answer, "Hope for the best." I inquired next if any progress had been made toward fixing the guilt of the robbery on Josephine. "I never boast," he replied, "but cunning as she is, I should not be surprised if Mr. Dark and I, together, turned out to be more than a match for her." Mr. Dark, there was something in the mere mention of his name that gave me confidence in the future. If I could only have got my poor mistress's sad, dazed face out of my mind, I should not have had much depression of spirits to complain of during the interval of time that elapsed between the second examination and the third. Chapter 6. On the third appearance of my mistress and myself before the justice, I noticed some faces in the room which I had not seen there before. Greatly to my astonishment, for the previous examinations had been conducted as privately as possible, I remarked the presence of 2 of the servants from the hall, and of 3 or 4 of the tenants on the Darrock estate, who lived nearest to the house. They all sat together on one side of the justice room. Opposite to them, and close at the side of a door, stood my old acquaintance, Mr. Dark, with his big snuff-box, his jolly face, and his winking eye. He nodded to me when I looked at him, as jauntily as if we were meeting at a party of pleasure. The quadroon woman, who had been summoned to the examination, had a chair placed opposite to the witness box, and in a line with the seat occupied by my poor mistress, whose looks, as I was grieved to see, were not altered for the better. The lawyer from London was with her, and I stood behind her chair. We were all quietly disposed in the room in this way, when the justice, Mr. Robert Nicholson, came in with his brother. It might have been only fancy, but I thought I could see in both their faces that something remarkable had happened since we had met at the last examination. The deposition of Josephine Durand was read over by the clerk, and she was asked if she had anything to add to it. She replied in the negative. The justice then appealed to my mistress's relation, the lawyer, to know if he could produce any evidence relating to the charge against his clients. "I have evidence," answered the lawyer, getting briskly on his legs, "which I believe, sir, will justify me in asking for their discharge." "Where are your witnesses?" inquired the justice, looking hard at Josephine while he spoke. "One of them is in waiting, your worship," said Mr. Dark, opening the door near which he was standing. He went out of the room, remained away about a minute, and returned with his witness at his heels. My heart gave a bound as if it would jump out of my body. There, with his long hair cut short and his bushy whiskers shaved off, there, in his own proper person, safe and sound as ever, was Mr. James Smith. The quadroon's iron nature resisted the shock of his unexpected presence on the scene with a steadiness that was nothing short of marvellous. Her thin lips closed together convulsively, and there was a slight movement in the muscles of her throat. But not a word, not a sign betrayed her. Even the yellow tinge of her complexion remained unchanged. "It is not necessary, sir, that I should waste time and words in referring to the wicked and preposterous charge against my clients," said the lawyer, addressing Mr. Robert Nicholson. "The one sufficient justification for discharging them immediately is before you at this moment in the person of that gentleman. There, sir, stands the murdered Mr. James Smith of Darrock Hall, alive and well, to answer for himself." "That is not the man," cried Josephine, her shrill voice just as high, clear and steady as ever. "I denounce that man as an impostor. Of my own knowledge, I deny that he is James Smith." "No doubt you do," said the lawyer, "but we will prove his identity for all that." The first witness called was Mr. Philip Nicholson. He could swear that he had seen Mr. James Smith and spoken to him at least a dozen times. The person now before him was Mr. James Smith, altered as to personal appearance by having his hair cut short and his whiskers shaved off, but still unmistakably the man he assumed to be. "Conspiracy," interrupted the prisoner, hissing the word out viciously between her teeth. "If you are not silent," said Mr. Robert Nicholson, "you will be removed from the room. It will sooner meet the ends of justice," he went on, addressing the lawyer, "if you prove the question of identity by witnesses who have been in habits of daily communication with Mr. James Smith." Upon this, one of the servants from the hall was placed in the box. The alteration in his master's appearance evidently puzzled the man. Besides the perplexing change already adverted to, there was also a change in Mr. James Smith's expression and manner. Rascal as he was, I must do him the justice to say that he looked startled and ashamed when he first caught sight of his unfortunate wife. The servant, who was used to be eyed tyrannically by him and ordered about roughly, seeing him now for the first time abashed and silent, stammered and hesitated on being asked to swear to his identity. "I can hardly say for certain, sir," said the man, addressing the justice in a bewildered manner. "He is like my master, and yet he isn't. If he wore whiskers and had his hair long, and if he was, saving your presence, sir, a little more rough and ready in his way, I could swear to him anywhere with a safe conscience. Fortunately for us, at this moment, Mr. James Smith's feeling of uneasiness at the situation in which he was placed changed to a feeling of irritation at being coolly surveyed and then stupidly doubted in the matter of his identity by one of his own servants. "Can't you say in plain words, you idiot, whether you know me or whether you don't?" he called out angrily. "That's his voice," cried the servant, starting in the box. "Whiskers or no whiskers, that's him. If there's any difficulty, your worship, about the gentleman's hair," said Mr. Dark, coming forward with a grin, "here's a small parcel which, I may make so bold as to say, will remove it." Saying that, he opened the parcel, took some locks of hair out of it, and held them up close to Mr. James Smith's head. "A pretty good match, your worship," continued Mr. Dark. "I have no doubt the gentleman's head feels cooler now it's off. We can't put the whiskers on, I'm afraid, but they match the hair, and they are in the paper, if one may say such a thing of whiskers, to speak for themselves. "Lies, lies, lies!" screamed Josephine, losing her wicked self-control at this stage of the proceedings. The justice made a sign to two of the constables present as she burst out with those exclamations, and the men removed her to an adjoining room. The second servant from the hall was then put in the box and was followed by one of the tenants. After what they had heard and seen, neither of these men had any hesitation in swearing positively to their master's identity. "It is quite unnecessary," said the justice, as soon as the box was empty again, "to examine any more witnesses as to the question of identity. All the legal formalities are accomplished, and the charge against the prisoners falls to the ground. I have great pleasure in ordering the immediate discharge of both the accused persons, and in declaring from this place that they leave the court without the slightest stain on their characters." He bowed low to my mistress as he said that, paused a moment, and then looked inquiringly at Mr. James Smith. "I have hitherto abstained from making any remark unconnected with the immediate matter in hand," he went on. "But now that my duty is done, I cannot leave this chair without expressing my strong sense of disapprobation of the conduct of Mr. James Smith, conduct which, whatever may be the motives that occasioned it, has given a false colour of probability to a most horrible charge against a lady of unspotted reputation, and against a person in a lower rank of life whose good character ought not to have been imperilled even for a moment. Mr. Smith may or may not choose to explain his mysterious disappearance from Darrock Hall, and the equally unaccountable change which he has chosen to make in his personal appearance. There is no legal charge against him, but, speaking morally, I should be unworthy of the place I hold if I hesitated to declare my present conviction that his conduct has been deceitful, inconsiderate, and unfeeling in the highest degree. To this sharp reprimand Mr. James Smith, evidently tutored beforehand as to what he was to say, replied that, in attending before the justice, he wished to perform a plain duty and to keep himself strictly within the letter of the law. He apprehended that the only legal obligation laid on him was to attend in that court to declare himself and to enable competent witnesses to prove his identity. This duty accomplished, he had merely to add that he preferred submitting to a reprimand from the bench to entering into explanations which would involve the disclosure of domestic circumstances of a very unhappy nature. After that brief reply, he had nothing further to say, and he would respectfully request the justice's permission to withdraw. The permission was accorded. As he crossed the room, he stopped near his wife and said confusedly, in a very low tone, "I have done you many injuries, but I never intended this. I am sorry for it. Have you anything to say to me before I go?" My mistress shuddered and hid her face. He waited a moment, and finding that she did not answer him, bowed his head politely and went out. I did not know it then, but I had seen him for the last time. After he had gone, the lawyer, addressing Mr. Robert Nicholson, said that he had an application to make in reference to the woman Josephine Durand. At the mention of that name, my mistress hurriedly whispered a few words into her relation's ear. He looked toward Mr. Philip Nicholson, who immediately advanced, offered his arm to my mistress, and led her out. I was about to follow when Mr. Dark stopped me and begged that I would wait a few minutes longer in order to give myself the pleasure of seeing the end of the case. In the meantime, the justice had pronounced the necessary order to have the quadroon brought back. She came in, as bold and confident as ever. Mr. Robert Nicholson looked away from her in disgust and said to the lawyer, "Your application is to have her committed for perjury, of course." "For perjury?" said Josephine, with her wicked smile. "Very good. I shall explain some little matters that I have not explained before. You think I am quite at your mercy now? Bah! I shall make myself a thorn in your sides yet." "She has got scent of the second marriage," whispered Mr. Dark to me. There could be no doubt of it. She had evidently been listening at the door on the night when my master came back longer than I had supposed. She must have heard those words about the new wife. She might even have seen the effect of them on Mr. James Smith. "We do not at present propose to charge Josephine Durand with perjury," said the lawyer, "but with another offence, for which it is important to try her immediately, in order to effect the restoration of property that has been stolen. I charge her with stealing from her mistress, while in her service at Darrock Hall, a pair of bracelets, 3 rings, and 1.5 dozen of lace pocket handkerchiefs. The articles in question were taken this morning from between the mattresses of her bed, and a letter was found in the same place, which clearly proves that she had represented the property as belonging to herself, and that she had tried to dispose of it to a purchaser in London. While he was speaking, Mr. Dark produced the jewellery, the handkerchiefs, and the letter, and laid them before the justice. Even Josephine's extraordinary powers of self-control now gave way at last. At the first words of the unexpected charge against her, she struck her hands together violently, gnashed her sharp white teeth, and burst out with a torrent of fierce-sounding words in some foreign language, the meaning of which I did not understand. Then, and cannot explain now. "I think that's checkmate for Marmselle," whispered Mr. Dark, with his invariable wink. "Suppose you go back to the hall now, William, and draw a jug of that very remarkable old ale of yours. I'll be after you in 5 minutes as soon as the charge is made out." I could hardly realise it when I found myself walking back to Darrock, a free man again. In a quarter of an hour's time, Mr. Dark joined me and drank to my health, happiness, and prosperity in 3 separate tumblers. After performing this ceremony, he wagged his head and chuckled with an appearance of such excessive enjoyment that I could not avoid remarking on his high spirits. "It's the case, William. It's the beautiful neatness of the case that quite intoxicates me. Oh, Lord, what a happiness it is to be concerned in such a job as this," cries Mr. Dark, slapping his stumpy hands on his fat knees in a sort of ecstasy. I had a very different opinion of the case for my own part, but I did not venture on expressing it. I was too anxious to know how Mr. James Smith had been discovered and produced at the examination to enter into any arguments. Mr. Dark guessed what was passing in my mind, and telling me to sit down and make myself comfortable, volunteered of his own accord to inform me of all that I wanted to know. "When I got my instructions and my statement of particulars," he began, "I was not at all surprised to hear that Mr. James Smith had come back. I prophesied that, if you remember, William, the last time we met. But I was a good deal astonished, nevertheless, at the turn things had taken, and I can't say I felt very hopeful about finding our man. However, I followed my master's directions and put the advertisement in the papers. It addressed Mr. James Smith by name, but it was very carefully worded as to what was wanted of him. 2 days after it appeared, a letter came to our office in a woman's handwriting. It was my business to open the letters, and I opened that. The writer was short and mysterious. She requested that somebody would call from our office at a certain address between the hours of 2 and 4 that afternoon, in reference to the advertisement which we had inserted in the newspapers. Of course, I was the somebody who went. I kept myself from building up hopes, by the way, knowing what a lot of Mr. James Smiths there were in London. On getting to the house, I was shown into the drawing room, and there, dressed in a wrapper and lying on a sofa, was an uncommonly pretty woman who looked as if she was just recovering from an illness. She had a newspaper by her side and came to the point at once. "My husband's name is James Smith," she says, "and I have my reasons for wanting to know if he is the person you're in search of." I described our man as "an pin in sport," James Smith, of Darrock Hall, Cumberland. I know no such person, says she. What? Was it not the second wife, after all? I broke out. Wait a bit, says Mr. Dark. I mentioned the name of the yacht next, and she started up on the sofa as if she had been shot. I think you were married in Scotland, ma'am, says I. She turns as pale as ashes and drops back on the sofa and says faintly, It is my husband. Oh, sir, what has happened? What do you want with him? Is he in debt? I took a minute to think, and then made up my mind to tell her everything, feeling that she would keep her husband, as she called him, out of the way if I frightened her by any mysteries. A nice job I had, William, as you may suppose, when she knew about the bigamy business. What with screaming, fainting, crying, and blowing me up, as if I was to blame. She kept me by that sofa of hers the best part of an hour, kept me there, in short, till Mr. James Smith himself came back. I leave you to judge if that mended matters. He found me mopping the poor woman's temples with scent and water, and he would have pitched me out of the window, as sure as I sit here, if I had not met him and staggered him at once with the charge of murder against his wife. That stopped him when he was in full cry, I can promise you. Go and wait in the next room, says he, and I'll come in and speak to you directly. And did you go? I asked. Of course I did, said Mr. Dark. I knew he couldn't get out by the drawing-room windows, and I knew I could watch the door. So away I went, leaving him alone with the lady, who didn't spare him by any manner of means, as I could easily hear in the next room. However, all rows in this world come to an end sooner or later, and a man with any brains in his head may do what he pleases with a woman who is fond of him. Before long, I heard her crying and kissing him. I can't go home, she says after this. You have behaved like a villain and a monster to me. But oh, Jemmy, I can't give you up to anybody. Don't go back to your wife. Oh, don't go back to your wife. No fear of that, says he. My wife wouldn't have me if I did go back to her. After that, I heard the door open and went out to meet him on the landing. He began swearing the moment he saw me, as if that was any good. Business first, if you please, sir, says I, and any pleasure you like, in the way of swearing, afterward. With that beginning, I mentioned our terms to him, and asked the pleasure of his company to Cumberland in return. He was uncommonly suspicious at first, but I promised to draw out a legal document, mere waste paper of no earthly use except to pacify him, engaging to hold him harmless throughout the proceedings. And what with that, and telling him of the frightful danger his wife was in, I managed at last to carry my point. But did the second wife make no objection to his going away with you? I inquired. Not she, said Mr. Dark. I stated the case to her just as it stood, and soon satisfied her that there was no danger of Mr. James Smith's first wife laying any claim to him. After hearing that, she joined me in persuading him to do his duty, and said she pitied your mistress from the bottom of her heart. With her influence to back me, I had no great fear of our man changing his mind. I had the door watched that night, however, so as to make quite sure of him. The next morning he was ready to time when I called, and a quarter of an hour after that we were off together for the North Road. We made the journey with post-horses, being afraid of chance passengers, you know, in public conveyances. On the way down, Mr. James Smith and I got on as comfortably together as if we had been a pair of old friends. I told the story of our tracing him to the north of Scotland, and he gave me the particulars, in return, of his bolting from Darrock Hall. They are rather amusing, William. Would you like to hear them? I told Mr. Dark that he had anticipated the very question I was about to ask him. "Well," he said, "this is how it was. To begin at the beginning, our man really took Mrs. Smith, number 2, to the Mediterranean, as we heard. He sailed up the Spanish coast and, after short trips ashore, stopped at a seaside place in France called Cannes. There he saw a house and grounds to be sold, which took his fancy as a nice retired place to keep number 2 in. Nothing particular was wanted but the money to buy it, and not having the little amount in his own possession, Mr. James Smith makes a virtue of necessity and goes back overland to his wife with private designs on her purse strings. Number 2, who objects to be left behind, goes with him as far as London. There, he trumps up the first story that comes into his head about rents in the country and a house in Lincolnshire that is too damp for her to trust herself in, and so, leaving her for a few days in London, starts boldly for Darrock Hall. His notion was to wheedle your mistress out of the money by good behaviour, but it seems he started badly by quarrelling with her about a fiddle-playing parson. Yes, I know all about that part of the story," I broke in, seeing by Mr. Reed's agab Dark's manner that he was likely to speak both ignorantly and impertinently of my mistress's unlucky friendship for Mr. Meek. "Go on to the time when I left my master alone in the Red Room, and tell me what he did between midnight and 9 the next morning." "Did?" said Mr. Dark. "Why, he went to bed with the unpleasant conviction on his mind that your mistress had found him out, and with no comfort to speak of except what he could get out of the brandy bottle. He couldn't sleep, and the more he tossed and tumbled, the more certain he felt that his wife intended to have him tried for bigamy. At last, toward the grey of the morning, he could stand it no longer, and he made up his mind to give the law the slip while he had the chance. As soon as he was dressed, it struck him that there might be a reward offered for catching him, and he determined to make that slight change in his personal appearance which puzzled the witnesses so much before the magistrate today. So he opens his dressing case and crops his hair in no time, and takes off his whiskers next. The fire was out, and he had to shave in cold water. What with that, and what with the flurry of his mind, naturally enough he cut himself. And dried the blood with his nightgown, says I. With his nightgown, repeated Mr. Dark. It was the first thing that lay handy, and he snatched it up. Wait a bit, though. The cream of the thing is to come. When he had done being his own barber, he couldn't for the life of him hit on a way of getting rid of the loose hair. The fire was out, and he had no matches, so he couldn't burn it. As for throwing it away, he didn't dare do that in the house or about the house, for fear of its being found and betraying what he had done. So he wraps it all up in paper, crams it into his pocket to be disposed of when he is at a safe distance from the hall, takes his bag, gets out at the window, shuts it softly after him, and makes for the road as fast as his long legs will carry him. There he walks on till a coach overtakes him, and so travels back to London to find himself in a fresh scrape as soon as he gets there. An interesting situation, William, and hard travelling from one end of France to the other had not agreed together in the case of number 2. Mr. James Smith found her in bed, with doctor's orders that she was not to be moved. There was nothing for it after that but to lie by in London till the lady got better. Luckily for us, she didn't hurry herself. So that, after all, your mistress has to thank the very woman who supplanted her for clearing her character by helping us to find Mr. Riza Palais. James Smith, and pray, how did you come by that loose hair of his which you showed before the justice today? I asked. Thank number 2 again, says Mr. Dark. I was put up to asking after it by what she told me. While we were talking about the advertisement, I made so bold as to inquire what first set her thinking that her husband and the Mr. James Smith whom we wanted might be one and the same man. Nothing, says she. But seeing him come home with his hair cut short and his whiskers shaved off, and finding that he could not give me any good reason for disfiguring himself in that way, I had my suspicions that something was wrong, and the sight of your advertisement strengthened them directly. The hearing her say that suggested to my mind that there might be a difficulty in identifying him after the change in his looks, and I asked him what he had done with the loose hair before we left London. It was found in the pocket of his travelling coat, just as he had huddled it up there on leaving the hall, worry and fright and vexation having caused him to forget all about it. Of course I took charge of the parcel, and you know what good it did as well as I do. So, to speak, William, it just completed this beautifully neat case. Looking at the matter in a professional point of view, I don't hesitate to say that we have managed our business with Mr. James Smith to perfection. We have produced him at the right time, and we are going to get rid of him at the right time. By tonight, he will be on his way to foreign parts with number 2, and he won't show his nose in England again if he lives to the age of Methuselah. It was a relief to hear that, and it was almost as great a comfort to find, from what Mr. Dark said next, that my mistress need fear nothing that Josephine could do for the future. The charge of theft, on which she was about to be tried, did not afford the shadow of an excuse in law any more than in logic for alluding to the crime which her master had committed. If she meant to talk about it, she might do so in her place of transportation, but she would not have the slightest chance of being listened to previously in a court of law. In short, said Mr. Wee, "Whole main name?" Dark, rising to take his leave. As I have told you already, William, it's checkmate for Marmselle. She didn't manage the business of the robbery half as sharply as I should have expected. She certainly began well enough by staying modestly at a lodging in the village to give her attendance at the examinations, as it might be required. Nothing could look more innocent and respectable so far. But her hiding the property between the mattresses of her bed, the very first place that any experienced man would think of looking in, was such an amazingly stupid thing to do that I really can't account for it, unless her mind had more weighing on it than it was able to bear, which, considering the heavy stakes she played for, is likely enough. Anyhow, her hands are tied now, and her tongue too, for the matter of that. Give my respects to your mistress, and tell her that her runaway husband and her lying maid will never either of them harm her again as long as they live. She has nothing to do now but to pluck up her spirits and live happy. Here's long life to her and to you, William, in the last glass of ale, and here's the same toast to myself in the bottom of the jug. With those words, Mr. Dark pocketed his large snuff-box, gave a last wink with his bright eye, and walked rapidly away, whistling, to catch the London coach. From that time to this, and I've never met again. A few last words relating to my mistress, and to the other persons chiefly concerned in this narrative, will conclude all that it is now necessary for me to say. For some months, the relatives and friends, and I myself, felt sad misgivings on my poor mistress's account. We doubted if it was possible, with such a quick, sensitive nature as hers, that she could support the shock which had been inflicted on her. But our powers of endurance are, as I have learned to believe, more often equal to the burdens laid upon us than we are apt to imagine. I have seen many surprising recoveries from illness after all hope had been lost, and I have lived to see my mistress recover from the grief and terror which we once thought would prove fatal to her. It was long before she began to hold up her head again, but care and kindness, and time and change wrought their effect on her at last. She is not now, and never will be again, the woman she was once. Her manner is altered, and she looks older by many a year than she really is. But her health causes us no anxiety now, Her spirits are calm and equal, and I have good hope that many quiet years of service in her house are left for me still. I myself have married during the long interval of time which I am now passing over in a few words. This change in my life is perhaps not worth mentioning, but I am reminded of my 2 little children when I speak of my mistress in her present position. I really think they make the great happiness and interest and amusement of her life, and prevent her from feeling lonely and dried up at heart. It is a pleasant reflection to me to remember this, and perhaps it may be the same to you, for which reason only I speak of it. As for the other persons connected with the troubles at Darrock Hall, I may mention the vile woman Josephine first, so as to have the sooner done with her. Mr. Dark's guess, when he tried to account for her want of cunning in hiding the stolen property, by saying that her mind might have had more weighing on it than she was able to bear, turned out to be nothing less than the plain and awful truth. After she had been found guilty of the robbery, and had been condemned to 7 years' transportation, a worse sentence fell upon her from a higher tribunal than any in this world. While she was still in the county jail, previous to her removal, her mind gave way, the madness breaking out in an attempt to set fire to the prison. Her case was pronounced to be hopeless from the first. The lawful asylum received her, and the lawful asylum will keep her to the end of her days. Mr. James Smith, who, in my humble opinion, deserved hanging by law or drowning by accident at least, lived quietly abroad with his Scotch wife, or no wife, for 2 years, and then died in the most quiet and customary manner in his bed after a short illness. His end was described to me as a highly edifying one, but as he was also reported to have sent his forgiveness to his wife, which was as much as to say that he was the injured person of the 2, I take leave to consider that he was the same impudent vagabond in his last moments that he had been all his life. His Scotch widow has married again, and is now settled in London. I hope her husband is all her own property this time. Mr. Meeker must not be forgotten, although he has dropped out of the latter part of my story, because he had nothing to do with the serious events which followed Josephine's perjury. In the confusion and wretchedness of that time, he was treated with very little ceremony, and was quite passed over when we left the neighbourhood. After pining and fretting some time, as we afterward heard, in his lonely parsonage, he resigned his living at the first chance he got, and took a sort of under-chaplain's place in an English chapel abroad. He writes to my mistress once or twice a year to ask after her health and well-being, and she writes back to him. That is all the communication they are ever likely to have with each other. The music they once played together will never sound again. Its last notes have long since faded away, and the last words of this story, trembling on the lips of the teller, may now fade with them. The 9th day. A little change in the weather. The rain still continues, but the wind is not quite so high. Have I any reason to believe, because it is calmer on land, that it is also calmer at sea? Perhaps not. But my mind is scarcely so uneasy today, nevertheless. I had looked over the newspaper with the usual result, and had laid it down with the customary sense of disappointment, when Jessie handed me a letter which she had received that morning. It was written by her aunt, and it upbraided her in the highly exaggerated terms which ladies love to employ, where any tender interests of their own are concerned, for her long silence and her long absence from home. Home! I thought of my poor boy, and of the one hope on which all his happiness rested, and I felt jealous of the word when I saw it used persuasively in a letter to our guest. What right had anyone to mention home to her until George had spoken first? I must answer it by a return of post, said Jessie, with a tone of sorrow in her voice for which my heart warmed to her. You have been very kind to me. You have taken more pains to interest and amuse me than I am worth. I can laugh about most things, but I can't laugh about going away. I am honestly and sincerely too grateful for that." She paused, came round to where I was sitting, perched herself on the end of the table, and resting her hands on my shoulders, added gently, "It must be the day after tomorrow, must it not?" I could not trust myself to answer. If I had spoken, I should have betrayed George's secret in spite of myself. "Tomorrow is the 10th day," she went on softly. "It looks so selfish and so ungrateful to go the moment I have heard the last of the stories that I am quite distressed at being obliged to enter on the subject at all. And yet, what choice is left me? What can I do when my aunt writes to me in that way?" She took up the letter again and looked at it so ruefully that I drew her head a little nearer to me and gratefully kissed the smooth white forehead. "If your aunt is only half as anxious to see you again, my love, as I am to see my son, I must forgive her for taking you away from us." The words came from me without premeditation. It was not calculation this time, but sheer instinct that impelled me to test her in this way, once more, by a direct reference to George. She was so close to me that I felt her breath quiver on my cheek. Her eyes had been fixed on my face a moment before, but they now wandered away from it constrainedly. One of her hands trembled a little on my shoulder, and she took it off. "Thank you for trying to make our parting easier to me," she said quickly, and in a lower tone than she had spoken in yet. I made no answer, but still looked her anxiously in the face. For a few seconds, her nimble, delicate fingers nervously folded and refolded the letter from her aunt. Then she abruptly changed her position. "The sooner I write, the sooner it will be over," she said, and hurriedly turned away to the paper case on the side table. How was the change in her manner to be rightly interpreted? Was she hurt by what I had said? Or was she secretly so much affected by it, in the impressionable state of her mind at that moment, as to be incapable of exerting a young girl's customary self-control? Her looks, actions, and language might bear either interpretation. One striking omission had marked her conduct when I had referred to George's return. She had not inquired when I expected him back. Was this indifference? Surely not. Surely indifference would have led her to ask the conventionally civil question which 99 persons out of 100 would have addressed to me as a matter of course. Was she, on her side, afraid to trust herself to speak of George at a time when an unusual tenderness was aroused in her by the near prospect of saying farewell? It might be. It might not be. It might be. My feeble reason took the side of my inclination, and after vibrating between yes and no, I stopped where I had begun. At yes. She finished the letter in a few minutes and dropped it into the post-bag the moment it was done. "Not a word more," she said, returning to me with a sigh of relief. "Not a word about my aunt or my going away till the time comes. We have 2 more days. Let us make the most of them. 2 more days. 48 hours still to pass, 60 minutes in each of those hours, and every minute long enough to bring with it an event fatal to George's future." The bare thought kept my mind in a fever. For the remainder of the day, I was as desultory and as restless as our Queen of Hearts herself. Owen affectionately did his best to quiet me, but in vain. Even Morgan, who whiled away the time by smoking incessantly, was struck by the wretched spectacle of nervous anxiety that I presented to him, and pitied me openly for being unable to compose myself with a pipe. Wearily and uselessly, the hours wore on till the sun set. The clouds in the western heaven wore wild and tortured shapes when I looked out at them, and as the gathering darkness fell on us, the fatal, fearful wind rose once more. When we assembled at 8, the drawing of the lots had no longer any interest or suspense, so far as I was concerned. I had read my last story, and it now only remained for chance to decide the question of precedency between Owen and Morgan. Of the 2 numbers left in the bowl, the one drawn was 9. This made it Morgan's turn to read, and left it appropriately to Owen, as our eldest brother, to close the proceedings on the next night. Morgan looked round the table when he had spread out his manuscript, and seemed half inclined to open fire, as usual, with a little preliminary sarcasm. But his eyes met mine. He saw the anxiety I was suffering, and his natural kindness, perversely, as he might strive to hide it, got the better of him. He looked down on his paper, growled out briefly, "No need for a preface. My little bit of writing explains itself. Let's go on and have done with it," and so began to read, without another word from himself or from any of us, Brother Morgan's story of Fauntleroy. Chapter 1. It was certainly a dull little dinner party. Of the 4 guests, 2 of us were men between 50 and 60, and 2 of us were youths between 18 and 20, and we had no subjects in common. We were all intimate with our host, but were only slightly acquainted with each other. Perhaps we should have got on better if there had been some ladies among us, but the master of the house was a bachelor, and, except the parlour maids who assisted in waiting on us at dinner, no daughter of Eve was present to brighten the dreary scene. We tried all sorts of subjects, but they dropped one after the other. The elder gentlemen seemed to be afraid of committing themselves by talking too freely within hearing of us juniors, and we, on our side, restrained our youthful flow of spirits and youthful freedom of conversation out of deference to our host, who seemed once or twice to be feeling a little nervous about the continued propriety of our behaviour in the presence of his respectable guests. To make matters worse, we had dined at a sensible hour. When the bottles made their first round at dessert, the clock on the mantelpiece only struck 8. I counted the strokes and felt certain, from the expression of his face, that the other junior guest who sat on one side of me at the round table was counting them also. When we came to the final 8, we exchanged looks of despair. 2 hours more of this. What on earth is to become of us? In the language of the eyes, that was exactly what we said to each other. The wine was excellent, and I think we all came separately and secretly to the same conclusion, that our chance of getting through the evening was intimately connected with our resolution in getting through the bottles. As a matter of course, we talked wine. No company of Englishmen can assemble together for an evening without doing that. Every man in this country who is rich enough to pay income tax has at one time or other in his life effected a very remarkable transaction in wine. Sometimes he has made such a bargain as he never expects to make again. Sometimes he is the only man in England, not a peer of the realm, who has got a single drop of a certain famous vintage which has perished from the face of the earth. Sometimes he has purchased, with a friend, a few last-left dozens from the cellar of a deceased potentate, at a price so exorbitant that he can only wag his head and decline mentioning it. And if you ask his friend, that friend will wag his head and decline mentioning it also. Sometimes he has been at an out-of-the-way country inn, has found the sherry not drinkable, has asked if there is no other wine in the house, has been informed that there is some sourish foreign stuff that nobody ever drinks, has called for a bottle of it, has found it Burgundy, such as all France cannot now produce, has cunningly kept his own counsel with the widowed landlady, and has bought the whole stock for an old song. Sometimes he knows the proprietor of a famous tavern in London, and he recommends his 1 or 2 particular friends, the next time they are passing that way, to go in and dine, and give his compliments to the landlord, and ask for a bottle of the brown sherry, with the light blue, as distinguished from the dark blue, seal. Thousands of people dine there every year, and think they have got the famous sherry when they get the dark blue seal. But the real wine, The famous wine is the light blue seal, and nobody in England knows it but the landlord and his friends. In all these wine conversations, whatever variety there may be in the various experiences related, one of two great first principles is invariably assumed by each speaker in succession. Either he knows more about it than anyone else, or he has got better wine of his own even than the excellent wine he is now drinking. Men can get together sometimes without talking of women, without talking of horses, without talking of politics, but they cannot assemble to eat a meal together without talking of wine, and they cannot talk of wine without assuming to each one of themselves an absolute infallibility in connection with that single subject, which they would shrink from asserting in relation to any other topic under the sun. How long the inevitable wine talk lasted on the particular social occasion of which I am now writing is more than I can undertake to say. I had heard so many other conversations of the same sort at so many other tables that my attention wandered away wearily, and I began to forget all about the dull little dinner party and the badly assorted company of guests of whom I formed one. How long I remained in this not over-courteous condition of mental oblivion is more than I can tell, but when my attention was recalled, in due course of time, to the little world around me, I found that the good wine had begun to do its good office. The stream of talk on either side of the host's chair was now beginning to flow cheerfully and continuously. The wine conversation had worn itself out, and one of the elder guests, Mr. Wendell, was occupied in telling the other guest, Mr. Trowbridge, of a small fraud which had lately been committed on him by a clerk in his employment. The first part of the story I missed altogether. The last part, which alone caught my attention, followed the career of the clerk to the dock of the Old Bailey. So, as I was telling you, continued Mr. Wendell, I made up my mind to prosecute, and I did prosecute. Thoughtless people blamed me for sending the young man to prison, and said I might just as well have forgiven him, seeing that the trifling sum of money I had lost by his breach of trust was barely as much as £10. Of course, personally speaking, I would much rather not have gone into court, but I considered that my duty to society in general, and to my brother merchants in particular, absolutely compelled me to prosecute for the sake of example. I acted on that principle, and I don't regret that I did so. The circumstances under which the man robbed me were particularly disgraceful. He was a hardened reprobate, sir, if ever there was one yet, and I believe, in my conscience, that he wanted nothing but the opportunity to be as great a villain as Fauntleroy himself. At the moment when Mr. Wendell personified his idea of consummate villainy by quoting the example of Fauntleroy, I saw the other middle-aged gentleman, Mr. Trowbridge, colour up on a sudden and begin to fidget in his chair. "The next time you want to produce an instance of a villain, sir," said Mr. Trowbridge, "I wish you could contrive to quote some other example than Fauntleroy." Mr. Wendell naturally enough looked excessively astonished when he heard these words, which were very firmly, and at the same time, very politely addressed to him. "May I inquire why you object to my example?" he asked. "I object to it, sir," said Mr. Trowbridge, "because it makes me very uncomfortable to hear Fauntleroy called a villain." "Good heavens above!" exclaimed Mr. Wendell, utterly bewildered. "Uncomfortable, you, a mercantile man like myself, you whose character stands so high everywhere, you uncomfortable when you hear a man who was hanged for forgery called a villain. In the name of wonder. Why?" "Because," answered Mr. Trowbridge, with perfect composure, "Fauntleroy was a friend of mine." "Excuse me, my dear sir," retorted Mr. Wendell, in as polished a tone of sarcasm as he could command. "But of all the friends whom you have made in the course of your useful and honourable career, I should have thought the friend you have just mentioned would have been the very last, too." whom you were likely to refer in respectable society, at least by name. Fauntleroy committed an unpardonable crime, and died a disgraceful death, said Mr. Trowbridge. But, for all that, Fauntleroy was a friend of mine, and in that character I shall always acknowledge him boldly to my dying day. I have a tenderness for his memory, though he violated a sacred trust and died for it on the gallows. Don't look shocked, Mr. Wendell. I will tell you, and our other friends here, if they will let me, why I feel that tenderness, which looks so strange and so discreditable in your eyes. It is rather a curious anecdote, sir, and has an interest, I think, for all observers of human nature, quite apart from its connection with the unhappy man of whom we have been talking. You young gentlemen, continued Mr. Begin, Trowbridge, addressing himself to us juniors, have heard of Fauntleroy, though he sinned and suffered and shocked all England long before your time. We answered that we had certainly heard of him as one of the famous criminals of his day. We knew that he had been a partner in a great London banking house, that he had not led a very virtuous life, that he had possessed himself by forgery of trust moneys which he was doubly bound to respect, and that he had been hanged for his offence in the year 1824, when the gallows was still set up for other crimes than murder, and when Jack Ketch was in fashion as one of the hard-working reformers of the age. Very good, said Mr. Trowbridge. You both of you know quite enough of Fauntleroy to be interested in what I am going to tell you. When the bottles have been round the table, I will start with my story. The bottles went round. Claret for the degenerate youngsters, port for the sterling, steady-headed, middle-aged gentlemen. Buisson. Trowbridge sipped his wine, meditated a little, sipped again, and started with the promised anecdote in these terms. Chapter 2. What I am going to tell you, gentlemen, happened when I was a very young man, and when I was just setting up in business on my own account. My father had been well acquainted for many years with Mr. Fauntleroy, of the famous London banking firm of Marsh, Stracey, Fauntleroy, and Graham. Thinking it might be of some future service to me to make my position known to a great man in the commercial world, my father mentioned to his highly respected friend that I was about to start in business for myself in a very small way, and with very little money. Mr. Fauntleroy received the intimation with a kind appearance of interest, and said that he would have his eye on me. I expected from this that he would wait to see if I could keep on my legs at starting, and that if he found I succeeded pretty well, he would then help me forward if it lay in his power. As events turned out, he proved to be a far better friend than that, and he soon showed me that I had very much underrated the hearty and generous interest which he had felt in my welfare from the first. While I was still fighting with the difficulties of setting up my office and recommending myself to my connection and so forth, I got a message from Mr. E. Fauntleroy telling me to call on him at the banking house the first time I was passing that way. As you may easily imagine, I contrived to be passing that way on a particularly early occasion, and on presenting myself at the bank, I was shown at once into Mr. Fauntleroy's private room. He was as pleasant a man to speak to as ever I met with, bright and gay and companionable in his manner, with a sort of easy, hearty, jovial bluntness about him that attracted everybody. The clerks all liked him, and that is something to say of a partner in a banking house, I can tell you. Well, young Trowbridge, says he, giving his papers on the table a brisk push away from him. So you are going to set up in business for yourself, are you? I have a great regard for your father, and a great wish to see you succeed. Have you started yet? No? Just on the point of beginning, eh? Very good. You will have your difficulties, my friend, and I mean to smooth one of them away for you at the outset. A word of advice for your private ear. Bank with us. You are very kind, sir, I answered, and I should ask nothing better than to profit by your suggestion, if I could. But my expenses are heavy at starting, and when they are all paid, I am afraid I shall have very little left to put by for the first year. I doubt if I shall be able to muster much more than £300 of surplus cash in the world, after paying what I must pay before I set up my office, and I should be ashamed to trouble your house, sir, to open an account for such a trifle as that." "Stuff and nonsense," says Mr. Fauntleroy. "Are you a banker? What business have you to offer an opinion on the matter? Do as I tell you, leave it to me, bank with us, and draw for what you like. Stop. I haven't done yet. When you open the account, speak to the head cashier. Perhaps you may find he has got something to tell you. There. Go away, don't interrupt me, goodbye. God bless you." That was his way. Ah, poor fellow, that was his way. I went to the head cashier the next morning when I opened my little modicum of an account. He had received orders to pay my drafts without reference to my balance. My cheques, when I had overdrawn, were to be privately shown to Mr. Fauntleroy. Do many young men who start in business find their prosperous superiors ready to help them in that way? Well, I got on very fairly and steadily, being careful not to venture out of my depth, and not to forget that small beginnings may lead in time to great ends. A prospect of one of those great ends, great, I mean, to such a small trader as I was at that period, showed itself to me when I had been some little time in business. In plain terms, I had a chance of joining in a first-rate transaction, which would give me profit and position and everything I wanted, provided I could qualify myself for engaging in it by getting good security beforehand for a very large amount. In this emergency, I thought of my kind friend, Mr. Fauntleroy, and went to the bank and saw him once more in his private room. There he was at the same table, with the same heaps of papers about him, and the same hearty, easy way of speaking his mind to you at once, in the fewest possible words. I explained the business I came upon with some little hesitation and nervousness, for I was afraid he might think I was taking an unfair advantage of his former kindness to me. When I had done, he just nodded his head, snatched up a blank sheet of paper, scribbled a few lines on it in his rapid way, handed the writing to me, and pushed me out of the room by the two shoulders before I could say a single word. I looked at the paper in the outer office. It was my security from the great banking house for the whole amount, and for more, if more was wanted. I could not express my gratitude then, and I don't know that I can describe it now. I can only say that it has outlived the crime, the disgrace, and the awful death on the scaffold. I am grieved to speak of that death at all, but I have no other alternative. The course of my story must now lead me straight on to the later time, and to the terrible discovery which exposed my benefactor and my friend to all England as the forger Fauntleroy. I must ask you to suppose a lapse of some time after the occurrence of the events that I have just been relating. During this interval, thanks to the kind assistance I had received at the outset, my position as a man of business had greatly improved. Imagine me now, if you please, on the high road to prosperity, with good large offices and a respectable staff of clerks, and picture me, to yourselves, sitting alone in my private room between 4 and 5 o'clock on a certain Saturday afternoon. All my letters had been written. All the people who had appointments with me had been received. I was looking carelessly over the newspaper and thinking about going home, when one of my clerks came in and said that a stranger wished to see me immediately on very important business. "Did he mention his name?" I inquired. "No, sir." "Did you not ask him for it?" "Yes, sir." "And he said you would be none the wiser if he told me what it was. Does he look like a begging letter writer?" "He looks a little shabby, sir, but he doesn't talk at all like a begging letter writer." "He spoke sharp and decided, sir, and said it was in your interests that he came, and that you would deeply regret it afterward if you refused to see him. He said that, did he? Show him in at once, then. He was shown in immediately, a middling-sized man, with a sharp, unwholesome-looking face, and with a flippant, reckless manner, dressed in a style of shabby smartness, eyeing me with a bold look, and not so overburdened. With politeness as to trouble himself about taking off his hat when he came in. I had never seen him before in my life, and I could not form the slightest conjecture from his appearance to guide me toward guessing his position in the world. He was not a gentleman, evidently, but as to fixing his whereabouts in the infinite downward gradations of vagabond existence in London, that was a mystery which I was totally incompetent to solve. "Is your name Trowbridge?" he began. "Yes," I answered, dryly enough. "Do you bank with Marsh, Stracey, Fauntleroy and Graham?" "Why do you ask?" "Answer my question, and you will know." "Very well. I do bank with Marsh, Stracey, Fauntleroy and Graham. And what then?" "Draw out every farthing of balance you have got before. The bank closes at 5 today." I stared at him in speechless amazement. The words, for an instant, absolutely petrified me. "Stare as much as you like," he proceeded, coolly. "I mean what I say. Look at your clock there. In 20 minutes it will strike 5, and the bank will be shut. Draw out every farthing, I tell you again, and look sharp about it." "Draw out my money," I exclaimed, partially recovering myself. "Are you in your right senses? Do you know that the firm I bank with represents one of the first houses in the world?" "What do you mean, you, who are a total stranger to me, by taking this extraordinary interest in my affairs? If you want me to act on your advice, why don't you explain yourself?" "I have explained myself. Act on my advice or not, just as you like. It doesn't matter to me. I have done what I promised, and there's an end of it." He turned to the door. The minute hand of the clock was getting on from the 20 minutes to the quarter. "Done what you promised," I repeated, getting up to stop him. "Yes," he said, with his hand on the lock. "I have given my message. Whatever happens, remember that. Good afternoon." He was gone before I could speak again. I tried to call after him, but my speech suddenly failed me. It was very foolish. It was very unaccountable. But there was something in the man's last words which had more than half frightened me. I looked at the clock. The minute hand was on the quarter. My office was just far enough from the bank to make it necessary for me to decide on the instant. If I had had time to think, I am perfectly certain that I should not have profited by the extraordinary warning that had just been addressed to me. The suspicious appearance and manners of the stranger, the outrageous improbability of the inference against the credit of the bank toward which his words pointed, the chance that some underhand attempt was being made by some enemy of mine, too, frightened me into embroiling myself with one of my best friends through showing an ignorant distrust of the firm with which he was associated as partner. All these considerations would unquestionably have occurred to me if I could have found time for reflection. And, as a necessary consequence, not one farthing of my balance would have been taken from the keeping of the bank on that memorable day. As it was, I had just time enough to act, and not a spare moment for thinking. Some heavy payments made at the beginning of the week had so far decreased my balance that the sum to my credit in the banking book barely reached £1,500. I snatched up my cheque-book, wrote a draft for the whole amount, and ordered one of my clerks to run to the bank and get it cashed before the doors closed. What impulse urged me on, except the blind impulse of hurry and bewilderment, I can't say. I acted mechanically, under the influence of the vague, inexplicable fear which the man's extraordinary parting words had aroused in me, without stopping to analyze my own sensations, almost without knowing what I was about. In 3 minutes from the time when the stranger had closed my door, the clerk had started for the bank, and I was alone again in my room, with my hands as cold as ice and my head all in a whirl. I did not recover my control over myself until the clerk came back with the notes in his hand. He had just got to the bank in the nick of time. As the cash for my draft was handed to him over the counter, the clock struck 5, and he heard the order given to close the doors. When I had counted the bank notes and had locked them up in the safe, my better sense seemed to come back to me on a sudden. Never have I reproached myself before or since as I reproached myself at that moment. What sort of return had I made for Mr. Fauntleroy's fatherly kindness to me? I had insulted him by the meanest, the grossest distrust of the honour and the credit of his house, and that on the word of an absolute stranger, of a vagabond, if ever there was one yet. It was madness, downright madness in any man to have acted as I had done. I could not account for my own inconceivably thoughtless proceeding. I could hardly believe in it myself. I opened the safe and looked at the banknotes again. I locked it once more and flung the key down on the table in a fury of vexation against myself. There the money was, upbraiding me with my own inconceivable folly, telling me in the plainest terms that I had risked depriving myself of my best and kindest friend henceforth and forever. It was necessary to do something at once toward making all the atonement that lay in my power. I felt that as soon as I began to cool down a little. There was but one plain, straightforward way left now out of the scrape in which I had been mad enough to involve myself. I took my hat, and without stopping an instant to hesitate, hurried off to the bank to make a clean breast of it to Mr. Warner New Fauntleroy. When I knocked at the private door and asked for him, I was told that he had not been at the bank for the last 2 days. One of the other partners was there, however, and was working at that moment in his own room. I sent in my name at once and asked to see him. He and I were little better than strangers to each other, and the interview was likely to be, on that account, unspeakably embarrassing and humiliating on my side. Still, I could not go home. I could not endure the inaction of the next day, the Sunday, without having done my best on the spot to repair the error into which my own folly had led me. Uncomfortable as I felt at the prospect of the approaching interview, I should have been far more uneasy in my mind if the partner had declined to see me. To my relief, the bank porter returned with a message requesting me to walk in. What particular form my explanations and apologies took when I tried to offer them is more than I can tell now. I was so confused and distressed that I hardly knew what I was talking about at the time. The one circumstance which I remember clearly is that I was ashamed to refer to my interview with the strange man, and that I tried to account for my sudden withdrawal of my balance by referring it to some inexplicable panic caused by mischievous reports which I was unable to trace to their source, and which, for anything I knew to the contrary, might, after all, have been only started in jest. Greatly to my surprise, the partner did not seem to notice the lamentable lameness of my excuses, and did not additionally confuse me by asking any questions. A weary, absent look, which I had observed on his face when I came in, remained on it while I was speaking. It seemed to be an effort to him even to keep up the appearance of listening to me, and when at last I fairly broke down in the middle of a sentence and gave up the hope of getting any further, all the answer he gave me was comprised in these few civil commonplace words. "Never mind, Mr. Trowbridge. Pray don't think of apologising. We are all liable to make mistakes. Say nothing more about it, and bring the money back on Monday if you still honour us with your confidence." He looked down at his papers as if he was anxious to be alone again, and I had no alternative, of course, but to take my leave immediately. I went home, feeling a little easier in my mind now that I had paved the way for making the best practical atonement in my power by bringing my balance back the first thing on Monday morning. Still, I passed a weary day on Sunday, reflecting, sadly enough, that I had not yet made my peace with Mr. Fauntleroy. My anxiety to set myself right with my generous friend was so intense that I risked intruding myself on his privacy by calling at his town residence on the Sunday. He was not there, and his servant could tell me nothing of his whereabouts. There was no help for it now, but to wait till his weekday duties brought him back to the bank. I went to business on Monday morning half an hour earlier than usual. So great was my impatience to restore the amount of that unlucky draft to my account as soon as possible after the bank opened. On entering my office, I stopped with a startled feeling just inside the door. Something serious had happened. The clerks, instead of being at their desks as usual, were all huddled together in a group, talking to each other with blank faces. When they saw me, they fell back behind my managing man, who stepped forward with a circular in his hand. "Have you heard the news, sir?" he said. "No. What is it?" He handed me the circular. My heart gave one violent throb the instant I looked at it. I felt myself turn pale. I felt my knees trembling under me. Marsh, Stracey, Fauntleroy and Graham had stopped payment. "The circular has not been issued more than half an hour," continued my managing clerk. "I have just come from the bank, sir. The doors are shut. There is no doubt about it. Marsh and Company have stopped this morning. I hardly heard him. I hardly knew who was talking to me. My strange visitor of the Saturday had taken instant possession of all my thoughts, and his words of warning seemed to be sounding once more in my ears. This man had known the true condition of the bank, when not another soul outside the doors was aware of it. The last draft paid across the counter of that ruined house, when the doors closed on Saturday, was the draft that I had so bitterly reproached myself for drawing. The one balance saved from the wreck was my balance. Where had the stranger got the information that had saved me, and why had he brought it to my ears? I was still groping, like a man in the dark, for an answer to those two questions. I was still bewildered by the unfathomable mystery of doubt into which they had plunged me, when the discovery of the stopping of the bank was followed almost immediately by a second shock, far more dreadful, far heavier to bear, so far as I was concerned, than the first. While I and my clerks were still discussing the failure of the firm, two mercantile men, who were friends of mine, ran into the office and overwhelmed us with the news that one of the partners had been arrested for forgery. Never shall I forget the terrible Monday morning when those tidings reached me, and when I knew that the partner was Mr. Fauntleroy. I was true to him. I can honestly say I was true to my belief in my generous friend when that fearful news reached me. My fellow merchants had got all the particulars of the arrest. They told me that two of Mr. Fauntleroy's fellow trustees had come up to London to make arrangements about selling out some stock. On inquiring for Mr. Fauntleroy at the banking house, they had been informed that he was not there, and after leaving a message for him, they had gone into the city to make an appointment with their stockbroker for a future day, when their fellow trustee might be able to attend. The stockbroker volunteered to make certain business inquiries on the spot, with a view to saving as much time as possible, and left them at his office to await his return. He came back, looking very much amazed, with the information that the stock had been sold out down to the last £500. The affair was instantly investigated. The document authorising the selling out was produced, and the two trustees saw on it, side by side with Mr. Fauntleroy's signature, the forged signatures of their own names. This happened on the Friday, and the trustees, without losing a moment, sent the officers of justice in pursuit of Mr. Fauntleroy. He was arrested, brought up before the magistrate, and remanded on the Saturday. On the Monday, I heard from my friends the particulars which I have just narrated, but the events of that one morning were not destined to end even yet. I had discovered the failure of the bank and the arrest of Mr. Fauntleroy. I was next to be enlightened, in the strangest and the saddest manner, on the difficult question of his innocence or his guilt. Before my friends had left my office, before I had exhausted the arguments which my gratitude, rather than my reason, suggested to me in favour of the unhappy prisoner, a note, marked immediate, was placed in my hands, which silenced me the instant I looked at it. It was written from the prison by Mr. Fauntleroy, and it contained 2 lines only, entreating me to apply for the necessary order, and to go and see him immediately. I shall not attempt to describe the flutter of expectation, the strange mixture of dread and hope that agitated me when I recognized his handwriting and discovered what it was that he desired me to do. I obtained the order and went to the prison. The authorities, knowing the dreadful situation in which he stood, were afraid of his attempting to destroy himself, and had set 2 men to watch him. One came out as they opened his cell door. The other, who was bound not to leave him, very delicately and considerately affected to be looking out of window the moment I was shown in. He was sitting on the side of his bed, with his head drooping and his hands hanging listlessly over his knees, when I first caught sight of him. At the sound of my approach he started to his feet, and without speaking a word, flung both his arms round my neck. My heart swelled up. "Tell me it's not true, sir. For God's sake, tell me it's not true," was all I could say to him. He never answered. Oh me! He never answered, and he turned away his face. There was one dreadful moment of silence. He still held his arms round my neck, and on a sudden he put his lips close to my ear. "Did you get your money out?" he whispered. "Were you in time on Saturday afternoon?" I broke free from him in the astonishment of hearing those words. "What?" I cried out loud, forgetting the 3rd person at the window. "That man who brought the message." "Hush!" he said, putting his hand on my lips. There was no better man to be found, after the officers had taken me. I know no more about him than you do. I paid him well as a chance messenger, and risked his cheating me of his errand. "You sent him, then?" "I sent him. My story is over. Gentlemen, there is no need for me to tell you that Mr. Fauntleroy was found guilty, and that he died by the hangman's hand. It was in my power to soothe his last moments in this world by taking on myself the arrangement of some of his private affairs, which, while they remained unsettled, weighed heavily on his mind. They had no connection with the crimes he had committed, so I could do him the last little service he was ever to accept at my hands with a clear conscience. I say nothing in defence of his character, nothing in palliation of the offence for which he suffered. But I cannot forget that in the time of his most fearful extremity, when the strong arm of the law had already seized him, he thought of the young man whose humble fortunes he had helped to build, whose heartfelt gratitude he had fairly won, whose simple faith he was resolved never to betray. I leave it to greater intellects than mine to reconcile the anomaly of his reckless falsehood toward others and his steadfast truth toward me. It is as certain as that we sit here that one of Fauntleroy's last efforts in this world was the effort he made to preserve me from being a loser by the trust that I had placed in him. There is the secret of my strange tenderness for the memory of a felon. That is why the word villain does somehow still grate on my heart when I hear it associated with the name, the disgraced name, I grant you, of the forger Fauntleroy. Pass the bottles, young gentlemen, and pardon a man of the old school for having so long interrupted your conversation with a story of the old time. The 10th day, the storm has burst on us in its full fury. Last night the stout old tower rocked on its foundations. I hardly ventured to hope that the messenger who brings us our letters from the village, the postman as we call him, would make his appearance this morning, but he came bravely through rain, hail and wind. The old pony which he usually rides had refused to face the storm, and sooner than disappoint us, our faithful postman had boldly started for the Glen Tower on foot. All his early life had been passed on board ship, and at 60 years of age he had battled his way that morning through the storm on shore as steadily and as resolutely as ever he had battled it in his youth through the storm at sea. I opened the post bag eagerly. There were 2 letters for Jessie from young lady friends, a letter for Owen from a charitable society, a letter to me upon business, and, on this last day, of all others, no newspaper. I sent directly to the kitchen, where the drenched and weary postman was receiving the hospitable attentions of the servants, to make inquiries. The disheartening answer returned was that the newspaper could not have arrived as usual by the morning's post, or it must have been put into the bag along with the letters. No such accident as this had occurred, except on one former occasion, since the beginning of the year. And now, on the very day when I might have looked confidently for news of George's ship, when the state of the weather made the finding of that news of the last importance to my peace of mind, the paper, by some inconceivable fatality, had failed to reach me. If there had been the slightest chance of borrowing a copy in the village, I should have gone there myself through the tempest to get it. If there had been the faintest possibility of communicating, in that frightful weather, with the distant county town, I should have sent there or gone there myself. I even went the length of speaking to the groom, an old servant whom I knew I could trust. The man stared at me in astonishment, and then pointed through the window to the blinding hail and the writhing trees. "No horse that ever was foaled, sir," he said, "would face that for long. It's almost a miracle that the postman got here alive. He says himself that he doesn't go back again. I'll try it, sir, if you order me. But if an accident happens, please to remember, whatever becomes of me, that I warned you beforehand." It was only too plain that the servant was right, and I dismissed him. What I suffered from that one accident of the missing newspaper I am ashamed to tell. No educated man can conceive how little his acquired mental advantages will avail him against his natural human inheritance of superstition under certain circumstances of fear and suspense, until he has passed the ordeal in his own proper person. We most of us soon arrive at a knowledge of the extent of our strength, but we may pass a lifetime and be still ignorant of the extent of our weakness. Up to this time, I had preserved self-control enough to hide the real state of my feelings from our guest, but the arrival of the 10th day and the unexpected trial it had brought with it found me at the end of my resources. Jessie's acute observation soon showed her that something had gone wrong, and she questioned me on the subject directly. My mind was in such a state of confusion that no excuse occurred to me. I left her precipitately, and entreated Owen and Morgan to keep her in their company and out of mine for the rest of the day. My strength to preserve my son's secret had failed me, and my only chance of resisting the betrayal of it lay in the childish resource of keeping out of the way. I shut myself into my room till I could bear it no longer. I watched my opportunity and paid stolen visits over and over again to the barometer in the hall. I mounted to Morgan's rooms at the top of the tower and looked out hopelessly through rain mist and scud for signs of a carriage on the flooded valley road below us. I stole down again to the servants' hall and questioned the old postman, half tipsy by this time with restorative mulled ale, about his past experience of storms at sea. Drew him into telling long, rambling, wearisome stories, not 1/10 part of which I heard, and left him with my nervous irritability increased tenfold by his useless attempts to interest and inform me. Hour by hour, all through that miserable day, I opened doors and windows to feel for myself the capricious changes of the storm, from worse to better, and from better to worse again. Now I sent once more for the groom when it looked lighter, and now I followed him hurriedly to the stables to countermand my own rash orders. My thoughts seemed to drive over my mind as the rain drove over the earth. The confusion within me was the image in little of the mightier turmoil that raged outside. Before we assembled at the dinner table, Owen whispered to me that he had made my excuses to our guest, and that I need dread nothing more than a few friendly inquiries about my health when I saw her again. The meal was dispatched hastily and quietly. Toward dusk, the storm began to lessen, and for a moment the idea of sending to the town occurred to me once more. But now that the obstacle of weather had been removed, the obstacle of darkness was set up in its place. I felt this. I felt that a few more hours would decide the doubt about George, so far as this last day was concerned, and I determined to wait a little longer, having already waited so long. My resolution was the more speedily taken in this matter, as I had now made up my mind, in sheer despair, to tell my son's secret to Jessie if he failed to return before she left us. My reason warned me that I should put myself and my guest in a false position by taking this step, but something stronger than my reason forbade me to let her go back to the gay world and its temptations without first speaking to her of George in the lamentable event of George not being present to speak for himself. We were a sad and silent little company when the clock struck 8 that night, and when we met for the last time to hear the last story. The shadow of the approaching farewell, itself the shade of the long farewell, rested heavily on our guest's spirits. The gay dresses which she had hitherto put on to honour our little ceremony were all packed up, and the plain gown she wore kept the journey of the morrow cruelly before her eyes and ours. A quiet melancholy shed its tenderness over her bright young face as she drew the last number, for form's sake, out of the bowl, and handed it to Owen with a faint smile. Even our positions at the table were altered now. Under the pretence that the light hurt my eyes, I moved back into a dim corner to keep my anxious face out of view. Morgan, looking at me hard and muttering under his breath, "Thank heaven I never married," stole his chair by degrees, with rough silent kindness, nearer and nearer to mine. Jessie, after a moment's hesitation, vacated her place next, and saying that she wanted to sit close to one of us on the farewell night, took a chair at Owen's side. Sad. Sad. We had instinctively broken up already, so far as our places at the table were concerned, before the reading of the last story had so much as begun. It was a relief when Owen's quiet voice stole over the weary silence and pleaded for our attention to the occupation of the night. "Number 6, he said, is the number that chance has left to remain till the last. The manuscript to which it refers is not, as you may see, in my handwriting. It consists entirely of passages from the diary of a poor, hard-working girl, passages which tell an artless story of love and friendship in humble life. When that story has come to an end, I may inform you how I became possessed of it. If I did so now, I should only forestall one important part of the interest of the narrative. I have made no attempt to find a striking title for it. It is called, simply and plainly, after the name of the writer of the diary, The Story of Anne Rodway. In the short pause that Owen made before he began to read, I listened anxiously for the sound of a traveller's approach outside. At short intervals, all through the story, I listened and listened again. Still, nothing caught my ear but the trickle of the rain and the rush of the sweeping wind through the valley, sinking gradually lower and lower as the night advanced. Brother Owen's story of Anne Rodway, taken from her diary. March 3rd, 1840. A long letter today from Robert, which surprised and vexed me, so that I have been sadly behindhand with my work ever since. He writes in worse spirits than last time, and absolutely declares that he is poorer even than when he went to America, and that he has made up his mind to come home to London. How happy I should be at this news, if he only returned to me a prosperous man. As it is, though I love him dearly, I cannot look forward to the meeting him again, disappointed and broken down, and poorer than ever, without a feeling almost of dread for both of us. It is all I can do to keep myself by my needle, and his prospects, since he failed in the small stationery business 3 years ago, are worse, if possible, than mine. Not that I mind so much for myself. Women in all ways of life, and especially in my dressmaking way, learn, I think, to be more patient than men. What I dread is Robert's despondency, and the hard struggle he will have in this cruel city to get his bread, let alone making money enough to marry me. So, little as poor people want to set up in housekeeping and be happy together, it seems hard that they can't get it when they are honest and hearty and willing to work. The clergyman said in his sermon last Sunday evening that all things were ordered for the best, and we are all put into the stations in life that are properest for us. I suppose he was right, being a very clever gentleman who fills the church to crowding, but I think I should have understood him better if I had not been very hungry at the time, in consequence of my own station in life being nothing but plain. Needlewoman. March 4th. Mary Mallinson came down to my room to take a cup of tea with me. I read her bits of Robert's letter to show her that, if she has her troubles, I have mine too. But I could not succeed in cheering her. She says she is born to misfortune, and that, as long back as she can remember, she has never had the least morsel of luck to be thankful for. I told her to go and look in my glass, and to say if she had nothing to be thankful for then, for Mary is a very pretty girl, and would look still prettier if she could be more cheerful and dress neater. However, my compliment did no good. She rattled her spoon impatiently in her teacup, and said, "If I was only as good a hand at needlework as you are, Anne, I would change faces with the ugliest girl in London." "Not you," says I, laughing. She looked at me for a moment and shook her head, and was out of the room before I could get up and stop her. She always runs off in that way when she is going to cry, having a kind of pride about letting other people see her in tears. March 5th. A fright about Mary. I had not seen her all day, as she does not work at the same place where I do, and in the evening she never came down to have tea with me, or sent me word to go to her. So, just before I went to bed, I ran upstairs to say good night. She did not answer when I knocked, and when I stepped softly in the room, I saw her in bed, asleep, with her work not half done, lying about the room in the untidiest way. There was nothing remarkable in that, and I was just going away on tiptoe, when a tiny bottle and wine-glass on the chair by her bedside caught my eye. I thought she was ill, and had been taking physic, and looked at the bottle. It was marked in large letters, "Laudanum, poison." My heart gave a jump, as if it was going to fly out of me. I laid hold of her with both hands, and shook her with all my might. She was sleeping heavily, and woke slowly, as it seemed to me. But still she did wake. I tried, "Are you out of your senses?" "Oh, Mary, Mary," says I, holding up the bottle before her, "if I hadn't come in when I did," and I laid hold of her to shake her again. She looked puzzled at me for a moment, then smiled, the first time I had seen her do so for many a long day, then put her arms round my neck. "Don't be frightened about me, Anne," she says. "I am not worth it, and there is no need." "No need," says I, out of breath. "No need when the bottle has got poison marked on it." "Poison, dear, if you take it all," says Mary, looking at me very tenderly, "and a night's rest if you only take a little." I watched her for a moment, doubtful whether I ought to believe what she said or to alarm the house. But there was no sleepiness now in her eyes, and nothing drowsy in her voice, and she sat up in bed quite easily, without anything to support her. "You have given me a dreadful fright, Mary," says I, sitting down by her in the chair, and beginning by this time to feel rather faint after being startled so. She jumped out of bed to get me a drop of water, and kissed me, and said how sorry she was, and how undeserving of so much interest being taken in her. At the same time, she tried to possess herself of the laudanum bottle, which I still kept cuddled up tight in my own hands. "No," says I, "you have got into a low-spirited, despairing way. I won't trust you with it." "I am afraid I can't do without it," says Mary, in her usual quiet, hopeless voice. "What with work that I can't get through as I ought, and troubles that I can't help thinking of, sleep won't come to me unless I take a few drops out of that bottle. Don't keep it away from me, Anne. It's the only thing in the world that makes me forget myself." "Forget yourself," says I. "You have no right to talk in that way at your age. There's something horrible in the notion of a girl of 18 sleeping with a bottle of laudanum by her bedside every night. We all of us have our troubles. Haven't I got mine? You can do twice the work I can. Twice as well as me," says Mary. "You are never scolded and rated at for awkwardness with your needle, and I always am. You can pay for your room every week, and I am 3 weeks in debt for mine. A little more practice," says I, "and a little more courage, and you will soon do better. You have got all your life before you." "I wish I was at the end of it," says she, breaking in. "I am alone in the world, and my life's no good to me." "You ought to be ashamed of yourself for saying so," says I. "Haven't you got me for a friend? Didn't I take a fancy to you when first you left your stepmother and came to lodge in this house? And haven't I been sisters with you ever since? Suppose you are alone in the world, am I much better off? I'm an orphan like you. I've almost as many things in pawn as you, and if your pockets are empty, mine have only got 9pence in them, to last me for all the rest of the week." "Your father and mother were honest people," says Mary, obstinately. "My mother ran away from home and died in a hospital. My father was always drunk and always beating me. My stepmother is as good as dead, for all she cares about me. My only brother is thousands of miles away in foreign parts, and never writes to me, and never helps me with a farthing. My sweetheart—" She stopped, and the red flew into her face. I knew, if she went on that way, she would only get to the saddest part of her sad story, and give both herself and me unnecessary pain. "My sweetheart is too poor to marry me, Mary," I said, "so I'm not so much to be envied even there. But let's give over disputing which is worst off. Lie down in bed and let me tuck you up. I'll put a stitch or two into that work of yours while you go to sleep." Instead of doing what I told her, she burst out crying, being very like a child in some of her ways, and hugged me so tight round the neck that she quite hurt me. I let her go on till she had worn herself out and was obliged to lie down. Even then, her last few words before she dropped off to sleep were such as I was half sorry, half frightened to hear. "I won't plague you long, Anne," she said. "I haven't courage to go out of the world as you seem to fear I shall, but I began my life wretchedly, and wretchedly I am sentenced to end it." It was of no use lecturing her again, for she closed her eyes. I tucked her up as neatly as I could and put her petticoat over her, for the bedclothes were scanty and her hands felt cold. She looked so pretty and delicate as she fell asleep that it quite made my heart ache to see her after such talk as we had held together. I just waited long enough to be quite sure that she was in the land of dreams, then emptied the horrible laudanum bottle into the grate, took up her half-done work, and going out softly, left her for that night. March the 6th. Sent off a long letter to Robert, begging and entreating him not to be so downhearted, and not to leave America without making another effort. I told him it was not till after I had posted my own letter and read over part of Robert's again that the suspicion suddenly floated across me for the first time that he might have sailed for England immediately after writing to me. There were expressions in the letter which seemed to indicate that he had some such headlong project in his mind, and yet surely, if it were so, I ought to have noticed them at the first reading. I can only hope I am wrong in my present interpretation of much of what he has written to me. Hope it earnestly for both our sakes. This has been a doleful day for me. I have been uneasy about Robert and uneasy about Mary. My mind is haunted by those last words of hers. I began my life wretchedly, and wretchedly I am sentenced to end it. Her usual melancholy way of talking never produced the same impression on me that I feel now. Perhaps the discovery of the laudanum bottle is the cause of this. I would give many a hard day's work to know what to do for Mary's good. My heart warmed to her when we first met in the same lodging-house 2 years ago, and although I am not one of the over-affectionate sort myself, I feel as if I could go to the world's end to serve that girl. Yet, strange to say, if I was asked why I was so fond of her, I don't think I should know how to answer the question. March 7th. I am almost ashamed to write it down, even in this journal, which no eyes but mine ever look on. Yet I must honestly confess to myself that here I am, at nearly 1 a.m, sitting up in a state of serious uneasiness because Mary has not yet come home. I walked with her this morning to the place where she works and tried to lead her into talking of the relations she has got who are still alive. My motive in doing this was to see if she dropped anything in the course of conversation which might suggest a way of helping her interests with those who are bound to give her all reasonable assistance. But the little I could get her to say to me led to nothing. Instead of answering my questions about her stepmother and her brother, she persisted at first, in the strangest way, in talking of her father, who was dead and gone, and of one Noah Truscott, who had been the worst of all the bad friends he had, and had taught him to drink and game. When I did get her to speak of her brother, she only knew that he had gone out to a place called Assam, where they grew tea. How he was doing, or whether he was there still, she did not seem to know, never having heard a word from him for years and years past. As for her stepmother, Mary not unnaturally flew into a passion the moment I spoke of her. She keeps an eating house at Hammersmith, and could have given Mary good employment in it, but she seems always to have hated her, and to have made her life so wretched with abuse and ill usage that she had no refuge left but to go away from home, and do her best to make a living for herself. Her husband, Mary's father, appears to have behaved badly to her, and, after his death, she took the wicked course of revenging herself on her stepdaughter. I felt, after this, that it was impossible Mary could go back, and that it was the hard necessity of her position, as it is of mine, that she should struggle on to make a decent livelihood without assistance from any of her relations. I confessed as much as this to her, but I added that I would try to get her employment with the persons for whom I work, who pay higher wages, and show a little more indulgence to those under them than the people to whom she is now obliged to look. For support, I spoke much more confidently than I felt about being able to do this, and left her, as I thought, in better spirits than usual. She promised to be back tonight to tea at 9 o'clock, and now it is nearly 1 in the morning, and she is not home yet. If it was any other girl, I should not feel uneasy, for I should make up my mind that there was extra work to be done in a hurry, and that they were keeping her late, and I should go to bed. But Mary is so unfortunate in everything that happens to her, and her own melancholy talk about herself keeps hanging on my mind so, that I have fears on her account which would not distress me about anyone else. It seems inexcusably silly to think such a thing, much more to write it down, but I have a kind of nervous dread upon me that some accident— What does that loud knocking at the street door mean? And those voices and heavy footsteps outside? Some lodger who has lost his key, I suppose. And yet, my heart, what a coward I have become all of a sudden. More knocking and louder voices. I must run to the door and see what it is. Oh, Mary, Mary, I hope I am not going to have another fright about you, but I feel sadly like it. March 8th, March 9th, March 10th, March 11th. Oh me, all the troubles I have ever had in my life are as nothing to the trouble I am in now. For 3 days I have not been able to write a single line in this journal, which I have kept so regularly ever since I was a girl. For 3 days I have not once thought of Robert, I who am always thinking of him at other times. My poor dear unhappy Mary, the worst I feared for you on that night when I sat up alone was far below the dreadful calamity that has really happened. How can I write about it, with my eyes full of tears and my hand all of a tremble? I don't even know why I am sitting down at my desk now, unless it is habit that keeps me to my old everyday task, in spite of all the grief and fear which seem to unfit me entirely for performing it. The people of the house were asleep and lazy on that dreadful night, and I was the first to open the door. Never could I describe in writing, or even say in plain talk, though it is so much easier, what I felt when I saw 2 policemen come in, carrying between them what seemed to me to be a dead girl, and that girl Mary. I caught hold of her, and gave a scream that must have alarmed the whole house, for frightened people came crowding downstairs in their night dresses. There was a dreadful confusion and noise of loud talking, but I heard nothing and saw nothing till I had got her into my room and laid on my bed. I stooped down, frantic-like, to kiss her, and saw an awful mark of a blow on the left temple, and felt, at the same time, a feeble flutter of her breath on my cheek. The discovery that she was not dead seemed to give me back my senses again. I told one of the policemen where the nearest doctor was to be found, and sat down by the bedside while he was gone, and bathed her poor head with cold water. She never opened her eyes, or moved, or spoke, but she breathed, and that was enough for me, because it was enough for life. The policeman left in the room was a big, thick-voiced, pompous man, with a horrible, unfeeling pleasure in hearing himself talk before an assembly of frightened, silent people. He told us how he had found her, as if he had been telling a story in a tap room, and began with saying, "I don't think the young woman was drunk." Drunk? My Mary, who might have been a born lady for all the spirits she ever touched. Drunk. I could have struck the man for uttering the word, with her lying, poor suffering angel, so white and still and helpless before him. As it was, I gave him a look, but he was too stupid to understand it, and went droning on, saying the same thing over and over again in the same words. And yet the story of how they found her was, like all the sad stories I have ever heard told in real life, so very, very short. They had just seen her lying along on the curbstone a few streets off, and had taken her to the station house, There she had been searched, and one of my cards that I gave to ladies who promised me employment had been found in her pocket, and so they had brought her to our house. This was all the man really had to tell. There was nobody near her when she was found, and no evidence to show how the blow on her temple had been inflicted. What a time it was before the doctor came, and how dreadful to hear him say, after he had looked at her, that he was afraid all the medical men in the world could be of no use here. He could not get her to swallow anything, and the more he tried to bring her back to her senses, the less chance there seemed of his succeeding. He examined the blow on her temple, and said he thought she must have fallen down in a fit of some sort, and struck her head against the pavement, and so have given her brain what he was afraid was a fatal shake. I asked what was to be done if she showed any return to sense in the night. He said, "Send for me directly," and stopped for a little while afterward, stroking her head gently with his hand, and whispering to himself, "Poor girl, so young and so pretty." I had felt some minutes before as if I could have struck the policeman, and I felt now as if I could have thrown my arms round the doctor's neck and kissed him. I did put out my hand when he took up his hat, and he shook it in the friendliest way. "Don't hope, my dear," he said, and went out. The rest of the lodgers followed him, all silent and shocked, except the inhuman wretch who owns the house and lives in idleness on the high rents he wrings from poor people like us. "She's 3 weeks in my debt," says he, with a frown and an oath. "Where the devil is my money to come from now? Brute, brute." I had a long cry alone with her that seemed to ease my heart a little. She was not the least changed for the better when I had wiped away the tears and could see her clearly again. I took up her right hand, which lay nearest to me. It was tight clinched. I tried to unclasp the fingers, and succeeded after a little time. Something dark fell out of the palm of her hand as I straightened it. I picked the thing up and smoothed it out, and saw that it was an end of a man's cravat. A very old, rotten, dingy strip of black silk, with thin lilac lines, all blurred and deadened with dirt, running across and across the stuff in a sort of trellis work pattern. The small end of the cravat was hemmed in the usual way, but the other end was all jagged, as if the morsel then in my hands had been torn off violently from the rest of the stuff. A chill ran all over me as I looked at it, for that poor stained, crumpled end of a cravat seemed to be saying to me, as though it had been in plain words, "If she dies, she has come to her death by foul means, and I am the witness of it." I'd been frightened enough before, lest she should die suddenly and quietly without my knowing it, while we were alone together. But I got into a perfect agony now, for fear this last worst affliction should take me by surprise. I don't suppose 5 minutes passed all that woeful night through without my getting up and putting my cheek close to her mouth, to feel if the faint breaths still fluttered out of it. They came and went just the same as at first, though the fright I was in often made me fancy they were stilled forever. Just as the church clocks were striking 4, I was startled by seeing the room door open. It was only Dusty Sal, as they called her in the house, the maid of all work. She was wrapped up in the blanket off her bed. Her hair was all tumbled over her face, and her eyes were heavy with sleep as she came up to the bedside where I was sitting. "I've 2 hours good before I begin to work," says she in her hoarse, drowsy voice, "and I've come to sit up and take my turn at watching her. You lay down and get some sleep on the rug. Here's my blanket for you. I don't mind the cold. It will keep me awake." "You are very kind, very, very kind and thoughtful, Sally," says I, "but I am too wretched in my mind to want sleep or rest or to do anything but wait where I am and try and hope for the best." "Then I'll wait too," says Sally. "I must do something. If there's nothing to do but waiting, I'll wait." and she sat down opposite me at the foot of the bed and drew the blanket close round her with a shiver. "After working so hard as you do, I'm sure you must want all the little rest you can get," says I. "Excepting only you," says Sally, putting her heavy arm very clumsily, but very gently at the same time, round Mary's feet and looking hard at the pale, still face on the pillow. "Excepting you, she's the only soul in this house has never swore at me, or give me a hard word that I can remember. When you made puddings on Sundays, and give her half, she always give me a bit. The rest of 'em calls me Dusty Sal. Excepting only you, again, she always called me Sally, as if she knowed me in a friendly way. I ain't no good here, but I ain't no harm neither, and I shall take my turn at the sitting up. That's what I shall do." She nestled her head down close at Mary's feet as she spoke those words, and said no more. I once or twice thought she had fallen asleep, but whenever I looked at her, her heavy eyes were always wide open. She never changed her position an inch till the church clock struck 6. Then she gave one little squeeze to Mary's feet with her arm, and shuffled out of the room without a word. A minute or two after, I heard her down below, lighting the kitchen fire just as usual. A little later, the doctor stepped over before his breakfast time to see if there had been any change in the night. He only shook his head when he looked at her as if there was no hope. Having nobody else to consult that I could put trust in, I showed him the end of the cravat and told him of the dreadful suspicion that had arisen in my mind when I found it in her hand. "You must keep it carefully and produce it at the inquest," he said. "I don't know, though, that it is likely to lead to anything. The bit of stuff may have been lying on the pavement near her, and her hand may have unconsciously clutched it when she fell. Was she subject to fainting fits?" "Not more so, sir, than other young girls who are hard-worked and anxious, and weakly from poor living," I answered. "I can't say that she may not have got that blow from a fall," the doctor went on, locking at her temple again. "I can't say that it presents any positive appearance of having been inflicted by another person. It will be important, however, to ascertain what state of health she was in last night. Have you any idea where she was yesterday evening?" I told him where she was employed at work, and said I imagined she must have been kept there later than usual. "I shall pass the place this morning," said the doctor, "in going my rounds among my patients, and I'll just step in and make some inquiries." I thanked him, and we parted. Just as he was closing the door, he looked in again. "Was she your sister?" he asked. "No, sir, only my dear friend." He said nothing more, but I heard him sigh as he shut the door softly. Perhaps he once had a sister of his own, and lost her. Perhaps she was like Mary in the face. The doctor was hours gone away. I began to feel unspeakably forlorn and helpless, so much so as even to wish selfishly that Robert might really have sailed from America and might get to London in time to assist and console me. No living creature came into the room but Sally. The first time she brought me some tea. The second and third times she only looked in to see if there was any change, and glanced her eye toward the bed. I had never known her so silent before. It seemed almost as if this dreadful accident had struck her dumb. I ought to have spoken to her, perhaps, but there was something in her face that daunted me, and besides, the fever of anxiety I was in began to dry up my lips, as if they would never be able to shape any words again. I was still tormented by that frightful apprehension of the past night, that she would die without my knowing it, die without saying one word to clear up the awful mystery of this blow, and set the suspicions at rest forever which I still felt, whenever my eyes fell on the end of the old cravat. At last the doctor came back. "I think you may safely clear your mind of any doubts to which that bit of stuff may have given rise," he said. "She was, as you supposed, detained late by her employers, and she fainted in the workroom. They most unwisely and unkindly let her go home alone, without giving her any stimulant, as soon as she came to her senses again. Nothing is more probable under these circumstances than that she should faint a second time on her way here. A fall on the pavement, without any friendly arm to break it, might have produced even a worse injury than the injury we see. I believe that the only ill usage to which the poor girl was exposed was the neglect she met with in the workroom. You speak very reasonably, I own, sir, said I, not yet quite convinced. Still, perhaps she may. My poor girl, I told you not to hope, said the doctor, interrupting me. He went to Mary and lifted up her eyelids and looked at her eyes while he spoke, then added, If you still doubt how she came by that blow, do not encourage the idea that any words of hers will ever enlighten you. She will never speak again. Not dead. Oh, sir, don't say she's dead. She is dead to pain and sorrow, dead to speech and recognition. There is more animation in the life of the feeblest insect that flies than in the life that is left in her. When you look at her now, try to think that she is in heaven. That is the best comfort I can give you after telling the hard truth. I did not believe him. I could not believe him. So long as she breathed at all, so long I was resolved to hope. Soon after the doctor was gone, Sally came in again, and found me listening, if I may call it so, at Mary's lips. She went to where my little hand-glass hangs against the wall, took it down, and gave it to me. See if the breath marks it, she said. Yes, her breath did mark it, but very faintly. Sally cleaned the glass with her apron and gave it back to me. As she did so, she half stretched out her hand to Mary's face, but drew it in again suddenly, as if she was afraid of soiling Mary's delicate skin with her hard, horny fingers. Going out, she stopped at the foot of the bed and scraped away a little patch of mud that was on one of Mary's shoes. I always used to clean 'em for her, said Sally, to save her hands from getting blacked. May I take 'em off now and clean 'em again? I nodded my head, for my heart was too heavy to speak. Sally took the shoes off with a slow, awkward tenderness and went out. An hour or more must have passed when, putting the glass over her lips again, I saw no mark on it. I held it closer and closer. I dulled it accidentally with my own breath and cleaned it. I held it over her again. Oh, Mary, Mary, the doctor was right. I ought to have only thought of you in heaven. Dead, without a word, without a sign, without even a look to tell the true story of the blow that killed her. I could not call to anybody. I could not cry. I could not so much as put the glass down and give her a kiss for the last time. I don't know how long I had sat there with my eyes burning and my hands deadly cold, when Sally came in with the shoes cleaned and carried carefully in her apron for fear of a soil touching them. At the sight of that, I can write no more. My tears drop so fast on the paper that I can see nothing. March the 12th. She died on the afternoon of the 8th. On the morning of the 9th, I wrote, as in duty bound, to her stepmother at Hammersmith. There was no answer. I wrote again. My letter was returned to me this morning unopened. For all that woman cares, Mary might be buried with a pauper's funeral, but this shall never be if I pawn everything about me, down to the very gown that is on my back. The bare thought of Mary being buried by the workhouse gave me the spirit to dry my eyes and go to the undertaker's and tell him how I was placed. I said if he would get me an estimate of all that would have to be paid, from first to last, for the cheapest decent funeral that could be had, I would undertake to raise the money. He gave me the estimate, written in this way, like a common bill. A walking funeral complete, £1 13.8. Vestry. 0.4.4. Rector. 0.4.4. Clerk. 0.1.0. Sexton. 0.0.0. Beadle. Bell. 6 feet of ground. 2.0. Total. Pounds. 2. 8. 4. If I had the heart to give any thought to it, I should be inclined to wish that the church could afford to do without so many small charges for burying poor people, to whose friends even shillings are of consequence. But it is useless to complain. The money must be raised at once. The charitable doctor, a poor man himself, or he would not be living in our neighbourhood, has subscribed 10 shillings toward the expenses, and the coroner, when the inquest was over, added 5 more. Perhaps others may assist me. If not, I have fortunately clothes and furniture of my own to pawn, and I must set about parting with them without delay, for the funeral is to be tomorrow, the 13th. The funeral. Mary's funeral. It is well that the straits and difficulties I am in keep my mind on the stretch. If I had leisure to grieve, where should I find the courage to face tomorrow? Thank God they did not want me at the inquest. The verdict given, with the doctor, the policeman, and 2 persons from the place where she worked for witnesses, was accidental death. The end of the cravat was produced, and the coroner said that it was certainly enough to suggest suspicion. But the jury, in the absence of any positive evidence, held to the doctor's notion that she had fainted and fallen down, and so got the blow on her temple. They reproved the people where Mary worked for letting her go home alone, without so much as a drop of brandy to support her, after she had fallen into a swoon from exhaustion before their eyes. The coroner added, on his own account, that he thought the reproof was thoroughly deserved. After that, the cravat end was given back to me by my own desire, the police saying that they could make no investigations with such a slight clue to guide them. They may think so, and the coroner and doctor and jury may think so, but in spite of all that has passed, I am now more firmly persuaded than ever that there is some dreadful mystery in connection with that blow on my poor lost Mary's temple, which has yet to be revealed, and which may come to be discovered through this very fragment of a cravat that I found in her hand. I cannot give any good reason for why I think so, but I know that if I had been one of the jury at the inquest, nothing should have induced me to consent to such a verdict as accidental death. After I had pawned my things, and had begged a small advance of wages at the place where I worked to make up what was still wanting to pay for Mary's funeral, I thought I might have had a little quiet time to prepare myself as I best could for tomorrow. But this was not to be. When I got home, the landlord met me in the passage. He was in liquor, and more brutal and pitiless in his way of looking and speaking than ever I saw him before. "So you're going to be fool enough to pay for her funeral, are you?" were his first words to me. I was too weary and heartsick to answer. I only tried to get by him to my own door. "If you can pay for burying her," he went on, putting himself in front of me, "you can pay her lawful debts. She owes me 3 weeks' rent. Suppose you raise the money for that next and hand it over to me. I'm not joking, I can promise you. I mean to have my rent, and if somebody don't pay it, I'll have her body seized and sent to the workhouse." Between terror and disgust, I thought I should have dropped to the floor at his feet. But I determined not to let him see how he had horrified me, if I could possibly control myself. So I mustered resolution enough to answer that I did not believe the law gave him any such wicked power over the dead. "I'll teach you what the law is," he broke in. "You'll raise money to bury her like a born lady, when she's died in my debt, will you? And you think I'll let my rights be trampled upon like that, do you? See if I do. I'll give you till tonight to think about it. If I don't have the 3 weeks she owes before tomorrow, dead or alive, she shall go to the workhouse. This time, I managed to push by him and get to my own room and lock the door in his face. As soon as I was alone, I fell into a breathless, suffocating fit of crying that seemed to be shaking me to pieces. But there was no good and no help in tears. I did my best to calm myself after a little while and tried to think who I should run to for help and protection. The doctor was the first friend I thought of, but I knew he was always out seeing his patients of an afternoon. The beadle was the next person who came into my head. He had the look of being a very dignified, unapproachable kind of man when he came about the inquest, but he talked to me a little then, and said I was a good girl, and seemed, I really thought, to pity me. So to him I determined to apply in my great danger and distress. Most fortunately, I found him at home. When I told him of the landlord's infamous threats, and of the misery I was suffering in consequence of them, he rose up with a stamp of his foot and sent for his gold-laced cocked hat that he wears on Sundays, and his long cane with the ivory top to it. "I'll give it to him," said the beadle. "Come along with me, my dear. I think I told you you were a good girl at the inquest. If I didn't, I tell you so now. I'll give it to him. Come along with me." And he went out, striding on with his cocked hat and his great cane, and I followed him. "Landlord!" he cries, the moment he gets into the passage, with a thump of his cane on the floor. "Landlord!" with a look all round him, as if he was King of England calling to a beast. "Come out!" The moment the landlord came out, and saw who it was, his eye fixed on the cocked hat, and he turned as pale as ashes. "How dare you frighten this poor girl?" says the beadle. "How dare you bully her at this sorrowful time with threatening to do what you know you can't do? How dare you be a cowardly, bullying braggadocio of an unmanly landlord? Don't talk to me, I won't hear you. I'll pull you up, sir. If you say another word to the young woman, I'll pull you up before the authorities of this metropolitan parish. I've had my eye on you, and the authorities have had their eye on you, and the rector has had his eye on you. We don't like the look of your small shop round the corner. We don't like the look of some of the customers who deal at it. We don't like disorderly characters. And we don't by any manner of means like you. Go away. Leave the young woman alone. Hold your tongue, or I'll pull you up. If he says another word, or interferes with you again, my dear, come and tell me. And as sure as he's a bullying, unmanly braggadocio of a landlord, I'll pull him up." With those words, the beadle gave a loud cough to clear his throat, and another thump of his cane on the floor, and so went striding out again before I could open my lips to thank him. The landlord slunk back into his room without a word. I was left alone and unmolested at last, to strengthen myself for the hard trial of my poor love's funeral tomorrow. March 13th. It is all over. A week ago, her head rested on my bosom. It is laid in the churchyard now. The fresh earth lies heavy over her grave. I and my dearest friend, the sister of my love, are parted in this world forever. I followed her funeral alone through the cruel, hustling streets. Sally, I thought, might have offered to go with me, but she never so much as came into my room. I did not like to think badly of her for this, and I am glad I restrained myself. For when we got into the churchyard, among the 2 or 3 people who were standing by the open grave, I saw Sally, in her ragged grey shawl and her patched black bonnet. She did not seem to notice me till the last words of the service had been read, and the clergyman had gone away. Then she came up and spoke to me. "I couldn't follow along with you," she said, looking at her ragged shawl, for I haven't a decent suit of clothes to walk in. I wish I could get vent in crying for her like you, but I can't. All the crying's been drudged and starved out of me long ago. Don't you think about lighting your fire when you get home? I'll do that, and get you a drop of tea to comfort you. She seemed on the point of saying a kind word or two more, when, seeing the beadle coming toward me, she drew back, as if she was afraid of him, and left the churchyard. "Here's my subscription toward the funeral," said the beadle, giving me back his shilling fee. "Don't say anything about it, for it mightn't be approved of in a business point of view, if it came to some people's ears. Has the landlord said anything more to you?" "No, I thought not. He's too polite a man to give me the trouble of pulling him up. Don't stop crying here, my dear. Take the advice of a man familiar with funerals, and go home." I tried to take his advice, but it seemed like deserting Mary to go away when all the rest forsook her. I waited about till the earth was thrown in and the man had left the place. Then I returned to the grave. Oh, how bare and cruel it was, without so much as a bit of green turf to soften it. Oh, how much harder it seemed to live than to die, when I stood alone looking at the heavy piled-up lumps of clay and thinking of what was hidden beneath them. I was driven home by my own despairing thoughts. The sight of Sally lighting the fire in my room eased my heart a little. When she was gone, I took up Robert's letter again to keep my mind employed on the only subject in the world that has any interest for it now. This fresh reading increased the doubts I had already felt relative to his having remained in America after writing to me. My grief and forlornness have made a strange alteration in my former feelings about his coming back. I seem to have lost all my prudence and self-denial, and to care so little about his poverty and so much about himself, that the prospect of his return is really the only comforting thought I have now to support me. I know this is weak in me, and that his coming back can lead to no good result for either of us, but he is the only living being left me to love, and I can't explain it. But I want to put my arms round his neck and tell him about Mary. March 14th. I locked up the end of the cravat in my writing desk, no change in the dreadful suspicions that the bare sight of it rouses in me. I tremble if I so much as touch it. March 15th, 16th, 17th. Work, work, work. If I don't knock up, I shall be able to pay back the advance in another week. And then, with a little more pinching in my daily expenses, I may succeed in saving a shilling or two to get some turf to put over Mary's grave, and perhaps even a few flowers besides to grow round it. March 18th. Thinking of Robert all day long. Does this mean that he is really coming back? If it does, reckoning the distance he is at from New York and the time ships take to get to England, I might see him by the end of April or the beginning of May. March 19th. I don't remember my mind running once on the end of the cravat yesterday, and I am certain I never looked at it. Yet I had the strangest dream concerning it at night. I thought it was lengthened into a long clue, like the silken thread that led to Rosamond's bower. I thought I took hold of it, and followed it a little way, and then got frightened and tried to go back, but found that I was obliged, in spite of myself, to go on. It led me through a place like the Valley of the Shadow of Death, in an old print I remember in my mother's copy of the Pilgrim's Progress. I seemed to be months and months following it without any respite, till at last it brought me, on a sudden, face to face with an angel whose eyes were like Mary's. He said to me, "Go on still. The truth is at the end, waiting for you to find it." I burst out crying, for the angel had Mary's voice as well as Mary's eyes, and woke with my heart throbbing and my cheeks all wet. What is the meaning of this? Is it always superstitious, I wonder, to believe that dreams may come true? April 30th. I have found it. God knows to what results it may lead, but it is as certain as that I am sitting here before my journal that I have found the cravat from which the end in Mary's hand was torn. I discovered it last night, but the flutter I was in, and the nervousness and uncertainty I felt, prevented me from noting down this most extraordinary and unexpected event at the time when it happened. Let me try if I can preserve the memory of it in writing now. I was going home rather late from where I work, when I suddenly remembered that I had forgotten to buy myself any candles the evening before, and that I should be left in the dark if I did not manage to rectify this mistake in some way. The shop close to me, at which I usually deal, would be shut up, I knew, before I could get to it, so I determined to go into the first place I passed where candles were sold. This turned out to be a small shop with 2 counters, which did business on one side in the general grocery way, and on the other in the rag and bottle and old iron line. There were several customers on the grocery side when I went in, so I waited on the empty rag side till I could be served. Glancing about me, here at the worthless-looking things by which I was surrounded, my eye was caught by a bundle of rags lying on the counter, as if they had just been brought in and left there. From mere idle curiosity, I looked close at the rags, and saw among them something like an old cravat. I took it up directly and held it under a gaslight. The pattern was blurred lilac lines running across and across the dingy black ground in a trellis work form. I looked at the ends. One of them was torn off. How I managed to hide the breathless surprise into which this discovery threw me, I cannot say, but I certainly contrived to steady my voice somehow, and to ask for my candles calmly when the man and woman serving in the shop, having disposed of their other customers, inquired of me what I wanted. As the man took down the candles, my brain was all in a whirl with trying to think how I could get possession of the old cravat without exciting any suspicion. Chance, and a little quickness on my part in taking advantage of it, put the object within my reach in a moment. The man, having counted out the candles, asked the woman for some paper to wrap them in. She produced a piece much too small and flimsy for the purpose, and declared, when he called for something better, that the day's supply of stout paper was all exhausted. He flew into a rage with her for managing so badly. Just as they were beginning to quarrel violently, I stepped back to the rag counter, took the old cravat carelessly out of the bundle, and said, in as light a tone as I could possibly assume, "Come, come, don't let my candles be the cause of hard. Words between you. Tie this ragged old thing round them with a bit of string, and I shall carry them home quite comfortably." The man seemed disposed to insist on the stout paper being produced, but the woman, as if she was glad of an opportunity of spiting him, snatched the candles away and tied them up in a moment in the torn old cravat. I was afraid he would have struck her before my face, he seemed in such a fury. But fortunately, another customer came in and obliged him to put his hands to peaceable and proper use. "Quite a bundle of all sorts on the opposite counter there," I said to the woman as I paid her for the candles. "Yes, and all hoarded up for sale by a poor creature with a lazy brute of a husband, who lets his wife do all the work while he spends all the money," answered the woman, with a malicious look at the man by her side. "He can't surely have much money to spend, if his wife has no better work to do than picking up rags," said I. "It isn't her fault if she hasn't got no better," says the woman, rather angrily. "She's ready to turn her hand to anything. Charring, washing, laying out, keeping empty houses. Nothing comes amiss to her. She's my half-sister, and I think I ought to know." "Did you say she went out charring?" I asked, making believe as if I knew of somebody who might employ her. "Yes, of course I did," answered the woman, "and if you can put a job into her hands, You'll be doing a good turn to a poor, hard-working creature as wants it. She lives down the mews here to the right, name of Horlick, and as honest a woman as ever stood in shoe leather. Now then, ma'am, what for you?" Another customer came in just then and occupied her attention. I left the shop, passed the turning that led down to the mews, looked up at the name of the street so as to know how to find it again, and then ran home as fast as I could. Perhaps it was the remembrance of my strange dream striking me on a sudden, or perhaps it was the shock of the discovery I had just made, but I began to feel frightened without knowing why, and anxious to be under shelter in my own room. If Robert should come back, oh, what a relief and help it would be now if Robert should come back. May the 1st. On getting indoors last night, the first thing I did, after striking a light, was to take the ragged cravat off the candles and smooth it out on the table. I then took the end that had been in poor Mary's hand out of my writing desk and smoothed that out too. It matched the torn side of the cravat exactly. I put them together and satisfied myself that there was not a doubt of it. Not once did I close my eyes that night. A kind of fever got possession of me, a vehement yearning to go on from this first discovery and find out more, no matter what the risk might be. The cravat now really became, to my mind, the clue that I thought I saw in my dream, the clue that I was resolved to follow. I determined to go to Mrs. Horlick this evening on my return from work. I found the mews easily. A crook-backed dwarf of a man was lounging at the corner of it smoking his pipe. Not liking his looks, I did not inquire of him where Mrs. Horlick lived, but went down the mews till I met with a woman and asked her. She directed me to the right number. I knocked at the door, and Mrs. Horlick herself, a lean, ill-tempered, miserable-looking woman, answered it. I told her at once that I had come to ask what her terms were for charing. She stared at me for a moment, then answered my question